Hey guys. No, there was no sound because I was just fighting with my camera. And then I wanted to come live right away. So I didn't bother booting up the music that I normally do. So I apologize if that's what you first come for. Um, what you see here is a web page. I'm just fiddling around with the portions of it a little bit. This is the individual that I'm going to be talking to today. So I wanted to kind of show you guys their content a little bit. Um, just so you have a bit of an idea of kind of what we'll be talking about today. And then hold on, just fixing the blocks. Hello, Hansa. Welcome. Alrighty, so I'm going to watch. Maybe this one first. It's short.
You're trying to improve
Okay, how's the audio for you guys? It's kind of loud on my end.
your dating life, but you're paralyzed by all of the information that's out there. You should be negging. You should never use the neg. You should focus on inner game. Outer game is everything. Text them immediately after you get the phone number. Wait 3 days to text them, or you'll seem desperate. Be forward about your intentions. Play hard to get. Do natural game. Have scripted material ready and memorized. Love and appreciate. Disqualify your interests. The list goes on, so what do you do? Hey, it's Simon with That's My Type Dating, where I use the objective personality system to break down and understand pickup artist techniques, relationship dynamics, and personal growth through these mediums. My email is in the description, so contact
2 steps
me
is
with
too much
questions to book a
work.
coaching call
Come
or
on,
if you have any
Chief, you
business
got
inquiries.
this.
There's so much conflicting information out there,
0
so where do you even
steps,
begin?
success.
Paralysis by analysis is an unfortunately easy trap for all of us to fall into, but in order to
The heart does look like a booty a little bit. You're right.
take the correct action, you need to be taking some action in the first place. Start simply by starting and refine your methods from there. All of the personality type knowledge in the world will not help you if you simply aren't executing on the knowledge at your disposal. It's okay to start out shitty and clumsy. Everyone does. What's important is that you start. You need to experience tons of different people in order to optimize your results in a long-term sustainable way. For my ladies out there, that doesn't necessarily mean you need to have sex with a ton of guys. You need to get to know enough people to start seeing the repeated patterns in everyone over and over again. In order for everyone to become truly special and delightful and wondrous and unique, you need to grind your nose up against the truth, the darkness staring you in the face that no one is special or wondrous or unique. Even the people you probably look up to are just flawed humans with predictable life problems.
What do you guys think? Are some people special and unique? Have you guys come across people who are actually what you would call special and unique? I definitely think there's like an over reliance on like everyone wants to be kind of special, and if everyone's special, no one's special. Or maybe there's a paradox that's true here, where everyone is special, and because of that, no one is special. But fundamentally, yeah. I recently got out of an 18-year relationship. I don't know how to communicate with a woman that's not my ex-wife, let alone pick up. Well, this might be the stream for you. So
that girl is constantly trying to connect with people emotionally. Let me guess, she's insecure about her intelligence. That guy is trying to keep his options open. Let me guess, he's terrified of feeling controlled. That person is all in on the vibe and energy. Let me guess, they're the absolute worst at explaining all the specific little details and nuance. Consumption, production, conservation, and testing. Every single human on the planet is all in on doing one of these 4 things constantly. Of course, there's more depth to it than that, but this is a fairly basic pattern to look out for. Nobody breaks this mold, not you or anyone. It's only through witnessing this unfold over and over and over and over again that you can begin to trust that you are probably no different. Through approaching new people constantly, you are constantly going to get affirmation of the truth of these patterns. No person breaks this fundamental rule. Every single person can be categorized. It will get to the point where you'll be able to predict people's life stories based on little things they've said to you. Remember, people generally operate on unconscious default programs. You want to attract or maintain your relationship with someone? It's simple. Figure out which of those 4 modes they're running constantly and give them the permission they
need. Thanks, Adeon. Appreciate that. No one is special. We sit in a spectrum. We all belong to some subcategory. Totally agree with this. Okay.
need and the validation they need for doing what they're compelled to do.
I feel resistance.
Don't make them feel like you're depending on them, but stimulate their unconscious need to act on whatever mode is their default setting.
But I can't decide if my resistance to it is like an intellectual resistance, like ideas seem wrong to me, or is it because... Is it just an emotional resistance? Like I don't like how it sounds.
They're a consumer. Be the one to produce that which they're seeking and share in their experiences. Consume with them. Talk about media you enjoy. Enjoy that media with them. They're a producer. Provide them with a willing and delighted audience to listen to their guidance and advice. Partner with them. Collaborate. And add your own value to what they're trying to produce. They're a conserver. Take them on walks. Sit down with them. Bond over the long haul. Don't rush them. Listen intently while they take you into their deep inner world. Let them show you their deepest sentimentalities. They're a playtester. Go party with them. Give them feedback. Hell, give them something to bang against the wall for a while. Who doesn't like trying out new toys? It's all an excellent exercise for the ego, let me tell you.
Okay, so I think that this system somewhat inherently relies on like categorizing people into certain groups with like a personality test, is my understanding. My issue with that is that you are personality tests, at least empirically, we know even the best personality test, which is the Big Ocean 5, is not very predictive of individuals. It is descriptive of major groups with certain traits. Yeah. What happened to the hair? It's just tied up. I just have a braid. Yeah, sounds like an Adam Grant book. Erudite, can you turn up your volume or the other person down? Yes, I can turn up my volume. Sorry, I was screeching before yesterday, so I turned myself way down, but I'm not screeching, I think, as much today, so.
Tell you, because you're no different. You will be seduced by all of these things. Someone makes you feel liberated to exist the way your unconscious mind wants to, and you will feel a certain indescribable attraction to them. People are just people. They're really simple. If you can pin down which of those 4 modes are dominant to that person, all of the earlier questions about negging or when to text them or what to say and all of that explains itself. It's only when people become profoundly dull and boring and predictable that they become so fundamentally bright and wonderful and exciting. Once you know what to listen for, all the game is just sitting back and letting them tell you exactly how they want to be loved and appreciated by you.
Thanks, guys.
A question that I very commonly get asked.
My accent. I'm Canadian. So, yeah. Hi, XO. I think you were here last time. You're a DGGer, right? I think. Welcome, if I remember you correctly. I have a dimple. Do I? Do I have a dimple? I don't know if I do. Okay. So so the premise of the first video, there were not 2 steps. So probably when I talk to this individual, he seems good with words, but maybe not with concision. Yes, I am now an eruditer. Nice. Welcome, XO. I'm glad to know I have a dimple. Dimples are fucking cute. I didn't used to have a dimple. Maybe it's just I lost weight, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's why it's coming out now. How to seduce someone. 1, learn their love language. 2, be honest with your intentions. Socrates, he said, was in 2 steps. And so it feels like he has the 2 steps, which is learn their category, love them as they want to be loved, which sounds good. I'm dubious about the efficacy with which you can categorize people into like major groups, particularly in a way that you can use that efficaciously to predict how to behave with them entirely. The winged liner today, thank you. I worked hard on it today, right? Not dual streaming yet? No. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this conversation is going to be like. But it seems like we'll need to get some concision. It seems like there's some really interesting, like very intriguing ideas. I don't speak French, no. But yeah, because it took me a little bit of like taking all of their words and like filtering through it to get out what the 2 steps I think are, but I could be wrong. I do not speak French. Yeah, sorry guys. Okay, let me see if this individual is ready. Said ready. Okay. I'm going to call.
There's only one type of deal.
Thanks, okay. Not very creative. I think you're creative. Unless that's like your claim to fame, is that you're like the least creative person in your family. Even though we all took it in school, most Canadians don't speak French. Yeah. Yeah. Or New Brunswick. Most New Brunswick people are also fluent in French. Okay. I'm going to call him. Hold on. Just 1 second, guys. Woo. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Most Americans don't even speak English. Damn. Is this shit on America Day? You're just sorting people into boxes and then catering to the categories associated with the boxes, and then you're engaging with the box and it with the person. Yeah, it's kind of saying like people aren't actually that unique and special. They broadly do fit into boxes. Here's the thing: it might sound shitty, but if it's highly effective, then there's not much to say about it. Hello. We can hear you typing, but can you hear us? I don't know. Hold on 1 second. I bet you I know what's going on here. Can you guys hear typing away? All right, hold on. Let me just change.
Oh, cool. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can. Hold
Hi.
on. Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I guess can you see me at all or no?
Nope. Your camera's not working yet.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean, if worse comes to worse, this may just have to be like an audio thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's just doing the loading thing on like for both of us. I think my camera just doesn't like, because I'm streaming this on my end as well.
Yeah.
And so I think that can you hear yourself when you talk?
Nope. I cannot.
No? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So anyway, I guess I'll go ahead and turn off camera, because I don't think that's going to end up working. I don't think my camera likes like recording video for two different events.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. I have the most like dog shit set up right now. I am so sorry.
That's okay. Why don't you start by so we watched like one of your videos. There's a mixed feeling so far in chat. Some people were pretty into it. Other people are very not into it. So,
Okay.
Yeah, you should just tell us about it.
Okay, so oh man, there's a lot to this. So I guess I should start with like some general like asking about boundaries, because there is a lot of like, how should I say? There's a lot of really personal stuff, like a lot of like personal kind of darkness, which is what like got me into all of this to begin with. And like I just wanted to make sure, like, are you comfortable like exploring some of that with me in this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty big girl, so feel free to
Okay.
kind of go wherever you want, and then if I'll just push back on you if I disagree, more or less.
Okay.
If that's okay
So
with you.
yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure what your chat saying about me exactly, so I'll try to be a little bit generalized here. And if you have any specific concerns, I'll do what I can.
Tell us what your dating model is. That may be a good place to start. Like, just ground us in what the fuck's going on.
Okay, so my dating model is at its core based in some level of like personality pseudopsychology. Right.
There's only one type of deal.
So the system that I study is called objective personality, and basically what it was initially was like it was an attempt to do like MBTI, like the Myers-Briggs Typing Index, in a way that would be a little bit more scientifically valid.
There's only
And
one type of
through
deal.
those endeavors, it ended up becoming like, instead of just having 16 types, it spread out into 512 types. And the way that
So is this like
I
Myers-Briggs
understand-
stuff? Just to clarify, when you're saying like these letters, this sounds like Myers-Briggs, like
Yeah, it's-
INTP.
Yeah, the jargon is heavily borrowed from Myers-Briggs. I'm trying to get away from that to a pretty big
Why?
extent.
Why are you trying to get away
Because
from Myers-Briggs?
I'm trying to get away from Myers-Briggs because I don't think that most of the terminology is, how should I say? I don't think that most of the terminology is actually like accessible to the vast majority of people, especially not the vast majority of people that are looking to improve their dating lives. So,
What do you mean by
if I
inaccessible? Like because it's just like letters and nobody knows what the fuck that means?
yeah, it's just very aggressively jargon heavy.
Okay, yeah.
Um, yeah, and even within the OPS model, there's just a lot there that's like um, that. Like if I start talking to you about like saviors and demons and human needs and stuff like that, all of a sudden like that becomes really hard for you to follow. Whereas if I say, well, it seems to be the case that people are driven by these obligations, basically, that are determined by some cognitive modes, then it's a little easier to understand what I'm saying, right? As opposed to me just saying, oh, this person's a decider or they're an observer or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm trying to de-jargon my language a little bit while I'm going about this. And what I specifically study is how people, mostly pickup artists, but also just lay people as well, how they form relationships based on their own type in relation, and like how they form relationships with other people, and also like determining patterns of like what their types are.
Okay. So that is the OPS system, but you're also moving away from that.
I'm not moving away from the system, I'm moving away from the jargon.
Okay. Okay, so maybe walk me through, like, say somebody's like, okay, OPS appeals to me, and what would be the steps that they would follow to, like, get dating advice, basically?
What I usually do is I like to talk. I will try to type them to the best of my ability, which it can take some time of getting to know them. What I'll usually do in like a phone call or whatever is I'll ask them very specific leading questions to try to like get. I'll go down like a conversation topic that they are particularly interested in.
Mm-hmm.
It could be about politics or whatever. And I'll see like, okay, so where is this person taking a strong stance? And then I'll try to figure out why are they taking a strong stance here, right? And from there, it's kind of like taking a blood sample. And from that blood sample, I can kind of start to figure out what does this person feel obligated for most of the time.
Okay.
And based on that, I can then start working like, okay, so this is going to be like, I can start like researching like any pickup artist who might be a similar type, and then be like, okay, so this is the type of game that would be the most beneficial for you based on what I'm seeing over here. Someone who's pretty much the same type as you in these certain areas, they're getting a lot of success here, and the way that they've it's kind of like I'm making the roadmap and I'm just showing the person like where to go. There are some there's a lot to this. Like OPS kind of is the core of everything that I do. So it could be like what I just described, like, looking into a specific pickup artist, or it can be like talking to that person specifically about how to deal with certain negligences that they have based on their type.
Okay. So it sounds like basically personality psych.
Yeah.
Okay. So the biggest issue that personality psych runs into is, for example, Myers-Briggs is broadly not empirically sound. It seems to categorize more by mood than by personality type. And even the most validated personality test, which is actually really solidly validated, the Big Five, it has no predictive power whatsoever for individuals.
Right.
So how do you guys overcome that? Because necessarily, if you're categorizing a person into a group based on a personality test, you're then prescribing them certain behaviors, which is essentially prediction, and it's prescription based on, obviously you're predicting that they're going to do better based on your prescription, right? So how do you guys overcome that?
I overcome that by way of separating so what I do isn't super academic. I'm a pickup artist, right? Like, you're not getting a fucking like lecture in college about this, because
Getting is a coaching service, and as far as coaching is concerned, I'm more interested in what gets results for the I'm more interested in what is true enough for the client to get results than what is like true in like an academically provable sense.
Okay,
If that
yes.
makes
So
sense.
you're kind of looking for like what maybe others might call like traditional wisdom truths. So like emergent truths that aren't necessarily like empirically validated, right? Like we would talk about like something like consciousness, which like seems to be a difficult thing to like put our finger on at an empirical level.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a,
But there is empirical methodology for this. So I guess that's what I'm wondering about. Like, don't you think that we could just do enough research to figure out what you guys are doing, but actually do it scientific?
if people want to do if people want to do that, look into proving or disproving or validating anything that I'm doing, that's fine. I'm okay with being the duck that gets shot out of the sky for that end, and I'm okay with getting up and back out with any better information that comes through that process. My process personally is based on what is getting people better results. I don't care as much about the academic side of things.
Right. Okay. So it's interesting because I'm going through this objective slash subjective personality website,
Yeah,
like the
it's a little bit arrogantly branded.
yeah, well, I mean, it's trying to it's kind of doing like the pseudoscience con man thing where they say like, is it really scientific? And then they do like a lot of like gymnastics, verbal gymnastics, particularly, and like bending themselves over backwards, kind of bending the science over backwards to be like, I mean, it kind of is scientific, and you're like, yeah, but it's just not. Like, you're not. If it is, then you could just list it as empirically backed, right? Like empirically backed things just say empirically backed, and they don't need to like do this like weird verbal gymnastics. Anytime I see verbal gymnastics to like sell something, especially like science psychobabble, I immediately get like very, very dubious. And I know that you're not saying it's scientific. Why do you think
I'm also
they
not
are?
associated directly. I'm also not associated directly with them. I learned from them about a lot of the personality stuff, but I'm taking it and I'm applying it in very different ways than what they intended.
Okay.
Um,
So how do you apply it different than them?
yeah, so I don't do a typing service for one. Like I don't require you to like be subscribed to me for however long, and then you can like put in like submit like a video to get typed. I don't really believe in that. I would rather, I think knowing how to type other people is more important than knowing your own type in a lot of ways. Knowing your own type specifically can come later. Knowing how to type will allow you to be a little bit more conscious of like in kind of just like a meta sense of just like, oh, I'm an asshole here. Oh, this person's not trying to be shitty. I'm just interpreting this like a fucking weirdo, right? So if I may dig a little bit, like give a little bit of my definitional stuff, just to give an example.
Absolutely.
One of the first things I look for when I'm typing someone is within the jargon, it's called being an observer or a decider, right? And basically, all that means is deciders will inappropriately make every issue in their lives, be it about people or about things. They'll make every issue about the people, and then observers will do the reverse. So they'll make all of their issues, people or otherwise, about the things. About like stability or chaos or stuff like that. Whereas, so like, if I'm talking to someone, right, and they start going off about like this like really hard like gossip, like this person's evil, I can't believe they're doing this, my mother's such a bitch, like all these other things, I can then be like, oh, okay, I maybe don't take this person that seriously here. Or if you start getting pointed out for being weird about that shit, then you can be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be taking myself seriously in this particular way.
Okay. Okay, why don't you, maybe what would be interesting, why don't you walk me through maybe how you would categorize somebody by categorizing me? And so rather than having like that internal process of how you'd be categorizing me, just like ask me questions and then verbally tell me your steps that you would follow to categorize me. Is that a
Okay.
possibility?
Um,
Because I think then it
sure.
would ground it for everyone. Like I want a really practical example, and
I can.
I'm the only
That's
person here that you're talking to give an example with. So
that's fine. I do like to take my time with typing people, so I'm this is all going to be like shitty, just little intuitive guesses. With anything that I put down specifically, right? Um, I actually did want to ask, like, just on an ethical level, if you'd be okay with me, like, working on typing you for like my future streams and whatnot.
yeah, no, it's
Um,
fine. My
okay,
view is like I'm at this point public, so anything that I put out publicly, I don't really care if other people use it. I don't even really need the shout out. I think it's more ethical to probably give the shout out of being like, this is this person's content, but I really do view it if it's public, it's public, and
it's not even like for like shout out stuff. It's just like, uh, I guess tangentially, like a problem that comes up within personality communities like this is oftentimes there's this idea that like one type pattern is better than another, and so that's why I want to like ask like your permission and whatnot, because some people will like judge like a certain type, like MBTI people think that sensors are like retarded, right? That kind of thing. Um,
censors. All that sentence was meaningless to me.
yeah,
NBTI people are which?
MBTI people will have this thing where it's like they believe that like if you have like an S in your type, so like an ESTP, ISTJ, any of that, then you're basically stupid.
Oh, because you're
Like
like more feelings. Is that
kind
what it
of.
means?
It's not, yeah, it's not specifically like that, but yeah. Sensory is like literal information.
Okay.
Okay, so where do you see yourself in 10 years?
In 10 years, let's see, okay, math wise. Ideally, I would be done my master's and my nurse practitioner after grad program as well. So, ideally, I'd like to be starting conversations with government agencies to get my treatment center for forensic youths basically funded. There's a lot of funding in forensic youth work that I think is kind of going to waste right now. And I'd like to take those contracts and actually do something with the money.
Okay. Um, let's see. I'm gonna like give some like disparate questions until I get something that like clicks a little bit easier, right? Um, let's see. What would you say like the most difficult part of your life has been?
Like
And this isn't like a
period.
therapy question. Like what I'm trying to figure out with this particular question, like what has been the hardest or most painful part of your life? If you're willing to get into that. The reason I'm asking that is because I can tell a lot from like the observer decider thing. I can tell a lot about not only how you phrase this, but also like what the thing is, right?
Yeah. Probably the most painful period of my life was between like grade 12 of high school to about the first 3 years after high school. I dealt with a lot of like pretty extreme loneliness. Kind of everyone was dating but me. And I was also moved out, and my roommate was never home with me. And so high school left me with a lot of like self loathing, self doubt. And then the loneliness kind of like to me felt like evidence for my self loathing and self doubt.
Okay, so like there's like a desire to connect that you just didn't have the access to actually fulfill.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what I'm getting at?
Yep.
Okay. That's like this is one of those like if I have to put something down, like that sounds like kind of like a decider answer. But like I would have to like really spend time to like really get to know you to be like, okay, is this a consistent thing that you run back to? Is it consistently the people? Is it consistently like, do I feel lonely? Do I like that kind of thing? Right.
Right.
Um, yeah, I don't like rushing any of these kinds of guesses.
So
Do
because
you?
I talked about people, that would cue you that I might be a decider.
Yeah, they're like I would. I would then note that, like, okay, so I have like a bias there of like in my brain. I heard just like what sounded like decider words, and then I would have to keep watching and keep talking to you more to be like, do you keep back to the people?
Mm.
Right?
Okay.
So an example for me, I am a decider and I know this very well. It's not like it's not even like I want to caveat this a little bit. It's not like I was given a type and now I'm justifying everything. I actually typed myself almost identically to the way I was typed in OPS, like before I actually got typed. Does that make sense? So like I was able to see my stuff. I almost got evicted about a year ago,
Okay.
right? And the fear for me was not in the issue of like it wasn't in like, oh my god, I'm getting evicted, I'm about to be homeless, this like all of this chaos in my life. It was like, oh my god, I'm in this position, I have to ask for help, and I'm afraid of, if I ask for help, how is that going to impact my relationships?
Interesting. Okay.
Right?
Yep.
I don't know if there's anything similar to that in properly validated psychology stuff.
Well, I mean, what's
But
the
yeah,
purpose behind it?
the purpose is so that I can understand that a lot of these things are not real, so to speak. It's for me to understand that, like, yeah, my brain is like sounding the alarm at the people thing, but like if I watch the observers and how the observers deal with the people shit, then I can be like, it reminds me, it's like, oh, this isn't actually real. Then I can overcome this,
Okay.
right? So that's an example of that. Um, there's some how should I say? There's also like a level of like negligence that tends to happen with people. So like I mentioned that you have like obligations, right? And that's mostly what I'm tracking. Is like the core of what I'm doing is tracking like, okay, so what does this person feel obligated to do, right? Um, and so those obligations seem to be tied to 4 modes. Okay, these modes are completely like subconscious. Like there's no, you can't just do the thing. It's like um, trying to find a good way to explain that. I haven't like gone over a lot of this stuff in a minute.
Sure. Could I maybe pause you for a second and just ask? So say you typed me and you decided I was a decider, which I get that you're being like, this is a typing with a huge heap of salt, which is super fair.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is say you do a bunch of work and you're like, yep, she's a decider. What does that tell you about how to interact with me?
It tells me that if you are a decider, I'm just not even going to give that caveat anymore. I'm just going to assume that you are for the sake of not getting dragged down so much.
Sure.
So with you being a decider, what that tells me about how I need to be interacting with you is that when I start hearing you talk about like the people stuff, sometimes you're going to be right? But like the way that, but it what it means is like I can't completely trust you about like people problems, right? Because like what tends to happen is you'll experience like a big like people issue in your life, and you'll feel like like emotionally you'll feel like you're fucking drowning, and in order to try to deal with that, you'll kind of double down. And so the way that I have to deal with that is I have to recognize like, okay, this person's going to be a little bit weird here. That's okay. I just have to not take them like 100. I have to take what they say about people with a grain of salt. And as a decider myself, I have to take what I say about people with a grain of salt.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
Do you think I'd be a bad counselor if I was a decider?
Probably not.
Really? Because if
there's
that's the case, then it means that I'm like often kind of like, it sounds like to some extent deciders kind of project onto other people to some extent, right? Like they're not able to, that's why you have to take their positions on people with a grain of salt.
Somewhat, but I don't think that has to do necessarily with like being a, because what comes with being a decider a lot of the time is like this. So with me, for instance, I am very mindful of like things like ethics and how do I figure out like how can I make this the most palatable for people. It's like just because like there's going to be some like weirdness here and there. I can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You
Okay.
know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like because you being a decider, you're going to be more focused on solving the people thing. You can actually do a really great job solving the people thing. It's just there's also some deciders who maybe aren't so good at that. And that at the end of the day comes down to like growth mindset and deciding that you are responsible for managing your people problems.
Okay. Okay. So, decider, how many categories? Like, how long does it take to type someone?
It depends on the person. Some people will give you everything at like right off the bat.
Well, which
For
is
people,
presuming what I'm going to do, right? I'm just going to like answer honestly. I guess what I'm trying to ask is like, so Myers Briggs has like a 4-factor analysis. It categorizes people by 4 major traits. How many traits does your system operate off of?
um, there are 9 dichotomies. If that that's how you get the
Okay.
512 types.
So it's a 9-factor analysis. Damn.
Yeah. That being said, there are certain things that are less important than others. So decider's kind of a big one. Like decider observer is a big one for like getting the person to like understand themselves. When I start talking about like the modes specifically, that's a little bit more on the interacting with other people. Um, I think that the modes are more foundational than basically anything else when it comes to like the interacting with others. There's some stuff about like um, there's some stuff about like some gender spectrum stuff in there as well, um, which really isn't that important. It just kind of lets you be mindful. Hey, some people are going to be a little bit more aggressive. That's all that is.
Okay. So is the purpose of the system, so you're working with somebody, is to get them to know themselves and then from that know other people as well? And also, would you find that the system is helpful? Okay, sorry. I have way too many questions. Just start with
No,
that
you're
one.
good.
Just start with
Good.
that one.
And that actually gives me a little bit of something like there's a hint that maybe you might have like a certain like I would call it a decider axis, but it's what that is just the way that you process relationships. um but like shit, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. And that tangent actually caused me to just forget the question.
The question was
um
basically, when you say you take on a client, are you trying to get them to do this test to like know themselves first, and then after that be able to like use it to categorize people?
it depends on what I think the client needs. So with with some people what they need to see is like um if they're really bad at like introspection, for instance, for whatever reason, maybe they've had a life that like they haven't had to like really like understand and know themselves really well. They've just been able to navigate by just moving kind of unconsciously or whatever. I might and like because of that they might have a little bit of an issue like really looking in, really digging into like all of that kind of stuff. And so, what I would say for that person is like, okay, so let's start looking at people who are like your exact type, right? So that you can see this outside person being weird in all of the little ways that you are, right?
Okay.
So, I'll use an outside example because I'm a dick like that. Let's say if Donald Trump came to me one day and he wanted like some ability to like introspect. He couldn't see what he's doing that's causing problems in his relationships. I would be like, all right, we're gonna watch a lot of Rosie O'Donnell because she's gonna be doing a lot of the same shit you are. And funny enough, the two had like a feud for a while, right? So it's like you can watch others you can watch others that are the same or similar enough type as yourself to be like, okay, I'm not seeing it because this is like, it's like existing in myself is like breathing, so like I don't, I'm not always aware of it, but I can watch this person over here and see where they're getting like kind of weird, kind of inappropriate. Where, like, what is the tribe, so to speak? What is the are other people saying negatively about them? And it's like, okay, how can I manage that in myself? Or you can look at people who are relatively opposite type to you and be like, okay, what are they doing really well that necessarily I wouldn't be doing, that I could be doing better, right? So someone like, for me, for my specific type, without getting super into the weeds of that, I could look into like Gary Vaynerchuk, right? Are you familiar with him?
No.
No, okay, he's a marketing guy. Real big on like fucking empathy, and like right now he's got a big thing about like people need to get into like NFTs and stuff. But I'll watch him because he is like really, really assertive, really aggressive, like emotions, and like constantly making sure everyone's comfortable, constantly reading the room. That's something I kind of struggle with a little bit, and so like watching him gives me something tangible to be like, okay, I need to be a little bit more like that, because that's it. That's like my inferior parts is what he's doing all the time.
Okay. Okay.
And relating this to like how it can deal with like how you can do like your interactions with other people. It seems to be the case, and I've done some, I guess, in-field testing on this. It seems to be the case that when someone is a certain type, they will pretty much, like, if let's say that they have like their dominant mode that is determining their obligations, right? I don't know what I have, like, I have a guess about yours, but like I don't want to throw anything super hard yet, but like it seems to be the case that whatever your dominant mode is telling you you're obligated to do, all like 24/7, is like, that is the thing that, like, enabling that thing in another person, like if you're able to like quickly type someone and then like enable them to do the thing that they want to do, they'll actually have a much more pleasant time dealing with it.
Okay. So it's basically, if you can type yourself, you can find role models that you can be most like. And if you type others, it can basically set up almost like a structured script about how to engage with that other person.
Yeah, more or less. That's pretty much the idea.
Okay. Do you think that this system, so the main benefit I can see from this system is, so I have a dual issue with it. It could either be good for neurodivergent people who have a hard time with implicit shit, and so they can use this system to kind of like basically like schematically tell them how to work with other people, or because the whole thing is kind of somewhat implicit on like what you deduce about people, because I know it's saying it's objective, but then the thing itself, it calls itself objective personality, but then it also calls itself subjective personality, which is confusing as shit.
Dumb.
Yeah.
I've got a fair bit of disagreements with the founders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I kind of walked away after a while because like I don't like the way that the community around them is forming. So I kind of stepped away from all that.
Okay.
I view the system as being essential for what I do, because a big part of a big benefit for me is like, I'm a pickup artist, right? It's really hard to navigate pickup artist spheres and circles and whatnot without like getting into this really gross, like kind of dehumanizing, like red pill kind of territory.
Yeah.
When people start talking about like female nature is this way, and it's like, whoa, hold on,
Okay,
like,
so it's intended to be an alternative. So I'm glad you're going into this, because pickup artist obviously has lots of like really negative connotations, particularly around like I would say objectifying women beyond, like, we objectify anyone that we're sexually attracted to some extent. Like, that just is part of sexual attraction, in my opinion.
Mhm. Yeah.
But pickup artists particularly treat women as purely conquest activities, right? And it's like they're trying to get like notches in the belt rather than like actually like having a connection with another human being.
And a lot of it has to do with like the sort of beginnings of pickup, with like mystery back in the early 2000s, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with any of this. I'll try to like explain it super briefly. So mystery, called such because he was a stage magician, and he decided like he wanted to learn how to get good with women. He was a nerd. He couldn't. So basically, what he did was he related a lot of the ideas that he had about performing magic. Um, he applied a lot of those ideas to how to seduce women, right? And so because of that, there's a lot of like there's a lot of weird like holdout terminology from magic specifically because of that. So like a lot of pickup artists will refer to like approaching a woman as like opening a set, right? That kind of thing.
Right.
Um, and but mystery's a decider as far as I can tell. Mystery was like really spooked by like potential like people ramifications of what he was trying to figure out. And so what he did was he like intentionally made it this like very underground thing that people can't find out about, can't go mainstream, etc., etc. And what happened because of that, as a direct result of that, is what happens when anything is a sort of like when you have anything that's so like underground, it just festers in this darkness, right? And you end up with these like really misogynistic ideas, and it's like that shit's not good, you know. And that's why it like pickup artist is like so heavily tied into this like really negative connotation, because like and like I 100% like it's the PUA's fault. For the initial bit, and then also like it didn't help that like there was definitely a lot of media reinforcement later on after pickup started to like evolve out of some of that issue. Like it was like the mainstream attention on it didn't allow it to it like narrative wasn't allowed to change.
Mm.
Does that make sense? So
Sort
like
of.
you see, yeah. Which of course there are absolutely still pickup artists and whatnot today that are like very like old school mystery method, which can be a little bit they're like I don't think mystery method's inherently bad or like inefficient. It's just there are certain things in mystery method that make me go ugh, like and we can talk about that a little bit if you want, but for the most part, yeah, like I recognize and I understand that pickup artist has this kind of uh, thing to it, and it's like I'm kind of trying to reclaim it because it's like there's like this is some shit that like in a very real way saved my life, and I'm very shameless about that. Like if the world has to perceive me as being some evil, horrible thing for trying to do what it is that I'm doing, then so be it.
Why do you I feel like isn't there a way to like do good and also not become like vilified? Like why the need then to use labels like pickup artist? Like are you focused mostly on men? Like kind of incel-y men?
I'm focused mostly on men, be it incels or really just anyone who's having trouble with their dating lives in general, or even just general social skills. I use pickup specifically as like an objective measure a lot of the time because it's how should I say, when you go to the gym, right? It's necessary to have things like weights on the plate to be able to like know the kind of progress that you're making, right? You can track it. And so if you're a guy who's never gotten laid before, and you're like 30 years old, and you feel hopeless, right? having these little like objective things that you can track through doing PUA. And I want to clarify really quickly because I feel like there's probably some level of misunderstanding already about what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that necessarily the woman going home and sleeping with you has to be like that metric, or it's the only metric that you can use, right? If you're someone who has a really hard time socializing with people in general, then going out and just talking to strangers in any kind of non-threatening way, that's a start, right?
But isn't kind of the issue with the pickup artist label is that fundamentally it seems like goal of men is sex, which I would say is like probably not the healthiest goal for anyone to have, is just sex alone.
Well, I mean, and if you look at women's dating resources, which I've actually spent some money and bought some of those, pretty much all of it is based around like how do you get the guy to stay around longer. So I don't think it's a matter of like men want sex, men, whatever. I think it's a matter of men are struggling with the initial interaction, the initial phase of the relationship, which will be getting to a point where sex could happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where women tend to be struggling is in like how do you maintain that, like how do you like maintain like the right guy, like once you found Mr. Right, how do you keep him? And
but
so it's like,
how do we protect from this like mindset becoming gamey? Because like obviously like there are things that I do in my relationship to like keep my husband and I's relationship healthy. But it's not like a game, and I'm not like trying to plot how to keep him here the longest, right? Like that to me just feels yucky because it's like I don't want my husband to stay here the longest because I've like most effectively manipulated him to staying the longest. Like to be honest, I want us to both have a really happy relationship that inevitably lasts a long time because it's healthy. To be honest, if it's fucking terrible or if he's miserable, I don't want to manipulate him into staying.
Right. So, there's a couple ways I could tackle this. Instead of getting, because I've got some opinions about the semantics of the word manipulation, but instead of getting into that, I'm going to get into more directly trying to answer that, try to wrestle with that concept. There are stages for growth, right? What gets you from point A to point B might not necessarily get you from point B to point C. Problem that tends to come up is like people will expect, both within and outside the pickup community looking in, they tend to just like expect that the thing that we're saying for like the absolute beginner is going to work, is going to be what the that person always needs, right? So a good example of that is like something that I think is really, really helpful in the pickup community today. What they talk about is like this idea of independence from outcome, right? Okay. So briefly explaining that when you have an interaction, there is a thing that you want inherently from that interaction. It doesn't matter what kind of interaction it is. There's a thing that you want to get out of it, right? I don't believe for a second there's any kind of interaction that you have, that you initiate and engage in, that you don't have a goal, right? The problem that a lot of men run into is that they're like married to the outcome. They need the outcome to happen for them to feel good about themselves, right? And so if I can go out and I can like talk to a woman, right? I can do an approach. I can say all the best lines, but like if I need her to like me, it throws everything off, right? It like the bad like emotional state that's tied to that like poisons the well of everything else that I do, and I'm actually going to come off to that person as like being creepy and manipulative and all this other stuff, right?
Okay.
So what I tend to do for people who struggle from like that is like, okay, so let's do some exercises to get you get you out of the dependence on outcome problem, right? Let's solve that. But the thing is, once you solved that, if you keep going with those kinds of things, like one of the things I'll tell people to do is like intentionally get rejected, right? Like,
Okay.
because like if you're talking to the girl and you erase it from your brain that you're going to escalate, to going home or any of that, if you completely say that's not going to happen, then you force yourself to be like, okay, I'm just going to have fun talking to this person now, right? And all of a sudden, because of that mindset shift, all of a sudden you start becoming a little bit more confident, a little bit more attractive because of that. However, if you go a little bit too far with that, if you keep pushing that independence from outcome, then what can end up happening is you kind of become a sociopath, right? Where it's
Mm,
like you train yourself to just not care what the other person thinks. You don't care what they say. You don't care what they do. You don't care how they feel about anything that you're doing. And that is a problem that you have to have another solution for. The
okay.
problem in the pickup community at large is like they often will stop at like the independence from outcome, and they don't realize that like going too heavy in that can cause problems,
Okay.
right? And so they just move on from that, and there's kind of a sociopathic thing that can happen there.
So I'm noticing this conversation. I'm having a hard time following you. I'm not sure if it's
Okay.
because I'm dumb or because it feels like when I ask a question, we kind of get onto a tangential answer rather than a direct answer, which is
Okay.
getting me confused. Where I'm just like, when like now we're talking about like sociopathy and stuff, I'm just like, where did we come? How did we come here? It feels
Okay.
like the
I'm
steps
sorry.
haven't been walked up. That's okay. I
I
just
can be
like
a little bit like overly verbose sometimes. I
I
try
think
not to be
yeah,
a
I
thought.
think you're like you're being like Vaush. You're just very verbose. Where with even when I listen to Vosh, I listen to the first minute of what he says and then I tune out the rest because it more or less tells me what he's been saying. I haven't quite figured out how to listen to you in a way to like tease apart what you're saying. But yeah,
Okay.
I do want to
I'll
understand what you're
try to
saying
be
because
a
I
little
think
bit more.
it's an the ideas are interesting, but I can't tease them apart very
Okay.
well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So specifically, I'll shorten this. The issue that you run into with like the pickup thing being manipulative is like there's an independence from outcome, and then you do too much of that, and all of a sudden like you fixed the initial problem, but you've caused another. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Whereas like in the pickup community at large, there tends to be this trend of like they cause another problem, but they keep trying to just go on this upward trajectory without addressing the thing that they knocked over.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, if what I understand what you're saying is there are steps that are necessary to help people go from maybe 30 and never ever been in a relationship to having a long-term relationship. And obviously, maybe the ideal is to get them to a space where they're not trying to like force people to stay with them or just have sex, but to like have like healthy fruitful relationships in whatever style that looks like for them.
Mhm.
But you recognize that like there are steps of like in psychology we might call them like stages of change, right? Where you kind of have like pre-contemplation and then contemplation, and you have to meet people where they're at based on like where their mindset is at. So like an incel isn't going to become like fixated on like having a beautiful, healthy, maybe egalitarian relationship with their like future wife anytime soon.
Like you need to start with like get them laid, get them. I've joked about this before. Like
I
make
wouldn't
them
start incels at getting them laid. They're so far from that shit. Talking to
yeah,
women without like probably creeping them out would probably be the first step for most incels, to be honest.
potentially yeah, but like yeah,
That's been my experience with incels is that they don't even know how to do at all, like any of it.
yeah. You need to crawl before you can walk. I get it. Um, but
Is that
yeah,
what
it's
you're
like
saying?
that's more or less what I'm saying. Is
Okay.
like because you can cause problems where it's like um, I'm just repeating myself a little bit now, but like you can cause problems in the form of like um, how should I say?
Because if we just wanted incels to get laid, we could just hire them sex workers.
We could, right? But like the problem then is like some of that kind of reinforces what they already believe and stuff like that.
And so the goal is not to just get them laid, it's to like help them stop viewing the world in such a toxic way.
Yes, I believe that getting them laid is part of the key to doing that. But yes,
Getting them laid with a sex worker or like a non-sex worker?
with a consenting adult who is not being paid.
Well, hold on. Yeah, okay. Because I was going to say, most sex workers are consenting, but not being paid is the key part. Okay, so not a sex worker. Why do you think getting incels laid is like a big key for their like healing?
Personal experience. So I went through a very you can call it like a like a bit of an incel-y phase myself. When I was much younger, and this is kind of what I was talking about with like some of the darkness I was talking about with getting a little bit into my past and how I came into this. What got me? It's not the getting laid itself. It's the practice of going out and getting approach after approach after approach after approach, and that gives you some level of like exposure therapy. So if you have someone that thinks that women are terrible, women are whatever, if you have them go and do a bunch of approaches and they start talking to random women, and you teach them how to have good interactions with those women, then it actually you're kind of forcing their reality to change, right? Because they're in their brain, they're like, women are this way, but like once you force them into the interactions and the interactions start going well for them, it forces that mindset to change, because there's an incongruence between what they're thinking in here versus what they're actually experiencing.
Right. It's like, kind of like what I try to explain, like to like, especially people that are chronically online, is being like, most women are actually like just really nice people broadly. They just tend not to go on the internet.
Yeah. And then like just a pitfall that you can run into from doing a ton of approaches is like all of a sudden women kind of start becoming this like amorphous thing of just like you go on the same date however like a billion fucking times, and all of a sudden it's like you start to get almost annoyed with it, and it's like from there then you start like something that I still do to this day is like, this is going to come off a little bit extreme, is like I try to fall in love with every single girl that I talk to in that way, right? So every girl that I like try to like pursue, I try to like genuinely like force my brain to be like, I am in love with this person and I'm going to treat them as such.
Why?
Because because what ends up happening is like, trying to put this in a non-super tangential way. You're doing a ton of approaches, which means you're getting a lot of access to women in some form, right?
But why do you need to tell yourself that you love them?
It's to prevent myself from seeing them. It's to prevent like a dehumanization that happens when you interact with basically the same people over and over and over and over again. It's to prevent myself from seeing them as just NPCs. Because I interact with so many, then what can happen is like, this is like if you get like really busy, like if you work in retail, like your customers don't actually seem like humans to you a lot of the time, right? It's like, and so like what I'm trying to prevent is specifically that.
Okay. So you want to prevent, which is valid, right? We want to like avoid dehumanization. I'm just surprised. Do you find in general that you're an extreme person? Like it feels like there's a whole bunch of points between dehumanizing someone to being in love with them. Like there's a lot of points in between, and I get that you're being like, I don't want to dehumanize. Maybe that's like my proclivity, so I'm going to go to the other extreme to like offset it. But I feel like in general, at least like when I've worked with clients and stuff, clients that go from one extreme to and try to offset by just incorporating the other extreme, then we just get two patterns of unhealthy behavior rather than just one pattern of unhealthy behavior. Like usually I find it's better to just bring people into the center.
Right. The way that I approach bringing people to the center is by getting them to reconcile two extremely contradictory things that are not necessarily contradictory. So like when I say that I fall in love with every single girl, at the same time, I don't have like a need for the reciprocation of those women. Right? So I'm in a position now where I can approach women, not because like I view them as like an object to, like a receptacle for my semen. It's like I just want to be a witness to the beauty of women and stuff like that. I don't need them to love me back. I just have this feeling, this like intense like desire to be around women.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So like an appreciation. Is it like a love, or is it more just like an appreciation?
I would call it a love. Like I would call it like love of like the female species, and then like there's also the individual stuff that can that happen, which I'm completely vulnerable to.
Okay.
Because part of that is like you have to be vulnerable to like let these feelings happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or else you're just not being authentic. And it's not sustainable emotionally. You're not going to have a good relationship with women as a whole that way, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Interesting. Have you done the same methodology for women wanting men?
For women wanting men, I would start them at. I don't have a lot of experience coaching women specifically, right? But the way that things are looking is like I would start them in a bit of a different place, right? So like women aren't struggling with getting sex, right? Like that's just not the problem that women are. For the most part, there are some women that do, but like whereas most like men's like dating coaches, pickup artists, whatever, would like to be like, female nature is this. I tend to think about it more like, we're playing the same game, like say chess. It's just men are probably playing white, and women are playing black. So there's more of a there's just a difference in the way the game is played, but it's still the same game, right? With women, I start them out. I would start them out hypothetically in more of a like, okay, so you're in this position where access to sex is something that is probably a little bit more abundant to you because of your positioning in the world as a woman. The struggles that you're tending to have with women are, as I pointed out with like the market, the market for women's dating is like the it's like how do you maintain like the long-term partner. So it's like, okay, so let's start with where I would like, let's say that I've already gotten like a male client out of like they've got access to sex. Now let's work on things like a little like fine-tuning the empathy. Like with women, I'd be like, let's fine-tune the empathy a little bit. Like I would start them there.
Okay. So you would start them. So you wouldn't start them at the same place of like knowing themselves necessarily? Because you said with most of them, you bring them to learn to categorize themselves, and then from that you can categorize others, and then from there you can figure out like what people need.
Right. So sorry, I had the personality stuff a little bit like in the background there. I do start them with that still, but like when it comes to the interactions with other people, it becomes less about like how do we get you laid as fast as possible, and more like, okay, so how do we get you to empathize with the other person's experience a little bit more. That there's a little bit more of an emphasis there, but like regarding the personality stuff, it's all the same. If you want someone to be with you, whatever, you need to let them be them, and that kind of plays into what I'm talking about with like the empathy thing.
Okay.
So like from the men's perspective, what I'm talking about a little bit is like you're really nervous. You're doing an approach for the first time, and you go up and you say hi, and you're super nervous. But like you need to be focused as a guy in that situation. You need to be like really focusing in on like your own thoughts, right? Your own emotions and managing your timidity. After you get out of that, then it's like, okay, so this other person is having an emotional experience as well. And how can I be responsible to empathize with that emotional experience so that both of us can get what we want out of this interaction?
So what is your goal for a client? Like, what is your personal goal?
I'm gonna give like a really Mr. Girlish answer here. My goal is empathy. My goal at the end of the day is I want to bring men and women together through basically making them interact with each other in such a way that they're actually forced to empathize. Because there's so much of an issue with like, because like I said, like that's where I would say I would start with women is like the empathy thing is like you're getting approached by a guy and it's like instead of like immediately being like, you know, if assuming that the safety stuff is already there, right? Assuming that this person's, you know, approaching you to hit on you at a bar, it's like, well, there needs to be some level of empathy for like this guy is like going through a lot probably in his brain to like come up and talk to you, right?
Yeah,
Just little things like
sure.
that.
To what extent though, right? Like to what extent do we require that? Because like you've heard me talk, like I definitely like encourage more culpability and more responsibility in women about like navigating things in like a respectful, pleasant way. The big question is to what extent?
At the end of the day, you have to be kind of responsible for yourself. It's like I can be responsible for all the things that I naturally feel responsible for, and then I can also be responsible for like checking in with other people emotionally to make sure that they're good, right?
So would you want in that situation the woman to check in with the man, say after she rejects him, that he's good?
It depends. It's going to vary from interaction to interaction. I guess what I want is
Would it be best practice though?
it could be. Like there's so many different like variables in these kinds of interactions. Like, is this happening in a bar? Like, is this like, you know, like a friend that has like fallen in love with you? You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, like it. There's so many variables that go into this that like it's kind of hard to like nail down like a specific end game. I usually try to just meet clients where they're at, instead of being like, all right, this is the specific like one size fits all thing that I want for you.
Okay, so walk me through then how you do this for an incel, because like I can maybe see like the empathy piece. I don't really see the empathy piece with the categorization element, especially because when I listened to your video, it talked about how like once you realize everyone's boring, then everyone's also beautiful.
Right.
How is that? How is that empathy?
That in of itself, I'm not sure if I would. Not everything is going to like exist as empathy necessarily. It's like it. A lot of this has to do with like, everyone is boring, and that, but like they're allowed to be boring. You know, it's okay that they're boring. They're gonna like allow them to be boring so that you can then allow them to excite you.
What do you mean by that though? Because I would say like there are some people that I find boring, but like for example, when I met my husband and we were dating, I don't think either of us found each other boring ever.
Right.
That was part of what was the attraction, at least between us. And I think that's most people is that they don't get attracted to somebody because they're like, wow, this person's so predictable, right? It's usually because they find this person, either they check off a series of checklists of like, this is what I really want in a partner and I think it's super cool, or they think that they're really cool and unique. That's usually what I hear.
I think there's a level of like kind of talking past each other that's happening to some extent. I'll try to clarify what I'm talking about specifically when I say one to like allow everyone to be boring so that they can be allowed to be exciting. I'll get a little bit more clear about like the specific context I'm talking about there, right? So like with women, right? Women, if you're on a dating app as a woman, you are getting a lot of messages from guys. About 99% of those messages are going to be the same old hey. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like everyone, like if you start really looking at people's profiles, everyone's profile on a dating app is pretty much the same. It's usually something about how, like with women, I've noticed it's usually stuff about like, I'll probably like my dog more than you, so on and so forth. Maybe there's like a no Trump supporters clause in there, but like more or less people are the same. The more you look, they tend to present themselves the same. Um, and what I'm kind of getting at is it's like I understand that there's a lot of white noise in the Tinder stuff, right? With just the guys being like, hey, hi, sup, and they don't have like anything actually interesting to say on the open. What I'm getting at with the empathy in regards to that is like maybe just because they're only saying hey or hi or what's up, that doesn't mean that they have to be like boring people or like disqualified immediately. Maybe they just don't know what to say to you, right? Maybe you don't have like a whole lot in your profile for them to go off of, etc., etc. You are like you don't have to treat every single one like this because it's like having a million subscribers on YouTube and you can't read every single comment at that point. But that's more what I'm talking about. When you, from the male perspective, it's like once you start getting like some level of success with women in like a repeatable kind of way, you start going on a lot of dates with different women and you start to notice they do all the same shit, right? And so it's like, that's kind of what I'm talking about with that specifically, is like, you need to allow them to be boring and just understand it's like, yeah, I've done this dance a million times and I understand, and it's okay for you to be like this. I'm going to enjoy your company anyway.
Okay. So do you think, because like part of the language you're using is very like somewhat like agitative and like kind of like bah, in your face. Do you think you're using that language because it appeals to like incels who are already like maybe like so like kind of fueled with rage or something like that, that like being like, yeah, of course women are boring, but like that's why it's beautiful? Like are you kind of trying to like extend the olive branch to like pull these people in? Because I think like broadly everyone is going to be supporting people who genuinely try to make incels not be incels.
Right.
But I think the language is throwing me, right? Of like calling people boring and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't know if people are boring. It's just that like dating game is predictable mostly. And you're right. Like there's like, you can either call it boring or you can be like, it's exciting every single time I get to engage with a new person and like see what possibilities open up. But it seems like you're saying both. Come, just get inside. Sorry, I'm just getting my dog inside because she's whining.
You're fine. I am saying both. Now, do you want the politically correct answer or do you want the based answer?
I want whatever answer seems more accurate to you.
The answer regarding the language that I use is that it seems to be true to me, and I'm an idiot who really struggles with making my ideas palatable to people, and that's been what I'm focusing on.
Palatable to incels specifically, correct? Because I'm going to be honest.
Just about anyone, but yeah.
Okay, because I would say like, have you had a lot of success with clients? I guess I should probably ask.
Yeah, I've had multiple people reach out to me and tell me that like if they hadn't known me, they'd still be like virginal, like video game addicted losers, in their own words specifically, that kind of stuff.
Do you think there's an issue though in that like they're including virginal in that list, like somehow being a virgin is an issue, when actually in my mind the only issue is actually the other things like virginal? I don't know. I have an issue with our like culture like making virginal almost like this inherently bad thing when it's just like a thing.
It's not on a cultural level is I think that there's kind of a disconnect there, right? So when one of my clients comes to me and says like, I'm not a virgin anymore, stuff like that, it's kind of like if you're coming from more like a poor kind of background, and that being poor is causing a lot of distress in your life, you go to like some like fucking money guru or whatever, and they like help you like start investing, and all of a sudden like you've taken the steps in your life and you're not poor anymore. That's not to say that being poor is necessarily bad, but it's like I'm no longer dealing with the thing that I was suffering from. It's not that being a virgin or being virginal is like is necessarily innately culturally bad. It's just that being a virgin was causing this person suffering, and by getting them laid, I've alleviated that.
Is that your main goal with your clients, though, is to just get them laid?
It depends on what the client is struggling with and what they need. I had a client reach out to me who was married, actually, and he wanted to improve his social skills, so that he could be a better husband for his wife. I told him, I was like, my method for doing things is a little bit iffy for that specifically, but what I can do is like what you might be able to do potentially is like you're married, you're locked down, you're monogamous, but your friends might not be. And so like a lot of the things associated with like going out and getting yourself laid is pretty much the same technique as going out and like winging for your friend.
Okay.
Right? So I was like, if you really want to use my stuff for that end, I would do that. But I've had clients come to me from like a good bit of different like backgrounds and different like specific struggles. So at the end of the day, I have to meet them where they're at, and I have to understand like, okay, so what is it that they're trying to avoid? What are they, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yeah, Matt, it's so tricky, right? Because it's like I have no problem with people having sex or like having casual sex even. I have an issue with viewing women as like a prize to be won, and the winning is getting your dick wet. It feels very it feels inherently dehumanizing towards women.
I think it's a lot
And
more...
women do it towards men, and I view it similarly
Right.
dehumanizing when women do it towards men.
That's fine.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, I get you. I think it's more dehumanizing to view women that way than to view them the way that a lot of incels view them, or your Elliot Rodgers, where they're like, they should be this way. The world needs to be this way. This world needs to cater to me. I'd rather take them from this shade of dark and move them over to this lighter shade of dark so that I can eventually get them on the road to moving to an overall better, healthy relationship with women.
Okay, so it's harm reduction.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's my issue. Harm reduction in the addiction field is a spicy fucking topic, in large part because we do see that there is less harm done to society. We're going to get less Elliot Rodgers, right? But there's actually arguably similar, if not greater, harm done to in this case, in the addict or the incel. Because in the addict case, we put them on, say, something like methadone, and so they don't experience really dangerous things like overdosing. They oftentimes are able to like maintain not being homeless. But then when you talk to the individuals, they actually like kind of hate their lives, and they feel numbed and like empty all the time. And so it's like, do we call it harm reduction? Maybe. We do see that we don't typically get these individuals even off of methadone, and their quality of life that I've seen in some studies, the reports of quality of life are not great. And so harm reduction is something where I'm like, societally, I totally get it. I just hate when we pretend that harm reduction is about the person, about the actual like individual who's maybe like suffering, quote unquote. Like it's not, it's about society. It's about like reducing the amount of harm done to society. That's at least the case in addiction. I don't know if that's the case necessarily in dating, but in general, that's my hesitancy with a harm reduction model, is it's like, maybe you take a guy from -10, like an incel, to -8, but maybe if he stayed at -10 for a bit longer and had a different intervention, he would have become like a +2.
The problem is I've been at -10 personally, and the alternative for me was to either go to -8, specifically like -8 just for the sake of this example, or die. I don't want to take that chance with people. That's not to say like I want to do like therapy kind of stuff, but like you can't realistically take someone from -10 and put them at a 7. When you start introducing like really extreme changes like that, it's too much of a mountain to climb. You need to
It's not
introduce
possible.
these kind of changes.
The only time we ever have documents of like those type of major changes is like essentially like truly like conversion experiences. Oftentimes it is
I'm
religious
not
conversion or it's psychedelics.
right. I'm not trying to get them to from like -10 to -8 and then leave them there. I want them to get from -10 to -8 and then change like okay, so because what'll get you from -8 to -6 is different from what got you from -10 to -8.
Okay.
Right? You
Yep.
need different help now. You need to work on different things. So if you're at -10 and you go to -8, now it's like okay, I still want to coach you through this. Because otherwise, what can happen is you can get them to relapse back down to -10. You can get all kinds of weird shit, right? Regarding the overall like pickup thing, I'm kind of trying to reclaim the idea of the pickup artist and whatnot because I find I find there's a lot of value in this. However, it's like I need to be like I'm 100% owning the fact that I need to be the change that I wish to see, and that's kind of the angle that I'm taking here. Is like there's a lot of really gross red pill shit that I'd like to avoid because it's not ultimately conducive to getting people into a good, healthy relationship with women. But I also like simultaneously recognize it's like a lot of the pickup community is in this kind of red pill thing right now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like I have to be responsible for what I'm doing, so that I don't make the mistakes of the other people in this sphere.
Okay. Do you think there is anyone else in your sphere? Like, are there lots of people like trying to redeem incels?
Not about trying to redeem incels specifically. I mean, maybe, right? But like, there are people who do have the. I'm sorry. There are people who have like really really good mindsets about women and about going about this. It's just they're a little bit difficult to find, unfortunately. You know. I can think of two people off the top of my head that are like really really good um, in terms of like the really doing the empathy thing and just like appreciating women. A lot of my ideas about that sphere specifically from those people. Um, yeah,
Okay. And
I think that.
a
Yeah,
lot of
go ahead.
people, I think a lot of people, I've seen a lot of questions about you as an individual, which I think when it comes to basically, as you've kind of said, somewhat pseudoscientific dating advice, I think it's valid to basically be like, who the fuck are you to give the advice then? Um, and you've said, well, I've been an incel, right? So like you kind of have that experience.
Hmm.
Have you gone from being an incel into a long term relationship?
Um, kind of. So the thing about the long term relationship thing for me is like that's not what makes me happy. Um, my I've got people in my life that if that are like I have met people every now and then that I'm like, oh, I'd actually be pretty okay being in a long term like monogamous relationship with you in some capacity. The problem is like my desire to pursue this specific thing to like give back, I guess, to the pickup stuff that quite literally like gave me the resources I needed to save my own life when I was 16. Um, it's like my desire for that kind of outpaces outpaces me intellectually. No, it it's greater than my desire to specifically calm down, to settle down with a woman. If that makes sense. Like I would like to have like the wife and kid someday, but like if that gets in the way of what I'm trying to do, like this is like I'm an atheist, but the way that I like the severity with which I see this is like this is my mission from God. You know what I'm
Okay.
doing right now, and it's like I'm not willing to like I'm not willing to sacrifice that mission for the purpose of having the long term like monogamous thing. Have I had long term healthy relationships? Yes, but like my goals are such a thing that like it kind of gets in the way of that.
Right. You're kind of a workaholic. Like you're
Uh,
devoting most of your energy towards this work that you're not devoting energy towards like relationship.
yeah, like I really enjoy being around women. I've got, women in my life that I'm just like like if you ask my friends, like I am the biggest fucking baby when I start talking to a new girl because I'll start like gushing, just oh my god, she's so fucking precious. I love her to death. Just all these little things. And but like what? I think I heard, did I hear Nick?
Yeah, probably. Sorry.
I wasn't sure if that was directed at me or not, so I was just
No,
like
he's not. He's
the timing worked out, you know. Um, um, but yeah, it's like I'm devoted to this thing, and I'm not willing to let anything get in the way of that. Um, yeah, it's my holy crusade, so to speak.
Don't you think though that like part of what would make your Holy Crusade a little bit more palatable would be like to have the life that these people want?
To an extent, um,
Like
I
I
do
have a big
find
issue when I like, for example, I'll give
There's
you maybe
only
some
one type of
context.
eel.
yeah,
Thanks
Okay.
for the subscription, Worf. Um, I'm somebody who's wanting to like teach people how to be like mentally healthy in their life, and like a really big thing that I've realized for mental health that we don't actually talk about a lot is we need like we're so focused on purpose and work and all that stuff, and nobody talks about just like simple contentment, which is contentment is a very simple thing. Like it's really just like delighting in like simple things in your life. And I realized that I like couldn't be talking to people about like having balanced mental health when I didn't have my own like mental health like figured out, right? Like I hadn't gone through my own like childhood stuff. I hadn't like kind of conquered it. And so like that became a really big priority for me like earlier in life was to like get on top of all of that like kind of interpersonal, so like introspectional issues that I had, because it's like I don't want to sell the steps to like living healthy if I'm not even living them out, because it feels
right. You don't want to be a hypocrite.
yeah, it is hypocritical, right? Like it's very strange when like doctors will like tell you to like live a healthy life, but then if that doctor themselves is like pretty obviously unhealthy themselves, you're kind of like
Or like whenever you have like a fat nutritionist or something like that.
right, you're just kind of like, why the fuck would I listen to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that one, there's kind of a balance to be had, right? Because if you go too far in the other way, it kind of becomes fallacious. Because someone's ability to teach something isn't always their ability to like do the thing.
Yep, I agree.
So there are plenty of particularly buff guys, for instance, that know significantly less than me about exercise science. And there's probably people that are buffer than Nick who know less than him about exercise science. Like the result isn't always it helps for palatability, but the result isn't necessarily like a 1-for-1 for their ability to teach it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's kind of an appeal to false authority, which I understand. The reason why I bring it up is like any idea that's popular, it's like there's something to it, which is like I'm not going to model my life after somebody who has a terrible life. It's like David Goggins. David Goggins is crazy. He's like some of the most like
I love Goggins.
yeah, he's done some crazy shit. I would
Mhm.
never want to live David Goggins' life because I always think about his kid. And I wonder how his kid fucking feels. Because he doesn't
Right.
talk about it. And he barely, it seems like it's not like, I don't know. I feel like if your kid was a major part of like your own like self-growth and stuff in his autobiography, you would have included it. Right. So I look at David Goggins and be like, there are things I can learn from him, but I would never want to model myself after David Goggins, like ever.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that I don't unless you're like exactly my type specifically. Going back to the personality stuff, you really shouldn't be modeling yourself after me to begin with. I am a fucking loser with no energy who has an extremely hard time with empathy, which is probably why I preach it so much. And it's like, I'm okay with being honest about that. If you're someone who's like very different in terms of like personality stuff, I would still base the advice that I give you on the type that I'm able to come to for you. But no, you absolutely shouldn't be trying to specifically model yourself after me. I'm the messenger. I am the messenger. I'm not the thing that you should be striving to be.
Isn't there an issue though that if you model yourself after people that you're most alike, you're just going to min-max yourself a little bit?
If I model, I mean, yeah, that was probably like specifically like right there. That was probably like a poor choice of phrase on my part. But yeah, what I'm getting into is like, I don't want to be this fucking like cult leader, like icon thing. I'm just this guy screaming into the internet about in a really monotone, robotic voice about how people need to be loving and empathetic to other people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want people to try to be me, or try to model themselves after me.
Right. You want them to be healthy versions of themselves, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's pretty much the thing. If there is anything to model after me, it's not the super like specific how I do things or how I tackle relationships specifically for myself. It's like, it's how I within my relationships have a very big focus on giving without any need of reciprocation.
Okay.
Like if you wanna model something after me specifically as like a figurehead, it would be that. I have no interest in. I've very little interest in reciprocation from the things that I do in like in terms of like kindness. You know,
Right.
I don't. This is gonna sound like a little like bullshitty, little clever kind of thing, but it's like I don't believe in being nice to women. I believe in being kind to women.
Yeah, I can understand that. Like, what you mean by that is you don't want to be polite. You want to be like deeply generous and like actually like wanting to see like respect them and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I do the shit that I do because I genuinely love being around women. I wouldn't do it otherwise.
Okay. I find it interesting that you talk about like empathy, but then you refer to everyone as boring.
But it might be a projection of myself because I view myself as being a very boring person. Like, I'm not fun, right? I make up for the lack of fun by being really interesting to talk to.
Okay,
I've
but
had
wouldn't
women
you?
tell me that.
I mean, wouldn't that mean though, like if you're interesting to talk to, then that makes you fun to some extent?
I guess I'm just thinking about I don't know. For myself, I'm thinking about boring in terms of like just a kind of like an energy thing. This is like almost as excitable as I get, unless I'm like at the club specifically teaching a client, and then I get really up there. But this is pretty much how it is. But yeah, like I view people as fundamentally boring because I view people as being fundamentally the same in a lot of ways. Like there are certain universal things that you'll be doing in a very meta sense. Give me a sec to turn my light on. I'm losing lighting here.
Sure.
All right, I have returned. So, yeah, tackling the boring thing. It's like, so there are certain things that within the personality stuff that I do, it seems to be regardless of type, everyone kind of does certain things. Those things seem to be more or less like projections, kind of one of the big ones, right? So I know that if you are, we kind of went over this before, if you're a decider, you're going to kind of interact with the world, like in your relationships, under the assumption that everyone else is a decider like you, right?
Okay.
And it's like, Jesus, I'm sorry, I got lost on the train of thought there.
Okay.
I lost my.
Maybe I'll
Yeah.
just ask another question then. So how do you go from, because there, I understand a certain purpose behind like somewhat systematizing how to like approach in the case of what you're talking about, women,
Mhm.
that like leads to better results for people who are basically having no results, right? Like it's better to have a system that's kind of working if you expose them enough to a situation where like, oh hey, they're responding like somewhat positively or at least neutrally, like they're not cringing at me. It starts to undo certain mindsets that they have that are really negative towards women, which is inherently going to somewhat imbue how they engage with them again, that they're going to be more positive, maybe more happy, maybe more excited, which is again going to confer to women probably reacting to them again more positively,
Right.
stuff like that. So I'm kind of understanding like that's kind of like you're kind of just doing like an exposure system. I guess I still struggle to see where these personality types fit in. Like I don't know how you can't just do that without this personality system. Like the personality system feels like this weird side piece that doesn't really fit anything else.
The personality system fits in where I guess I'll get like a little bit definitionally into it again. I'll try to be very brief with it though. So I mentioned that there's like modes, right, and obligations and whatnot. So if I want to talk about the four modes are like test checking, consumption, production, and maintenance. Okay,
And sorry, these are what?
these are the modes that I've been mentioning that like determine what your obligations are as far as like your type is concerned. So like when you are operating in one of these modes, you are obligated to behave in accordance with that mode. So like for instance, I I'll just use like checking, right? The one that I described there is like you're basically testing like information to see you're trying to break the information while, but there's also like an aspect of it which is like you want to like check to make you want to make sure that everyone's on the same page, right?
Mm-hmm.
um so I was talking to this girl and I'm very firm in like not doing any like kiss and tell, but like I developed this theory. And I was typing this girl and I was talking to her, and it seemed to be the case that her dominant mode was checking, and this checking was an emotional thing. So she's checking to make sure that everyone is emotionally vibing together, in like a harmonized kind of way, right?
Okay.
And so that was kind of what she was like. Everything that she was doing, a lot of the shit that she did in her life was like because she was trying to fulfill that specific obligation. Um, and what I did when I was talking to her was like, okay, I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna see how it goes. And so I started like pinging off like a bunch of different emotional spikes, right? Kind of like almost simulating like I'm gonna like be the source of a bunch of different emotions to like simulate being multiple people that you're trying to get in line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to get into the specifics of that.
So
I think you kind
what
of
would
get it
you
abstractly.
do? Yeah, sorry, you're still. It's so ambiguous still that I like literally
Okay.
tangibly I have nothing from this. So you meet a girl. Really simply, you meet a girl. She seems to be kind of the social anxious checker. She just kind of wants to make sure everyone is kumbaya. Somebody might call her a people pleaser. There might be a bunch of labels we use.
hmm
What do you do? What does that cue you that she needs?
My cue is to then enable that checking to make sure everyone is like, that seems to be what she's doing. If I want to go on a date with this girl, specifically in terms of technique, what I would then do is I'd figure out like, okay, so how do I enable this thing that like, how do I put her in a position to fulfill that obligation that she's feeling?
But
Okay.
isn't that bad?
So
Like if she's anxiously checking all the time, why would you want to enable that? Doesn't that make
Because
it worse?
no, because these modes have there's purposes for these none of this is like a disordered thing
Yeah,
or
anxiety doesn't have to be disordered.
I'm not talking about anxiety.
Well, why is she
Um,
checking on everyone then?
there are people who just kind of fucking do that, and it's not like an anxiety thing. It's like it's like their brain's fucking programmed to just do this. Where like constantly it's not anxiety, but they're constantly aware of like the emotional vibe in the room, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned Gary Vaynerchuk is like that, but you don't know who he is. Goggins is like that, although he's not doing it in an emotional way. Um, uh, it's just a part of personality of this personality thing that I would have to go like really deep into. Um, a lot of this kind of involves like kind of staring at a bunch of people all day to really kind of understand specifically what I'm talking about.
Is it nurturing then? If it's not anxious, are you describing somebody who's very nurturing?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, so why don't we
So
just use the label of like somebody who's like being like the mom of the group? Like it feels like we're
okay,
inventing a new label to describe something that actually like I'm pretty psychologically trained and I'm having a hard time being like, so what is this behavior, right? Because it sounded like anxiety when you first talked about checking for harmony. Why don't we just call it like they're kind of being the mom in the group?
okay. I don't um I don't like calling it that just because of like specific stuff, but like that doesn't matter for this conversation, so I'm moving past it. Um, so she's, mom of the group kind of thing, where it's like, I want to make sure everyone is in line. I want to make sure everyone's happy. Uh, fucking Melina is a good example of this, actually. Destiny's partner.
Yep.
Um, but I wouldn't describe that as like an anxious thing. It's just I feel obligated to make sure everyone's happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's like that, and so naturally, because multiple people means spectrum of emotions, because every different person is going to have their own emotion, their own vibe to them, right? So if you're trying to pull everyone into like the right like emotional wavelength, then like it necessarily means you're kind of scanning the broad spectrum of emotions. Does that make sense?
Yep. I
Okay.
understand. We're still talking about the mom. I get it.
Yeah. So I'm talking to this girl, and based on that theory, based on like what I just described, I understand that she's checking for spectrum of emotions. So I'm going to give a spectrum of emotions. One of the first things I said to her was, "I hate you," right? But I also like I didn't say it like in a mean like you're horrible. It was like a bit of a grin on the face. I hate you, like that kind of thing. And it's like the disconnect, the incongruence between like the emotional content of what I'm saying versus the what I was actually feeling and what I was actually emoting when I said it. It there was like a level of intrigue there. It's a little bit like negging, if you've heard that term before.
Yep.
It's a little bit like that. It's kind of the same idea. It's just I think negging has some connotations to it that are wrong. um, I think Mystery was wrong about what negging is and why it works. But I did that, and I was like, I think if we hung out, I think you'd probably hate me. Like, I think you'd hate me too a little bit. But then, like, you'd come around, and you'd start to be a little bit scared of like losing me or whatever the fuck. I don't. It's been a while since this specific interaction, so. Uh, but you kind of get the idea where it's like I'm walking through like different emotional spikes that could possibly happen throughout our future interactions. And through doing that, I'm like stimulating this thing that she already feels inclined to do. And that is actually the what built the attraction between us initially.
Okay.
So like
So then, how
it's
would you go about maybe we
yeah.
can do a practice? How would you go about approaching and talking with somebody like me? Like, just to be practical. Because this is my main thing. It's like, whenever I hear somebody be like, I'm a communication coach, but then it feels like they're communicating poorly, I'm always like, what the fuck is going on here, right? And so you're saying, like, I'm good at, like, talking and getting, and, like, navigating girls. So, like, more or less, I'm kind of like, can you navigate me a little bit? Like, I'm curious. Because I know you're trying to talk educationally right now, which is, I understand, a different metric. So I want to, like, give you an opportunity to kind of, I'm more or less testing you to be like, are you good at talking to women? Like, could you engage with me in a way that, like, I would find interesting and enjoyable, aside from the education piece? Does that make sense?
Kind of. There's an issue of the context though. So like you see a lot of this stuff when like PUAs go on like talk shows or whatever, and there's like a girl sitting next to them that's like planted there from like the talk show host, and it's like, all right, now hit on that girl, and it's like there's kind of an issue there because there's an incongruence between like what I am experiencing versus like what I'm trying to do, right? So it's like it's like putting on a mask basically. So I can
Portland.
try.
Sorry, I'm just
so I
thanking
can-
somebody who donated.
You're good. So I can try that a little bit. It's just it might not come off super great. So like if let's like set the scene, right? So you're like we're at a club, whatever. God, there's so many variables here that I'm just like
Okay, so maybe I'll give you some, like, my feedback so far. Of,
Yeah.
like, I feel like as interpersonally, at the meta level, I've communicated to you a number of times, you're being a little bit too verbose and not fully understanding you. And I've even gone so far as basically I've paused all of my scrolling on the internet or anything to give you sole attention to make sure that, so I've like been like, okay, it's not just on him. If I'm not following closely, I should stop what I'm doing to make sure I'm not distracted by anything else. Now I'm fully paying attention to you, and I'm still struggling to follow you, and I'm still finding myself like thought wandering and like having a really hard time like being like, what are you actually saying? So there's my interpersonal feedback. What would you recommend to like one of your clients to overcome that gap with a woman or anyone?
to overcome the gap that I'm currently having trying to be educational. Just understanding that there's a time and a place for a lot of this stuff. So like an example I might give is like in online, I had this friend who was on Tinder and he would send these colossal messages, and it's like, dude, motherfucker, like chill with that. The reason I'm having the issue with like being a little bit too verbose is because it's like I feel like with the information, there's a lot of depth to what I'm trying to get at, but there's an issue of like, kind of like, I have an issue of like trusting that the other person's going to understand. So I try to like layer in the caveats. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think that's actually what's kicking my ass right now.
Yeah, I would say in general, I've started learning when you go from being an educator to being more of a discussionary, you have to like stop putting in the caveats and let people ask questions instead. Whereas when you like teach and you don't have much like space for feedback, you have to kind of predict caveats that people are going to need and then state them.
Okay. So let's say you're at the club, whatever, by yourself, I approach. My goal in a really meta level is to become I want to be a source of happiness, right? That's kind of like my entire meta goal is like with the interaction, I want to be like a source of happiness. So, I might make a joke off the bat. It could be observational. I'll just say something. So like I'll approach.
Why don't you
and
do
I'll
it
be
with
like,
me like right now, like
Okay.
in this interpersonal. So you don't have to act like you're hitting on me because you can talk to a woman without trying to like get in her pants or anything. Just like, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying?
So,
Like turn this conversation to the point where like you're kind of controlling it and I'm interested. Like how would you do that? Because that's a lot of times what women want, right? Is they like want the man to kind of like steer the conversation and kind of take them somewhere, which I think a lot of women find intriguing. So I'm curious to see you do that.
okay, you want me to like really like step up and be the
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Let me like breathe for a second, because it's funny, like the confidence that you get from like walking up and approaching women doesn't always prepare you for like the confidence of being in a live stream with someone.
I'm also a pretty intense person, so that's also working against you.
No, it's okay. It's fine. So what you have to do ultimately, if you want to, if you get girls, right? I'm going to say that you're my client. Okay? You want to get girls, what you need to do is, bottom line, is you need to empathize with the experience that they're having when they engage with you, and you need to be a consistent source of happiness for them.
What does that mean?
Okay?
How do I be a
And
consistent source of happiness for them?
it depends on exactly where you are coming from. Like, if do you already know this person? Do you already know? If you're just walking up and approaching them in a club, it might be approaching, making a witty joke. You have to make a statement of empathy, though. Statements of empathy are huge, right? So if I walk up to a girl who, say, we're outside of the club, she's walking by, right? She looks like she might have somewhere to be. I'll say something like, "Hey, don't let me stop you," right? Or if I want to talk to a waitress who's working, which I don't tend to recommend people to do, but like if I wanted to do it, the way that I would say is like, "Hey, listen, like before we're about to leave and as I'm tipping, like as I've already put the tip down, I'd be like, "Hey, listen, I don't eat out much. Um you're probably never going to see me again. So like don't take me wrong here. But I just wanted to let you know that you are like disgustingly attractive, and I hope you have a really great day." Right? So like the statement of empathy means so much regardless of any type stuff. The type stuff is like when we start to get into like really specific territory of exactly what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So but the statement of empathy is like that's where I want most people to start. Is just, don't let me stop you. I understand that you're probably going somewhere. I understand that you're probably here with friends. I understand that you may not be having the best night. Maybe your mom's in the hospital. Like, even if she fucking chews your shit out, right? Because that'll happen sometimes too. Sometimes you'll approach someone and they freak the fuck out because, like, you're giving them a little bit of an excuse, like, somewhere that they can put the anger of, like, the shitty day that they've had. Right? And now there's some asshole who's like walking up trying to hit on them, whatever. And it's like, you need to be the one who's responsible to empathize with what they're going through. Even if you're a fucking weirdo like me who feels like that shit's like beneath me, right? When I was younger, I used to think like caring about people's feelings and making my ideas palatable. I thought that was bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, I have to be the one who's responsible because no one else is going to.
Yeah. You're fundamentally the one responsible for like how well a conversation goes.
Right. It's like when you in academia, right? And in law, right? In academia and in law, there's this idea of like the burden of proof, right? So if you make a statement, you have to be the one to be able to prove it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You like, I have to have evidence for things that I say.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Substantiate your claims.
The same kind of idea in a meta sense, like, works with conversations. So like, if I want to interact with someone new, I have to carry the burden of that conversation. I have to be responsible for the way the conversation goes. I have to be responsible for, is this person having a good time? Am I enjoying my interaction with this person? You know, what do this person's friends think of me? Because 9 times out of 10, if you're going out at a club, chances are that person has friends with them. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to just try to don't be a fucking predatory weirdo who's just like going after the girls who's like their friends left them, or maybe they're drinking because they're depressed about some shit. You can't be predatory about this stuff.
Okay.
It has to be from a place of good intent. You have to be radiant in the way that you interact with people. You have to be trying to make them happy, right? And it could be in the form of like, so I was talking to this one chick where like, I'm at a club, I'm actually with a client, and I'm doing an approach just because I felt like doing it, and she's one of those people that like when she gets excited, she like flings her arms out and shit. And so I'm telling her some stuff, and she responds telling me back like summary. She flings her arms out, hits this fucking dude's drink, and immediately I'm like, okay, I need to be on this guy. And I'm like, hey, I didn't even think about it. I was just like, hey, listen. He didn't even say anything at this point. I'm just like, hey, dude, that's my bad. Can I buy you another drink? You know? And it's like, you have to be willing to engage with everyone so that you can engage with the people that you actually want to be engaging with for longer term purposes. Like, empathy is the fucking, like, forget the personality stuff. Empathy is the crux of everything you have to be doing.
Tactical empathy.
Say that again?
Tactical empathy?
Tactical empathy is what you said?
Yeah, with a question mark at the end. Like, are you meaning like tactical empathy?
I wouldn't even call it like tactical. Like, it helps, right? So like, if you are a person who is, how should I say? If you're someone like me, like a fucking shit who like feels like like caring about people's feelings and palatability, if you feel like any of that stuff is like beyond you or beneath you or anything like that, it may need to be tactical empathy at first, right? So that you can get a feel for it. But the end goal, right? We were talking about -10 to -8 earlier. It's like we need to get you from like no empathy to like situational empathy, or maybe even just feigning it, right? So that eventually you forget that you're just feigning it, right? And then from there, it's like, okay, so it's no longer tactical and it's actually genuine. And I actually genuinely resonate with this person's experience because I kind of understand what they're going through because I've seen it so many times.
Right. Do you have the same revulsion to tactical empathy as some people do to manipulative?
A little bit. I have a bit of a revulsion to people using the term manipulative in general because I think I think people use the word manipulative to like get out of being responsible for their own negotiations and interaction.
Would you say a therapist is manipulative?
I think everyone's manipulative.
Okay.
So whenever you get into an interaction with someone, with anyone, doesn't matter who it is, there's a thing that you want. Okay? For us, we're trying to, have a conversation. We're trying to understand each other. More so, you're trying to understand me. When I go out and I approach a woman at a club, my intention is to determine whether, like, I'm there to, like, be a witness to the beauty there, and I'm trying to, like, appreciate their company. And that can turn into screening for, like, do I want to take this relationship further? There's always a goal. Right? And that goal can be changing as the interaction goes on. The problem with saying X thing is manipulative is what you end up doing is like when you fail to when people say that I was manipulated into doing something, 9 times out of 10 what they're actually saying is that this person wanted something that I didn't want, or that wasn't in line with what I wanted. And so I made a sacrifice for them, but on the back end, I didn't get what I wanted, so they manipulated. Right? And that's kind of why it's so important to like give without needing the reciprocation. Because that, like, oh, I was manipulated, happened because you gave with the expectation of that person seeing through whatever it is that you were trying to negotiate for.
Right. Okay.
Is that a little better in terms of taking control of the being a little bit more?
I feel like you still didn't answer a lot of what I was asking. Like there was still a little bit of like dodging going on, but I don't think you're intentionally dodging.
Okay.
I'm not like it doesn't feel like an intentional dodge. It feels like a used to educating style. Academics do this a lot too, so I'm pretty used to it.
I think part of the issue is like there'll be questions that are posed to me a lot of the time, especially being open about the pickup artist thing, that like I fundamentally disagree with the premise, and that can be a problem, you know. So like manipulative is a good example of that. is like I disagree with this premise that like manipulation is in of itself a bad thing. I
Yeah,
think
me
that
too.
having malicious intentions is a bad thing, but being manipulative is just whatever.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, like if you look at what descriptively manipulation is, most people engage in it most of the time. It's just like when we think of manipulative, we think of like bad, like very selfish ends. But
Hmm.
arguably, a therapist tries to manipulate people into doing things that are healthy for themselves. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Um, and I will give like that thing that I just did where I got a little bit more excitable. That's actually something that I'll do in the club specifically. If you were wanting like um, a little bit more of a specific "what do I do" kind of situation, um, I do best in field, so to speak. Whenever I actually have someone that I'm in the ear teaching, because that like gets me excited. It gets me in that really playful kind of mood.
Mm.
Um, yeah, like teaching this stuff and like coaching and really getting serious about like empathy, be a source of happiness, go up and talk to people. You're the one who's being weird by not talking to them, etc., etc. That stuff gets me going. It gets me a little bit. Um, I don't know. It gets me happy.
Yeah.
I really love doing this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like your heart is in the right place. I mean, I'm never going to be opposed to people trying to make incels less incels, and I think there's very few people willing to like see them as humans.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that that's like I can understand not wanting to see them as humans, but fundamentally, like nothing's going to change that. And a lot of people don't care about changing incels, and I don't think you have to. But I think it's good to have people who want to change that, obviously.
Right.
Um, so I think that that's good.
Yeah.
Um,
Like as we move more and more digital in terms of like the way we interact with other humans, because of like what you've talked about this before with like the Tinder statistics of like 90% of women to like 10% of men. It's like as we move more and more digital, this stuff becomes more and more important for the purpose of like preventing incels from happening. Men need to know how to approach.
yeah, yeah, from your end, right? Like that's how you're solving it. I mean, I would say like I just want to mostly I want women to start approaching. I think actually that's the better solution. But
I agree with that. And my take is actually kind of similar to that. So, like, an issue that can happen is like, I've actually been approached by about 3 women in my life, right? Um, and a consistent thing that happens a lot, because being approached by a woman is actually an extremely rare thing for most men, right? It just doesn't fucking happen. And when you approach someone like this, and they're not used to being approached, especially if it's outside of something like a bar or a club, right? Then they start like looking around and like doubting the intention of what's actually happening, right? So if you want to normalize, women approaching men, here's a little bit of advice for any women in your audience who might be interested who are still here. Um, if you want to approach a man, you need to like understand he might not be approached very much ever, right? And so depending on the situation that you're in, if you're there with like a lot of your friends, they may actually get it in your head through like scanning the room when you approach them. They may get the impression that they're being played up for laughs, right? And so you need to be ready for that specifically because I think that will come up a lot, especially with guys who are a little bit less successful with women.
yeah, okay. Is there anything else you were thinking about?
No, I think I said pretty much everything I wanted to get out. Um, yeah, I apologize for the long-windedness. That's that I'll be working on it.
That's okay. That's just a skill
But
to like grow in.
yeah,
I was super long-winded when I started streaming as well. So
mhm.
yeah,
It'll probably also help when like, because moving forward, something I intend to do is like specifically analyze like certain people and go through like the checklist of like different type things. So like I think having the context of actually witnessing the behavior and then me being like this is signaling this to me. Um, I think that'll be good overall. But yep, I appreciate you having me on.
yeah.
Um,
If
there
you've got
anything-
any socials, you should drop them in the chat or send them to me so I can drop them in the chat.
Cool. Well, you have my YouTube.
Just send them to me again though, so that I don't have to like dig them up and stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll
Because I've
just
got
go
this,
ahead.
I've got this, so I can like post this for everyone. But you're starting to Twitch. You want a Twitch stream, right?
Yeah. So my Twitch is actually the same as my YouTube. It's Simon TMTD.
Simon TMTD. Okay.
And that's actually where I'm streaming from with my one viewer, who I believe is I don't know. But yep, that's what I'm doing, and yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Hopefully, I'll be able to make something a little bit more sustainable out of Twitch than I was with YouTube.
Yeah. Maybe get you on
Anyway,
some panels or
hopefully-
something.
Yeah, hopefully I've been able to like turn your chat around a little bit in terms of those mixed signals. If not, that's okay. Not everyone's going to like me.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Anyway, you too.
All right. You've been turned on, Scarfo, but have you been turned on or turned around? That was the real question that I have to ask. All right. Were you too harsh? I don't know. A lot of you guys were fucking harsh. Not gonna lie. Headless Chicken was going in. Why? Most of you said why. So the reason why I'm asking is because a lot of people told me it was extremely funny. It would be extremely funny to watch me die over and over on Elden Rings because I'm not like a hardcore serious gamer. That's the main reason why. Yeah. That's okay, Headless. You don't have to like everyone. Hannah, thank you. You commend my ability to... I'm not sure what... I mean, I would say... I think he's got, like, the right idea, right? Like, to be honest, like, the way that you're gonna, like, pull incels out isn't gonna look the same. Like, it's things like... Okay, a lot of people want to teach psychopaths empathy. It doesn't work. And we've done research that shows that empathy training for criminal psychopaths actually just increases their rate of recidivism because they're just better at manipulating people. And so, like, sometimes, like, the most effective treatment for something isn't necessarily what seems palatable, right? And so it's like, if we can cause incels to become a little bit less incel-y through, like, a harm reduction method, that might be better than just leaving them. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob Watkins, specifically. I understand how to manipulate you better now, thanks. You think. Did anyone expect me to get protagonist? If they have a protagonist title, does that mean there's also a personality type that's an NPC? That's the question I have to ask. I just, yeah. Just in case you're, like, wondering, if you're like, wait, is Erudite, like, for Myers-Briggs? I'm not, like, opposed to it inherently. Because, like, even if it's not super empirical, if it, like, helps you introspect on yourself, I'm not opposed to it. I just, like, I don't try to claim it's, like, a super scientific method of analysis. The debater. Nice. Oh, are you saying that that's me? Thanks, dude. How is Myers-Briggs different than the Big Five? Myers-Briggs is different because, so this one's interesting in that they're starting to do percentiles versus just fixed traits, which is smart because anything, once you move it to more of a percentile, it's going to be a little bit more accurate because it's just more nuanced. Big Five, the major difference is that it's been validated in almost every major country. Almost every single continent it's been tested in. It does seem to be the case that there's probably a 6-factor analysis that's more accurate, but it seems to be that the 5 factors that are identified by Big Five are universally the cluster of psychological expressions humans can have. Am I an NPC in your life, Cheese? I don't know, Cheese. That's up to you. And me, I guess, but... I can't make somebody not an NPC if they don't talk to me, you know? every pickup artist is just full of rationale as to what they do works a very marginal amount of the time, and using the incel movement as a pedestal is just another one of those super weak rationales. Yes, but fundamentally, I'm like, I want to encourage anyone trying to make incels less incels. Obviously, I'm going to put my energy more behind people who are doing that effectively, but it's probably hard to get good data on that. We can see effective treatment for incels. Let's see. This is just going on about rosacea, which is not what I would expect. Why are you screaming, wake up? There's no one way that it will work. Yeah, oh, for sure. Not even Google can help me, I know. Autists. I mean, we do. So here's the thing. That was one thought I had with like kind of his method that he was talking about, is it might actually be decently effective for neurodivergent people who are maybe like they really need a practical functional way to broadly categorize people that also tells them how to interact. And so I'm super open to that. Is incel in the DSM-5? It is not in the DSM-5. But I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. But like if we could make a way for people who are like have autism to like better understand and know how to interact with others, I think that would only be a net improvement for their living quality more than anything else. Not because I'm like, there's something so fucking wrong with them. Yeah. Men who hate women, from incels to pickup artists. Uh-oh. Yeah, and this is like kind of the issue, right? Is like when we're like, I understand convincing incels to just talk to women so that they stop having negative, and I understand selling it under the goal of sex, because that's usually most incels' goal, right? I understand that. I also understand why there's going to be a lot of pushback, because it's pretty... Is it misogynistic to say, like, women are only for sex? No, I would say it's sexist, right? Because misogynistic is actively about, like, hatred of women. Incels obviously are misogynistic for the most part, but yeah. When I was 20, I became close to becoming an incel. Approaching women is super hard. I didn't know what to do. I listened to some pickup artist stuff back then. It kind of helped me. It was lucky, since I've always been good to pick good things and leave more of the weird stuff out. Yeah, and that's kind of what I think Simon is talking about, right? Is if we can just get incels to just start talking to women and give them a few basic like skills of like, hey, here's how to like not make women really uncomfortable, what's going to happen is they're broadly going to have more or less decent experiences, because most average women are actually decently nice. They might be kind of passive and like not interested, but most women aren't going to just like attack you and like screech at you. Yeah. Just get the government to match people. Oh gosh. The government doesn't know how to like fucking do anything well. So I would not trust them.
There's only
Thanks,
one type of
MV
deal.
Parker.
Okay.
I would not trust the government to do matchmaking. That sounds like a nightmare. Okay, call when you're... Alright, I'm talking to somebody next. We're gonna go from dating and incels and pickup artistry to science. I'm not sure exactly what, so yeah. Yeah. Where's my government aside girlfriend? I know. It's what's that show? Is it? It's not Divergent. It's not. There's a young adult dystopic novel that's just like The Hunger Games, but in it they basically like assign people. They assign people like romantic partners. It's very strange. Okay, we got our friend here. I'm gonna join him. Hello.
Hello, hopefully you're able to hear me.
I can hear you. I'm just gonna pull you up
See
on
me?
the stream.
I'm gonna do the same.
Perfect. Do you mind
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, once I get you on, do you mind entertaining everyone for like 2 seconds? I just need to use the washroom.
I'll do my best. I am not all that entertaining at all.
Uh-oh. They're gonna be grumpy then at me. Um,
They're going to be watching me fumbling around with getting you on my screen.
yeah. My thing does not seem to want to find you. No. Hold on. You can do it. Hold on, let me just refresh it. There we go. Woo! Did it, guys. Is this guy an incel? Are you an incel? They want to know.
I'll leave it a mystery.
Oh! You guys are gonna have to guess. I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll before and after our talk to see if they think you're an incel. Is Corey an incel? Yes. Definitely yes. Maybe. That's all I'm giving you. No, I'll give you a no. All right. All right. Oh, it doesn't let me guidelines because I hate the word incel. All right, guys. Poll is ready. I think. It's having a hard time loading it up, though. All right. Tell us. So, for those of you looking at the poll, the you know what is an incel. We have to decide before and after this conversation if Corey is an incel or not.
I myself am curious on the result.
Definition of an incel: involuntary celibate, kind of misogynistic, hates women, and basically feels that women are to blame and society are to blame for their lack of sex. And while we are doing that, could you maybe tell everyone about yourself a little bit?
I'll do my best. So I am Corey Campbell, fellow Canadian. I am a biochemist, although I have a bachelor's in cell and molecular biology, and I'm currently a PhD candidate in biochemistry, but I have a high interest in psychology and psychological research. That is my best elevator pitch at who I am. I'm also a fellow Twitch streamer, tiny Twitch streamer, where I mostly cover politics and also maybe some of the scientific psychological research in regards to politics, political beliefs. And I try to do the occasional science stream, and I also do the occasional workout and fitness stream, since I am heavily into fitness.
Wow. I didn't know you're into fitness too.
In a past life, I was a personal trainer.
Really? Everyone says no. Most people are guessing that you're not an incel. I'm gonna guess that's
I'm not going to take the mask off.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks,
Okay.
Bastiny. Yeah. Okay. So, what do you want to talk about today?
One moment. I'm just kind of like fixing my stream still.
Sure. Yeah, I'm noticing that my Discord is freezing.
Right now things appear good on my end, and you're still loud and clear on my end.
Yeah, my Discord's freezing. Just give me a second. Okay, it looks like it's fixed now.
Yeah, I'm hearing from my chat that your stream is frozen and or choppy.
Yes, I think it's fixed now.
Oh. 1 second. Still fumbling around. Give me a minute.
All right, let me change the title because everyone's going to wonder if you're a pickup artist with a nerd. Done.
That is a much more fair assessment. Okay. Giant nerd.
Awesome. Perfect. So you're interested in a lot of things. What do you want to talk about specifically today? Like, what are you interested in?
Yeah, okay. So, one of the reasons why I reached out to you is because it seems, at least from my perspective, from some of the talks and panels that I've seen you on, you seem very much data-driven, which I would describe myself as data-driven, and also I think you describe yourself as an academic. I think I would describe myself as an academic as well. And it's also been interesting to observe you on panels where I think it's pretty clear of the panels that you've been on. You're the psychological expert, and I think you probably have a much better idea of the evidence and all that stuff and experience to follow up with that. And then, nobody seems to uh, take that seriously, especially when it comes to, some of the talks that you've had about casual sex, boundaries, how to approach people or women or interactions. So, I guess to start off, one of the things that was most interesting to me was the talks that you had around casual sex and the multiple panels that you were on and how things were framed
Spicy.
uh, and also what I would preface with is if anything that I say is pseudoscience or BS, feel free to call me out. I would have been probably much less charitable to your past speaker when they mentioned MBTI, the Myers Briggs. I would have called it pseudoscience right off the bat, personally.
Can I push
Um,
back on why I don't?
yes, absolutely.
Academic
If
to
you want,
academic. I think most people hate listening to academics because of that.
yes,
And I find
absolutely.
academics can come across exceedingly prideful, and they don't, especially when they won't acknowledge like actual limitations to science, and particularly like political limitations to that has happened within universities, because there's science and then there's the politics of academia, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's why I do my best to be charitable, because I think like just calling something buzzword pseudoscience is almost like calling something buzzword pick me, and I find it
No, and I understand. I think you
it
were more diplomatic. I think you call it like not empirically based, or just not empirical.
and I
Which
can I
which
can see values in things that even if they aren't empirically based, they might have like narrative values to people, and I don't just want to dismiss that. And if I can figure out what the narrative value is, then maybe we can find an empirical value with that too.
right, yeah, like a common ground, which is fair. Just 1 second. Okay. So your talks starting off with casual sex and all that stuff and maybe how to approach it was interesting because a lot of things were covered with multiple people. It seems like you had multiple talks about it, and at least to my mind, like one thing was sort of left out of the conversation, or rather, it was sort of I think briefly hinted at on the Amazon Lily panel that you were on with Katie, Lana, and a couple other people. I'm sorry, I forget their names. Where I think Lana brought up, uh, testing someone, or as I think you framed it, shit testing someone.
I'll give that credit to Merrick. Merrick came up with the shit testing
Okay,
label, which was a
yeah,
great label.
right. Which I think the more appropriate question to like ask in that context is like, yes, going back to I guess the original how this sort of arose with Destiny's tweet or response to that person,
Yeah.
uh, where like yes, you can approach casual section like have the conversation about boundaries, but there's also like the additional question of like what is the likelihood that this person will respect your boundaries, and that's like the probability of that being the case is low even with shit testing. Uh, and it almost seems like if you acknowledge that then you get into the realm of victim blaming, and I don't think that's a fair characterization of it, right? Like this is just even from an STI or STD standpoint, like just inherently it's more riskier than in a committed relationship where you're doing screening testing. So if your vetting process is not as stringent, you should be able to recognize that and understand the risk going into it. If you just want to go into an interaction and you have a negative experience and you say, well, if I have any responsibility in this negative interaction, I am to blame, or there's some responsibility on me, and therefore it's victim blaming. That seems very unfair.
Yeah, I mean, it's tragic because as somebody, like, I've worked with women. So, like, one of, not my personal client. So, she was a client of the center that I worked in, and I did group therapy with her. But she was doing trauma therapy with one of our registered psychologists at the center. But I was kind of on the inside of all of what was going on because we did weekly councils and stuff like that. And a really important so this client themselves actually talks about it like pretty openly now, but one of the really important moments for her, so she had been like kidnapped, like full on kidnapped, thrown into a trunk, stolen, and like held and like sexually assaulted, like the most violent extreme case that we can think of, right? Like just fucking horrific. And a really, really important thing that caused her PTSD symptoms specifically to really decrease was when she came to like her own conclusion of being like, if I hadn't been out drinking and stuff, it's less likely that would have happened to me. And that doesn't mean that I'm at fault for being raped, but it tells me now like how I can protect myself in the future, which makes me feel less afraid. Like it was the, like for her, this is what kind of shifted my whole mindset about this, because like no one even told her that. Like she kind of came to that on her own, and we just saw the like major shift that happened for her, where she was like, this thing was fucking horrific, but I know now how to protect myself in the future. And this isn't about blaming myself and being like, I'm such a fool for being out late at night and drinking. Because nobody goes out late at night drinking and plans to go get kidnapped and raped. Like nobody plans for that. Obviously not. But this is part of what caused like a huge shift in my mind of being like, holy crap, like this was literally like instrumental of like basically like taking this fear of the future, which is what like trauma does for us, is we're afraid of it happening again. And it actually gives us concrete steps of things I can do to decrease the likelihood of it happening again, which makes me feel less afraid because I have more control in my life.
Right. Yeah, there's an empowerment process to it in terms of acknowledging the risk, and maybe taking on some of the responsibility as opposed to like going in blindly to a potentially more risky situation. And it seems like, Katie very much pushed back on that notion on one of the panels and saying like, well, if the advice is not to have casual sex, that is totally unrealistic advice, and that's just like off the table as advice, which again, that doesn't seem reasonable to me. Because
yeah, it's tough, right? Because it's like she's coming from the perspective like, can we stop telling mentally ill what they can and cannot do? And it's like, sure, we can, right? Because sometimes we kind of dismiss mentally ill people as just being like, you just can't really be arbiters of your own life. And it's like, no, I need you to understand when I'm telling you this, I want you to feel the most empowered to make a choice. Because I think like a big part of trauma is having no choices, which is part of what I like hear in this, is being like, just let us make choices, even unhealthy ones. And so I guess I want to get across, I'm like, you can make unhealthy choices. The problem is that the society isn't always to blame when you make those unhealthy choices.
right, exactly. Because I mean, the example that I would use, and this might not be the best example, but I think Katie probably still locks her door. And so we can talk about the society that we want to live in terms of, I think we should live in a society that we don't have to lock our doors, but recognizing that, there's a risk associated with that, and not like if you're at a point where it's like, your fifth home invasion of the week because you're not locking your door, like there might be some responsibility somewhere on you.
Yeah, and like I guess like when it comes to trauma, I understand the resistance to the victim blaming, because if I don't know if you have any personal experience with trauma or anything, we don't have to get deeply into it.
Well, I'm generally pretty open, but yeah, if I ask anything that you don't want to answer, like feel free to tell me to mind my own business.
Yeah. Right, and like I think you can understand trauma even if you haven't gone through it, obviously, but a like really common experience is to like somewhat like blame yourself or feel guilty in some way, right? It's really, really common. I've walked through it with many of my friends who have gone through really, really traumatic and terrible experiences. And so it's like, I really understand the strong push on like the kind of trauma informed side to be like, you're not at fault, because it like, when you hear that, it feeds so much into this like psychological like monster that gets into your head of like, I'm at fault, which just like erodes your sense of self, right? And like, how do we transition the rhetoric of being like, how do we maybe not say responsibility, but then we instead talk about like prevention, like being like, it's not about that you're at fault, it's about like, what are steps that you can do to prevent these things from occurring in the future, right? And it's like, we're still seeing pushback on that word, but that's a word that I feel is probably better to hold on to, and being like, prevention isn't about fault, it's about safety.
Right, exactly. And also, what I would bring up is like, it seems like we're just kind of pretending, or at least some people are pretending, that we don't have data about these things, about casual. We don't have perfect data, but there is psychological research, as far as I know, about casual sex and some of the risks involved, and maybe the type of people or demographics, so to say, that engage with that. And like, you know, you should be able to recognize that and hopefully understand the risks associated with that.
What are the
Just
risks that you've come across?
yeah, just give me a moment. I'm just have to readjust my stream
Sure.
a second.
I'm just going to answer chat. They keep asking what your area of expertise is in. So he is a PH candidate for biochemistry with an undergrad as well in molecular biology.
Correct.
But also obviously very educated in just knowing how to read science. So while this isn't like necessarily his area of expertise, I'm going to guess that he's going to have articles for his points.
Yeah, I try not to make unsubstantiated claims, but if you feel that I am, feel free to call me out, and I can generally make an effort to back up everything that I say. So it probably would be helpful or informative to give background or preface the lens that I tend to evaluate things. So on my journey in coming to, let's say, the lens that I tend to look through things, I'm not saying this is a perfect lens or that this explains everything, but as you've covered before, there's the five-factor model of personality, and you know, as I think you've also mentioned, it doesn't seem to be very good at predicting either, let's say, job performance, and like maybe there's an association of like conscientiousness and educational achievement. But it seems like, outside of that, it's more just describing things, is my understanding. And based off of what I have read, like, if you want to increase your conscientiousness, there doesn't seem to be like, as far as I can tell, like a really good way of going about that. Would that be kind of like a fair assessment?
Mm-hmm.
So I have tried to, let's say, attempt to understand myself and my own behavior and maybe why I am the way I am. Because, according to the risk factors that I know about anxiety, depression, etc., I'm probably at a high risk group. Maybe not the highest, but, well, I'm in academia. I'm sure you know of the mental health related stuff with academia and the high rates in grad students and undergrads. And, as far as I know, I don't suffer from anxiety or depression. I have a chronic illness. I have Crohn's disease. I've had it for a long time. And the rates in that demographic of people with just a chronic illness, period, they tend to have much higher rates of anxiety, depression. I'm a product of divorce, essentially. And so, of the boxes to check, it seems like I'm at least checking some or a fair amount of boxes. And yet I'm not anxious or depressed, as far as I know. And I've always asked myself that question as I've gotten older and older, and as I encounter more and more people who describe themselves as anxious, depressed. Well, it's like, well, why is it not occurring with me? When like I feel like I would have a good reason to be. Is it just solely the result of privilege? I don't come from a wealthy family, but I don't come from a poor family, or lower socioeconomic status. And so, dissecting the five-factor model and also, how to put it, I've been able to at least, have some level of success in the academic world, in the fitness world, and that does, like, to go between the two doesn't seem to be all that simple for many people. As in my academic life, I get asked the question constantly or consistently, like, how do I, muster the motivation to go to the gym? And then, I go to the gym and people learn that, I'm doing my PhD. And it's like, well, how do you do that? I've tutored many friends who want to go the academic route. And like the skills that people learn in the gym don't seem to like transfer over and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, what is hard work? And I'm familiar with like Angela Duckworth's research and grit, all that stuff. And it's like, sure, that's a quality. But then if that's something that measures someone's success either academia or whatever, fitness, health. Like, I don't think you can just tell someone like be gritty. That doesn't seem to be like you can't do anything with that information, right? As far as
Yeah.
I can tell.
What about exercise? Because that's the main one that comes to mind. Like exercise, like based on, I'm sure you've looked into more studies than even I have, but like the efficacy of I've seen some efficacy for reducing anxiety and depression with exercise, equaling psychotherapy, sometimes superseding it with some studies that, like, you always want to give it a grain of salt with any variable of number of meta-analysis effect sizes, but I've seen it contending with psychotherapy pretty regularly, which is why I
Yeah,
always tell my
absolutely.
clients to exercise. I'm very, very pro exercise myself. Because
Yeah.
that's like the main thing that comes to mind. Like when you're talking about all these things, I'm like, yeah, you do have Crohn's disease, which obviously increases your risk for anxiety just because it's like gut related too. And serotonin and your gut are besties, except not your gut
Absolutely.
and serotonin. You know, and so like that's my first go to is like, I know for me, if I'm not staying on top of my exercise, my mental health spirals down the drain pretty quickly, actually.
Absolutely. And it's also like even with that information in terms of like we know the evidence in terms of the boost to or rather how exercise reduces rates of anxiety and depression. But once you're in that state, like as far as I know, it's very hard to tell someone who's experiencing anxiety depression, well, just exercise. Like how do you overcome that hurdle, right? Because there's already a mountain to climb. And so if the barrier is so great, I don't blame anybody for who's anxious or depressed that they don't do it. Because like how do you connect information to action and behavior? That seems to be like a very difficult thing to do. And I've had this conversation many times with a couple other Twitch streamers.
But isn't the responsibility still on the individual just as much as it is for like like if we're talking about prevention for like sexual assault, isn't it just as much for prevention for like mental health and mood disorders?
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody brought up there is a biological form of depression that seems to be pretty much treatment resistant to everything. So obviously, if you're like exercising and you're still super depressed and it's not treating, then like yeah, you have a different form of depression talking about. But yeah, I find it's interesting that you're giving so many caveats here, but not as many for maybe something like boundaries and casual sex.
Yeah, so how do I link these two? Okay, so in sort of not eliminating the five-factor model and not eliminating whatever the quality of grit, or even the qualities of like self-control. Like I know some of the research in terms of like self-control seems to be like a really strong thing that will predict success in many domains. But you can't just tell someone to have self-control. So on this journey of like, what maybe are some of the routes that allow someone or maybe provides the breeding ground for other areas of success. So, which I'm sure your chat and probably you yourself are familiar with. I think you sort of alluded to it before in terms of attachment issues, attachment theory. Like I personally think that very many people underestimate the power of attachment theory. And if you look into the attachment theory data, in terms of secure individuals, anxious, avoidant, like generally speaking, like secure individuals don't participate, or at least they participate at a much lower rate in casual sex than those who are insecure. And as far as I know, there's a pretty strong correlation between insecure attachment and emotional intelligence. And so if that's the demographic that, let's say, is more likely to participate in casual sex, well, you should know that you might be stepping into an arena of people filled, and that may include yourself. I don't want to make any judgments, but that may include yourself. And so if your expectation that this is going to be, or that this is going to maximize your chances of a positive experience, I think that might be not the best strategy, or that might be a little bit naive.
Okay. So interesting that you bring up emotional intelligence, because I hate emotional intelligence, mostly because it's a pretty weak metric.
Yeah, I would agree. As far as I know, there's no like hard definition of it, and like you're much more well versed on psychological tests than I am. Doesn't seem like there's a very good or standardized way to test for it. Feel free to again correct me.
So are you somewhat saying then that it may be the case that someone with more pathological forms of attachment are more likely to engage in casual sex?
I don't know that I'd characterize it as pathological, like, because as far as I know, attachment theory isn't really a diagnosis, or rather, insecure attachment. It's not really a diagnosis. It's just like it is more descriptive. And
But nobody's making their goal in life to be insecurely attached, right? Like we can like maybe we
yeah,
don't want to call it
exactly.
pathological, but it's like so like but to some extent it's still like unhealthy or
Right. Yeah.
unideal or something. It's certainly got a
Uh,
negative connotation to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does seem to, at least from the research that I've dug into, which I'd be more than happy to share, it seems to, again, correlate, maybe not necessarily cause, and it's hard to tease out how strong these associations are, but there does appear to be very strong associations with very many other aspects in one's life, not only just in relationships, but it also seems to be a decent predictor of educational achievement. There's some data showing, although the data is a little bit mixed as far as I can tell, in terms of like one's ability to lose weight, and just to kind of like navigate and to be resilient. That is also a concept. Like if we know about resilience, you can't just tell someone to be resilient, right? Just because like if they're not resilient, like it's hard to just go into that space because there's, as far as I know, there's no way to really go into resilient mode. Uh, and so this is where I think this is more of an underpinning of, for example, the concept of grit, as in what makes someone gritty. It looks like there's an association between secure attachment and resilience and the ability to be kind of gritty.
Mm-hmm. And then, sorry, how are you tying this into casual sex?
Yeah, so how I'm tying this into casual sex is just the fact that, if you are a secure person and who might be, loosely speaking, emotionally intelligent, then you are probably not going to engage with that. And I think you should be able to recognize that because we have some data about the reasons why people engage in casual sex. Like there are people who engage in casual sex because they don't like the feelings of the feelings of loneliness. Some people use it as a strategy to hopefully cultivate a romantic relationship, which may not be the best strategy or might not be the optimal strategy. So I tie it to casual sex in terms of you should recognize that there's inherent risk associated with that, and like the prescription to not engage with it might actually be a good prescription.
What do you think are the benefits of casual sex?
Yeah, so there are certainly some of the, based off of the survey data that I've seen, that there are a significant proportion of people that report positive feelings or positive experiences associated with casual sex. Physical gratification, sexual gratification. These are generally good things. But I think you also need to recognize, and it can lead to a romantic relationship, a long-term committed romantic relationship, which I think the benefits of those are pretty well documented in terms of well-being. And so I think those are probably the most tangible and some of the uh, primary drivers of why people engage with it. But I think there's a clear maybe cost associated with that. Uh, so I'm not going to say that it's absolutely not beneficial, that there's no positive experiences whatsoever. There are. But I think you also need to recognize that there appears to be kind of a discrepancy between positive experiences in terms of when you survey men, like the percentage of men reporting positive experiences tends to be higher than the percentage of women reporting positive experience. And again, feel free to correct me if I'm mischaracterizing anything.
Yeah, I mean, women in sex is tricky because it's like so few of them ever experience orgasm in partnered sex.
Right.
So the
And
women one
also,
is hard to for me
and I
to
don't
pull
want
anything
to.
from.
I would also like. I think I recognize that there's also the stigmatization factor in it that women experience in terms of like if you engage in casual sex, like there's the social stigma associated with it, and that might be contributing
Yeah,
to the negative experiences.
which is what I was going to contribute. Like, is it not? It's not obvious because it's correlational exclusively. It's just as likely potentially that a latent variable that we're not seeing is that casual sex has been by and large like vilified within broad culture. It seems to be viewed as a more negative thing, and as a result, people who are maybe just like maybe already have certain mental health experiences, they've already been kind of somewhat cut off from society and rejected by them, or maybe more likely to engage in these more taboo behaviors because they don't give a fuck what society says anyways, because society's already rejected them, and so they'll continue to reject society, right?
Yes.
So it could be like a natural selection that's going on with these correlations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I take your point. But again, going back to survey data and understanding that, sure, it's flawed data, but also at the same time, if you dig a little deeper in terms of like some of the negative experiences and the causes of the negative experiences that someone have, like there are like many women that report either regret or negative experiences. Like it is often the cause of like their boundaries not being respected.
Yep. There's a lot more like questionable consent issues that come up with casual sex because it's just harder to, especially if you're somebody who's not an explicit consent giver broadly. You kind of like the traditional like being pursued and that tension of like implied consent almost exclusively. That leads to a lot more dangerous sexual engagements because implied consent, unfortunately, it's sexy, but it's also has its risks inherent to it.
Right. And add in to alcohol, all that stuff, like it just gets messy, which is why it's so strange, at least to me, it's a little bit strange when like on the panels that you've been on, like to just have the prescription of like, maybe don't engage with it. You might not have the skills to navigate that space. And you might be you might be stepping into a space that with other people that don't have the skills to navigate either. And so it might be kind of a blind leading the blind situation. So what are your expectations with that?
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. Like I'm broadly for people doing whatever they want, even if it's risky behaviors to a certain extent. But I also understand. I always get caught between like my proclivity is like when it comes to Big Five, my openness to experience is 98. Like I'm just kind of like woo, whatever, like let's try it, let's explore and stuff. But I totally understand those who are maybe like more like less open to experience or like maybe have like higher values on like something like safetyism that are like hold up, like let's slow the roll a little bit. Like I understand like. This is why I actually get frustrated fighting with lefties because I'm like, you realize like if I allowed myself to be like uncontrolled, I would be one of you. I just like, I looked at the yin and yang and I got it, I understood the value of it, which is why I understand that like that hesitation because there are, I would say unquestionably, sexual assault rates have probably increased in large part by casual sex to some extent. And now a lot of people are like, well, most people aren't raped by strangers, but usually casual sex is not considered stranger because it really depends on how these metrics are being analyzed. Because if you've been texting beforehand, you knew their name, and you went for drinks beforehand, a lot of times we count that not as stranger.
Exactly. It's like, and I've seen in the literature, like they tease out like, well, casual sex, like, yes, it's in the context of non-committed, outside of committed romantic relationship, monogamous, and like that can mean someone you've known for 24 hours or more than that or less than that. Like they make those fine distinctions.
Yeah.
And whereas so it's like, you know the person. Yeah.
And so this is part of my issues of being like the study that says like most women get assaulted by by people they know. I'm like, okay, well, like probably we should discern like whether that's people they know for like, are we talking boyfriends, long-term partners, or are we talking about like friends with benefits type situation, or are we talking about more casual sex? And I just genuinely don't know. I mean, if you've come across data that teases this out, I haven't looked extensively into casual sex and sexual assault claims because it's pretty hard actually to find that data because most people don't want to tease those things apart, it seems. But I just don't know. I just have no idea, but it would be so important for us to know because if most women are actually getting sexually assaulted by like broadly boyfriends, that's a whole other conversation than if it's casual sex partners. And there's different prevention that needs to take place if it's more longer term partners or friends with benefits, so longer term but not monogamous versus casual sex, like known them for less than 24-hour partners. And I just don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I know what my heuristic says, but I just can't trust it enough to not be biased.
Right. Exactly. And which is why, again, like, I'm not a Puritan. Like I'm very far left, but I'm also like for sort of, without defining what it is, like informed consent in terms of like knowing what you're getting into. in terms of like, I never engaged in casual sex just because it never appealed to me. And I asked myself that question why, in terms of like, as a guy, and who's been largely socialized as male, and I think I have a healthy amount of testosterone in my body, as far as I can tell. And so it's like, well, why isn't that appealing to me? Not that I've never been tempted, but like it's just like I never crossed that line. Same thing with like, again, I'm not some sort of Puritan, and like I'm all for the basically legalization and decriminalization of all drugs, but I don't partake in any alcohol or any pretty much illicit drug consumption. And it's like very tricky to have these conversations in terms of like, I could just never kind of square the circle of like, well, if I'm going to even engage in casual sex and like consume alcohol, like to me, consent in that context is just way too murky, and maybe just I'm too stupid to figure it out. But I can just never mix those two, and to me, it's just like a non-starter. And even in like academic sexual whatever assault training or sexual assault prevention training, I think it's even taught poorly. Like I could even show you an example. Like everyone in my university had to go through this sexual assault prevention training called "It Takes All of Us," and like there was a slide in there that to me was just like this seems wrong. And if you would you be okay with me sharing my screen?
Yeah, for sure.
Give me one moment. Again, I'm gonna have to fumble around to figure out how to share my screen. I do know how, but
Once you go on stream, it's you become an immediate internet boomer.
Yeah, the PhD does not prepare you for this.
No.
Share your screen. There it is. Okay. Hopefully something's showing up.
Yep.
Like I understand like the message is trying to convey, but to me, I find this problematic personally in terms of like just question whether there's an imbalance of your intoxication or the level of highness that you're experiencing. And if you're like on an even playing field, like then it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, once we get into like consent and alcohol, which it seems like very few people, at least in the spheres like I've talked to, really even want to touch. Because everyone's like, don't tell me not to drink alcohol. It's like, nobody's telling you what to do at all, right? You can do whatever the fuck you want. You're an adult. But if we're going to talk about best practice, we have to talk about best practice, And once it comes to like alcohol and consent, it's just like, well, imbalance regarding what, so does that mean equal number of drinks? Because if right. One person's 6'3" and 240 pounds, and the other person is like 5'2", drink for drink isn't going to be equal. But maybe the 5'2" person drinks a lot all the time and might be out drinking because their tolerance is super high. Like, yeah, this is just like, how do you expect somebody who is drinking to actively be like engaging in this thought process? Be like, is there an imbalance between whether I'm drunk or high? Like nobody thinks like this, and that's my issue with almost all sexual assault advice and conversations. Even like the T video, is it's so devoid from real sexual engagements. Like it's just not how people date and have sex.
Right. Because like, what is your you expect someone who's about to whatever engage in sexual activity to like press pause. Let's check our blood alcohol levels, or like let's check how much we've smoked collectively, or whatever substances you're consuming. And so it's like, this is clearly, not only is this not useful, like I also think it's problematic. And like, yeah, the prescription to not engage in alcohol, like that seems to be like just an unrealistic prescription.
Problematic. And it's almost like
just because it doesn't, maybe I didn't understand your question. Why is it problematic to prescribe not drinking alcohol?
I think I'm following why you think it's problematic, but why do you think this type of education is problematic? Because when people think problematic, they think like offensive.
Okay, yeah,
and that's not what you mean.
Yeah, that's totally a fair question. Mm-hmm. I think it's because I think it can very clearly lead to some sort of sexual assault occurring sort of unknowingly, especially like if either both parties are, inebriated or whatever, intoxicated. and how do you tease out consent under those contexts, especially when there are memory issues maybe afterwards. Like it just gets so messy, but it seems like we're willing to put up with kind of a collateral damage of sexual assault because like the advice of don't consume these substances is just an unrealistic piece of advice is sort of how I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, it's again that balance of being like you're allowed to do whatever you want, but fundamentally you have to be honest about the risks that are associated with your behavior, right? You can play chicken with a train. You can do that. You're allowed to. I'm not going to advise for it though. Especially as somebody who's like in a public, maybe educational space, I'm just probably not going to advise for it. And some people might be like, no, but you don't understand. It like gives me this rush. And when I dodged the train, I had this like crazy moment and it changed my life. And I realized I need to go home to my kids and give them a hug because I'm like letting the best years of my life pass me. Like somebody might have this great anecdote of their experience with it. And it's like, that's fair. And like maybe there are benefits to playing chicken with a train, right? But there are inherent risks associated with it that we need to also be honest about. And so it's like people just like, don't tell me about the risks. I don't want to hear it. And I get it because like we come from kind of this Puritan, dominantly Christian circle that's like so risk aversive and out group aversive that it was like oppressive. And so I like understand it, but it's like the reactionary opposite side has just as many problems, just different ones.
Right. Which is why like when you were trying to give that advice of like, hey, if you don't have these skills, or even Destiny was trying to give that advice of like, hey, if you don't have these skills cultivated while you're engaging this practice, like you should question whether you should engage with it or just recognize that it might be inherently risky. And it seems like that conversation just can't be had, which I think, well, I think there's collateral damage associated with not having that conversation.
Yeah.
Especially like I said, if you're wading into a population that again, the likelihood of them respecting your boundaries might be low.
Or you stating your boundaries well and
Yeah.
clearly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was frustrating hearing Katie kind of like, at least for me, it was a little bit frustrating hearing Katie just have like, that's not on the table. But if I sort of flipped it, where like if I had a male friend and they were expressing to me like, hey, when I'm having casual sex, I'm just interested in getting what I want. I don't really care what the other party wants. I just want to get what I want out of it. Like I would very much say like, don't engage in casual sex. Like you don't like, that's not cool. And I think Katie would even want me to give that advice of like, hey, that's predatory, that's wrong. But if they push back saying, hey, that's not realistic, I can't not engage in casual sex. Like I can use the same argument. I think they can use the same argument. Like that's just not realistic. I'm just going to engage with it, even if I don't know what healthy boundaries are, why I should respect them, and the type of people that might be participating also in casual sex.
So then would you be more for sex work? 'Cause sex work might be the like an issue that we have with therapy, right? Is part of why we have therapists is they often occupy roles that honestly friends and mentors could historically, but people just don't seem to want to do that for people as much anymore, and they're not broadly as good. And so we pay somebody to be like not just a good friend, but the best fucking friend and then some you'll ever have. And the trade is basically they're going to be your greatest friend that only cares about you in every single way and then some, and you're going to pay them for it. So maybe with this guy, why don't we say, if you just want to have sex and get your kicks off, pay somebody for it who's kind of basically willing to negotiate the terms, what that looks like. They're like, yep, let's make sure that your needs get met. It's not about me, you're paying me. That's what I get out of this relationship. So are you pro sex work?
Well, this is where hopefully the nuanced conversation is had in terms of I'm pro sex work in the context of, a greater material conditions society, in terms of like, someone is actually truly freely engaging in this practice as a
Right.
sex worker and not whatever financially coerced or circumstantially coerced, or is not a victim of human trafficking, etc., etc. So like
For sure, right. But I guess I try not to call sex workers human traffic victims. I just call them human
Sure.
traffic victims, right? Something like OnlyFans. There's a lot of more like casual sex work in like European countries where it's more legal. It seems to be oftentimes managed within like small groups of women, or professionally managed, or a single woman kind of has it as more or less a business frontier.
Like, yes, in principle, I am pro sex work. How it's actually played out in society, like I'm not for it in every circumstance, and I recognize that there are potential harms associated with it and how it's practiced.
Yeah.
And so like I can see a place for it if in fact like sex work is actually happening, well, they're engaging with it freely, and there's no like coercion either financially or otherwise taking place.
What do you consider coercion?
Yeah, that's a larger philosophical conversation
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, to me, coercion is, you know, you are now making choices or rather, you are being coerced when you are no longer making choices that are not in alignment with your values and who you are and who you want to authentically be. That is where, to me, it gets into coercion.
So people who work at Walmart, are they coerced?
I would say there's a certain level of coercion associated with that, which is
Okay.
why like I bring in the broader conversation of like a better society with better material conditions, because I would say there's a certain amount of financial or societal coercion taking place as not all Walmart workers, but I'm sure there are ones who are very happy working at Walmart. But I think it's fair to say that if there are better opportunities available to them, they would choose to work elsewhere.
Okay, right. So your concern for that was mostly a test of like consistency. So you're not opposed to sex work if that's what that individual's choosing and enjoys. You're against sex work where it feels like like obviously sex trafficking. I'm not super familiar. Like, would you be concerned about things like stripping and stuff like that?
So it there's also that larger conversation in terms of like I don't know all the reasons of why people engage in stripping, uh, but like, and sure, I know that there are many people, women who engage in stripping to, pay off things or to pay for things or to, live a certain quality or standard of life. Um, but that's where it's like, it's up to the individual. If they truly feel that that's in alignment with their values, and they're actually freely engaging with it in terms of like, uh, they have rejected better opportunities or equally as good opportunities, and they have actually chosen that, then like again, in principle, I'm not against it.
Well,
But I
that's
do
part of the
think there's
issue for a lot of strippers, I think, is that like there isn't nearly as many opportunities where you can make the same amount of money with the lack of education that a lot of these women have.
right, exactly, which is why I'd be all for free universal education accessible to everyone in terms of like in the context of that society, where in the context of a society where there's a lack of opportunities, like I think there's a certain amount of coercion that goes into some people choosing to strip.
Okay. Interesting. Sorry to get you on a tangent about economics.
No,
and
that's
stuff.
fair. Like, I'm game for, I think I'm game for just about anything.
Okay. Except casual sex.
For me personally, like again, I'm not like
I'm just
do whatever.
I'm just fucking with you at this point.
No, by all means. But like that's the thing. Like just recognize like what it is that you're doing, and that just as like if you want to eat McDonald's like 3 times a day every day, like go for it. Like if that's what makes you happy. Just maybe recognize that it's not the most healthy behavior, uh, and it may not lead to your overall long-term health.
Well, this is where I put a limiter on. It's like as soon as something is going to cost me publicly, like public health fundings, then I'm actually less for it, right? Like, so for example, like I'm not going to tell somebody with like severe addictions to like heroin to be like, just go buck wild, dude. Do whatever you want. I can inject with dirty needles. It's fine. Like I'm not going to do that from a licensed addictions counselor because of the high risk to their life. But from like a ethical standard, I feel like we also have a right to claim that and like kind of impose it on a person being like, no, you shouldn't be doing this because there's also major costs to society, right? Like we see crime and all sorts of mostly in Canada public health costs, which is a major motivation for harm reduction in public health industries is to reduce the health cost, like the literal actual fiscal dollar. Same with something like, okay, can somebody eat McDonald's every day? Yeah, they literally can, but then if you're paying for it in the next like 20 years with like health costs, like public health costs, do we get to have a right to say anything about it? And I don't know what I think on this exactly, but I think
Mhm.
you have more right than just casual sex. Like I feel like I have no right to really tell anyone what to do with casual sex, particularly because the major risk that we have talked about might be trauma, and in Canada, it's private, like trauma isn't really publicly dealt, like it's not dealt with at a public funding level. So I'm kind of like, you even have a right to be risking like super annihilation. I just like, I'm not going to recommend it.
Yeah, that's fair. Although I think maybe, I don't know for sure, but I think maybe your argument of, costing public health dollars, that might also include casual sex just in terms of, STI, STD risk.
Yeah,
It
that's true.
may be costing public health dollars in that context. And like, even then, just as a prescription of like, I don't know, minimizing public health costs, you can almost make that argument, I think. And I think that's a somewhat realistic argument to make.
Yeah.
Uh, but again, it's a nuanced conversation that it appears to be very difficult for people
Well, it
to
sounds
engage with.
yucky. It sounds
Yeah.
yucky, right? Like nobody wants to talk about this because like fundamentally everyone is kind of like goes back to the feelings and being like this feels gross to talk about people in a numbers way. And it's like that's super fair. I agree that it feels yucky, but at a societal level, it's a conversation that has to be had. Because if we're not having it, I can guarantee you politicians are. They just are.
Yeah.
It's mostly what they're talking about,
exactly.
actually. The pretty issue with politicians is they lose the other part.
And so maybe like bringing it back to, why I not rely, but, I sort of gravitate towards attachment theory as the lens through which I kind of evaluate lots of human behavior, not all, uh, is because maybe linking it to casual sex is that, yes, if that, it's more insecurely attached individuals that engage in casual sex. And so as a result of that, you might be stepping into a pool of people that, again, might not have a great conception of boundaries, and they might not have a high likelihood of respecting your boundaries. And so, I think largely women should be aware of that. Not only women, obviously, and also you should be aware, also in the context of, a romantic relationship, in terms of there's things to know before getting into a romantic relationship, in terms of the vetting process of like, there might be things to look out for that can protect you from maybe intimate partner violence. But it's sort of like, again, to say that maybe you had a contributing factor in that, that then you're participating in victim blaming. And again, it's almost like you can't have that nuanced conversation of like, if you are in any way maybe contributing to an abusive dynamic, or maybe you don't know how to screen for a potential abusive dynamic. If I, put those things on the table, like I'll probably be accused, or am being accused of victim blaming, right?
Right.
And so,
And it might be a little victim blamey. That's the problem. Is like I think like sometimes we might need to be like, yeah, I guess it is a little victim blamey, but like maybe that's where the conversation needs to be had. Is like maybe there is some level, because it's like the idea of like victim is like the holy arbiter with like no flaws. It's like an issue around like fuck. If you want to get real spicy, in forensic psychology, as professionals, I've talked with lots of professionals about the fact that we can never talk about intimate partner violence well. Because things don't happen in a bubble. The problem is that one person typically is obviously way more terrible. But it's so difficult to navigate of being like, you don't want to be victim blamey at all, but damn, there are some stats that make me uncomfortable.
And well, if do you want to share any, perhaps? You don't like, again, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
It's, I mean, the main thing is like there's a decent. I'm trying to figure out the way to be careful. I'm concerned when we talk about intimate partner violence because we focus exclusively on typically the one who does the most damage, which I think is fair. We should focus on the one who does the most damage because they've done the most ill. I would say objectively, right? The problem is that when somebody gets out of an abusive relationship, we see these individuals typically get right back into another new abusive relationship. And the idea that it's like they're just like asking for it is obviously not true. But we see this not just in a, like, it seems to be the case that when people get into patterns of relationship, whether it's abuse or cheating or anything like that, it seems like unless they're willing to do certain pretty intense psychological work, those relationship patterns repeat over and over. And when I'm talking about people, so I'm saying this to somebody, like, I've worked with a lot of women who have had a lot of domestic abuse, and it's so difficult working with them and being like, fuck, all I want is for when you leave this rehab center, I don't want you to get in a domestic abuse situation ever again. I really, 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 really don't. But just saying he was bad for hitting you is obvious, and I spend lots of time with them because, like I said, victims of trauma usually engage in guilt. So it's like, no. First of all, we have to make it clear that hitting is never okay. Ever, and abuse isn't okay. But then the next step almost always also has to be, how do we protect you from having this happen again? And it's so difficult in public spaces to talk about this, but it's a reality of the work a lot of the time. And even as I'm saying this, I'm like, I feel like a terrible person because I care about these women. Like, I have faces in my mind when I'm saying this, and I'm like, I'm thinking about them being like, how do I get you free of these situations? And part of it is talking with them. And so, like, maybe somebody might make the claim like, well, we don't talk about it publicly because there isn't enough social movement towards caring about women and like victims of domestic abuse, that we don't want to fucking hear about like what the victim has done that was wrong. We just want to focus on domestic abuse is bad. And like, if that's where the social milieu is, and if there's evidence that like that's where we need to be, that's fine at a public standpoint. I'll just like lay down my crown. I don't need to fight. I don't want to fight for this, you know? But maybe for prevention, we do need to figure out a way to talk about this in a palatable way. And obviously I'm not talking about it in a palatable way, but yeah.
Well, and this is kind of, again, brings me back to the lens that I look through, because that is also the question that occurred to me, because, you know, when I was, you know, looking into some of the research and data, like, it wasn't just like, you know, one person getting into a relationship and experiencing, sadly and unfortunately, intimate partner violence. And like you said, there appears to be a pattern, right? And it seems to be, at least from what I'm hearing, like, it seems to be somewhat difficult to break that cycle, or like, you know, it just seems to be kind of like a repeating theme in their life. And so it's like, what might be driving that, or some contributing factors, which is why, like, I bring it back to sort of why I look through it through the lens of attachment theory, because in attachment theory, like, it seems like, you know, people with attachment issues, they're sort of, how their nervous system has been kind of whatever primed, or it's developed as a result of, you know, early childhood upbringing experiences. Like, their nervous system just can't seem to recognize what healthy love or attachment is. Mm-hmm. At least that's how I understand it. So I can see how, like, if you just kind of don't know what it feels like, and you maybe don't know what healthy love or healthy attachment feels like it will probably be a pattern. And it's like, you need to rewire your brain to maybe hopefully recognize what healthy love or healthy attachment might feel like. Sort of like, well, I use a lot of fitness analogies since, you know, that's a heavy part of my life.
Right.
The best, like, analogy that I use is, like, I've trained clients with pretty significant lifting experience. And, you know, they will come to me saying, you know, I've plateaued on a certain exercise, whatever, squat. And then when you break down their movement, like, it's pretty clear that they're doing something wrong, their form is off. But then when you correct it, like, the feedback that you will get is like, this feels wrong.
Yeah.
Like, that this is just doesn't feel natural to me. But it's like, well, I know this is better. Like, this is the correct form. It's more correct. It will lead to better results and progress. But like, you've literally habituated your brain to, like, the unhealthy movement is what feels right for you.
Yeah.
And that might be what is happening to you with unhealthy attachment, and not knowing what it feels like, or not recognizing it when it's occurring.
Yeah. I mean, and it's always so nuanced, right? Because, like, I just don't want to, this is why I'm so hesitant, because I'm like, I'm not fully convinced that all these lines of education are actually going to be helpful to individuals. Like, I'm not I'm not fully convinced that like we're there yet. I think eventually it will be, unquestionably. But the reason I'm hesitant is I'm like, damn, I really don't want to do more harm than good. Like I don't want to validate somebody who's got like a pretty toxic, maybe misogynistic view of women. I don't want to encourage that, like, at all. I just don't want to do
absolutely.
that.
Neither do I. Even as an incel, I don't want to do that.
For new viewers, he's not actually an incel. It's an insider at this point.
If you're just joining us. And that's why like I'm kind of like I want to have these conversations, because like the collateral damage, like we seem to be like okay with this in terms of intimate partner violence. Like I'm from Quebec, and I only know sort of the stats in Quebec, but the pandemic has a significant effect on intimate partner violence. And like there have been a number of women being killed by their partners. Too many women. Well, obviously just one is too many, but like there's a clear uptick that's occurring. And so it's like, what do we do about that? Like, I don't think as I think you said before, like the messaging of like, don't murder women or don't murder periods, not getting through. There's something else going on.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, like, the problem is that like, don't murder isn't sound advice, because like a lot of those types of situations, it isn't premeditated. It's kind of explosive anger. In a lot of intimate partner violence, there are also cases of premeditated intimate partner murder, but it seems like more of them end up being more second degree kind of impulse rage, and it's like nobody is thinking about like really good ethical values when they're thinking about impulsively, ragefully murdering somebody, right? Like we're talking about a whole other operation of human psyche at that point, and it's terrifying, to talk about, because the solutions aren't beyond evident, right? Because I can like give a bunch of women prevention and stuff like that, but not everyone's going to hear me, and so there might be just other people who've never heard this prevention, that are still going to like, so there isn't like this amazing solution. But I've seen in our society, like we've seen downtrends broadly in most terrible things. We've seen downtrends in crime, downtrends in children's death, women's death in childbirth. Everything's been broadly on the downtrend until COVID hit, to be honest. And then crime kept going down, but intimate partner violence and sexual assault rates started climbing, is broadly the evidence that I've seen. And I just, I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to fix it, and I want to.
The only kind of, again, going back to the lens that I analyze things, but not everything, is that, if you're a woman, a heterosexual woman, you should maybe arm yourself with the ability to screen for an anxiously attached man. There appears to be a very strong association, at least from the literature that I've seen, that if you're an anxiously attached male, you are at risk of being an abusive partner.
More than insecure, hey?
Pardon me?
More than insecure?
Yeah. So, well, insecure is just kind of, from what I understand, like that's the umbrella term of like insecure divides into anxious and avoidant.
Yeah, and disorganized. That was a misstatement on my part. I'm not a huge attachment theory person overall. I find its value kind of minimal, I guess, beyond like the self-evident value of it.
And so, based off of your experience and your knowledge, like, may I ask why then?
Why I don't like attachment theory that much?
Yeah.
I should say I don't like it. I don't I have no dislike for it. Mostly the issue is that when you start getting into people's lives, for example, there's some people that are really stereotypically like anxiously attached. But a lot of people will be avoidantly attached in most of their relationships and then anxiously attached in their intimate partner relationship. In fact, in the house I worked at, it was me. So the psychologist that I worked with, she was actually specialized in attachment theory, which is why I started losing like faith in it. Cause she was like, I don't know if my framework's great anymore. Cause we were doing a relationship class for the women, like giving them basically like actual like tips and advice about like how to keep themselves safe, as they're like in recovery and wanting to be sober and trying to like navigate relationships from like a sober lens. And so being the psychologist who specialized in attachment theory, she wanted to approach it from an attachment lens. And the issue is that when we like tested almost all of these women, they were kind of all of it. And so then you'd be like, well, then they're disorganized. But disorganized is supposed to be a decently rare attachment style. And so we're like, is it the case that just all of the women that come to our center are disorganized? Or is it just the case that like maybe these aren't great captures once you start getting into adulthood because they're too limited. So that was my issue with attachment, is that like it's a really good model to kind of broadly understand how you might operate a little bit. It seems to just fall apart once you start getting into the complexities of just like how individuals navigate relationship as they get older.
Yeah, from what I understand, the disorganized attachment like is largely very often the result of like trauma,
Like severe
induced
trauma.
by trauma. Yeah,
And it's quite
exactly.
rare, right? Like that's kind of like the
Yes,
prevalence rates.
that's my understanding as
just
well.
didn't match what we had at all. And it's like, you might be like, well, you had some of the most like traumatized women in the world, but it's like, we didn't. We were like a 2-year pure sobriety rehab center. Like we weren't just taking like women with the most difficult backgrounds exclusively. We were taking a pretty broad mix of like wealthy individuals, people with like a fair bit of family support, to people like in the justice system who had minimal support and varying levels of trauma as well.
Yeah, which is why like I sort of brought up emotional intelligence in terms of like yeah, I can like I think I can recognize some of the faults in terms of attachment theory. It doesn't explain absolutely everything. Even well, I tend to operate that there are virtually no universals at all when it comes to human behavior and human psychology, and like no one lens or theory is going to absolutely explain everything.
No.
But it seems to be just like yeah, the underpinnings of kind of insecure attachment just appear to me to be just kind of emotional dysregulation, largely or broadly speaking.
Yeah.
And so just given that framework, like I can see how like it seems to be more of a state than a trait. And so
Yeah.
it will be contextual, right?
Yeah, and it's treatable, right? Like you can have a person go from an insecure attachment to a
Right.
secure attachment through like therapy and stuff like that.
Which is why that's one of the things that I guess maybe drives me to gravitate towards it, is because like it seems like there's something you can do with the information of like knowing you're insecurely attached in some way to move towards more secure behavior, as opposed to like if you know you're just low in conscientiousness, like what do you do with that? Like if you want to increase your conscientiousness, what are you supposed to do? As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anything you can do.
Yeah. I'd be curious if you could send me the article about the abuse and anxious attachment in men. I'd be very
Yeah, actually-
intimate partner violence is something I care about a lot because I've like worked with a lot of victims of it.
I can. Would you mind me sharing my screen more? I could also send them, but
Yeah, you
just
could.
to
Yeah, share your screen and send it to me.
I'm just gonna get up my articles. One second. I'm just gonna share my screen again. Do. Hopefully you're seeing something.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Anxious and hostile, predicting male perpetuated sexual assault.
Oh, specifically sexual assault. Okay.
Adult attachment as a risk for intimate partner violence, the mispairing of partners' attachment styles. And there's also this one, and this sort of again, there's an interesting sort of graph here of like, predicting abuse, of like
Okay.
insecure attachment, like kind of off the scale, as opposed to secure, lower
Secure,
overall.
insecure. Okay, so they're just doing insecure. They're not doing. This one isn't splitting up with avoidant. Or no, you said it was anxious, not avoidant. Sorry.
Yeah, the one that's mostly anxious. There's
This one.
this one, anxious and hostile for male specifically, and I believe this would be the other one that tends to single out, not single out, but make the association uh, that like yeah, if you're an anxious male, like you might be at risk of being an abusive partner. And I think women, if you're a heterosexual woman, you should be kind of armed with that information.
Yeah. Do you know if there's any evidence for somebody's talking about it in chat. They're basically talking about development windows for attachment styles. Like for example, I'm sure you may or may not know this, but like language has a very limited window, in that if you don't get the right external
Right.
stimuli during a certain age range, usually under 7, you'll never be able to develop. So in like rare kind of case studies of individuals who are like super
Feral
neglected,
children.
feral children, right? They never form capacities for syntax language if they are exposed to language after about 7 years old.
Yes.
Do you know if there's a critical window for attachment? I lean towards there's a soft critical window, like early childhood seems to be really, really important for this
Yes.
attachment window. But I'm not convinced that it's as hard of a window as language is. Like if there's no external input, that you can never develop this just because of the brain's capacity for change. I could be wrong. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I based off of again the research that I dove into in terms of like yeah, the very early like pretty much from, birth to like 2 years old or maybe 1 years old, that seems to be like kind of like the strongest window of like when the attachment system gets formed. Because from what I understand, like how early attachment research was carried out with the strain situation, it was largely I think carried out of like children of like 4 to 6 years old. And so it seems like by that point, like the attachment system was like largely formed. And so like it looks like that really early window of like 0 to 2 years old is like the critical window. But again, it like as you said, with our a brain's ability to adapt and change and all that stuff, like it seems like you can move with a lot of effort into this secure space,
Yeah,
and it can be overcome.
yeah, right. And like the fact that like most therapy does seem people going from insecure to secure attachment. I mean, I know for sure I had an avoided attachment for sure with friends, and that has moved exclusively to a secure. And I would say I had an anxious attachment with intimate partners, and that has also moved to a secure through dominantly like therapeutic work.
Right, which is why like that sort of brings me to like the topic of therapy in terms of like you seem to be, from what I understand, like an advocate of long-term therapy, which I would advocate for strongly as well. And like, how much is that? Obviously, there's many things that go into therapy and many techniques, but like, how much is that is like just a secure space that's developed or a secure attachment that's formed over time. Like now, here's a space that's clearly like securely attached if you like approach it properly. That develops over time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the main issues that I know is nobody can afford it long term, so we can't do
Yes.
this model with the prices that they are. So either private counselors need to charge less, or maybe we need to publicize it. But as soon as we publicize things, they immediately deteriorate. It seems in quality, just because of bureaucratic bloat. I think there are definitely some things that can be treated quickly. Specifically when we're talking like acute specific issues, right? So a phobia can be treated actually pretty quickly. There's a pretty basic step-by-step process that you can use. There are obviously some people with really intense phobias that take longer because it's like the level of intervention has to match the level of like distress and issue. So it definitely seems to be the case. Oh, like phobias. It seems that like PTSD, as far as the symptoms, like the flashbacky intrusive stuff, can be treated decently quickly. So usually, like I've seen broadly, it's recommended between 2 to 4 months. But things like chronic depression, because like I call it like childhood fucked up, now I fucked up syndrome, it doesn't seem like we have an effective way of dealing with this, probably in part because of attachment. And I guess I probably should have clarified. I don't mind attachment theory at all. I have no issue with it. I just find it low resolution once you're dealing with adults. That's my main issue with it. There's nothing wrong with the attachment theory in and of itself. I think it's just true. It's just I think
no,
that's
that's
it
totally
gets
fair.
sold as a panacea, at least in my experience. Like, oh, like every counselor under the sun that I met is like, oh, I really try to focus on attachment theory, and I'm like, okay, like fair enough, but like it's not like a panacea. It's like a pretty low resolution theory of like human functioning, but fair enough if that's like your method of treatment.
Yeah, totally. Like again, I don't want to market it as like this is the solution to everything, or that this will solve all of life's or your problems or anybody's problems or even including my own. But it seems like it's of good utility to at least know this information about you,
Yeah.
and to see maybe where you can be more secure, because it seems to protect from a lot of things, and it seems to correlate pretty strongly with resilience. It seems to protect against anxiety. It seems to protect against depression, not fully. It seems to be somewhat predictive of academic achievement to a certain extent. And it also seems to correlate pretty well with resilience, again, as far as the research that I have dug into.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like to become secure seems like again, from what I understand, it seems to be like it is a long, arduous process based off of the research that I have seen of you really have to be putting in a lot of work, and like therapy, it seems to be kind of a key thing that one needs to go through to kind of move into the more secure space.
Yeah,
And
and it
so like
really I think depends on your like practitioner's therapeutic approach as well, right? Like some therapists say like if it's outside office hours, don't bug me at all. I will not respond. Whereas some will respond lightly to a couple of like kind of acute texts if you need anything. But it does seem that like there is a need for like people who are maybe more like in the disorganized space. If they're like my childhood was very fucked up, so now I'm also very fucked up. I would imagine that these people can't be served well by just like private weekly sessions, even if it
right.
lasted for 2 years, because there is like the main thing that actually helped me, I think, move from like not a severely but like a mildly avoidant attachment with friends was having two really solid friends who were just super there for me, and I just was like really blessed to have them. Like they were just there when I needed to call somebody. They pretty much always picked up because they were also single, and that the way their life worked, they just had time for that. I was able to give back to them as well. But it's like, how do you manufacture that system for somebody? I don't know. I don't know the answer, because if you're paying somebody to do that, almost no one wants to be paid to be 24-hour availability. And
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
that's might be what they need to kind of get them out of that really extreme disorganization.
And this is kind of like, again, to maybe bring it back to like something more grounded in terms of like, this seems to be kind of, again, not that I'm some sort of Puritan, and like not that I'm against casual sex, period, or in principle, but rather like it seems to be kind of a pretty important component to well-being, to be at least be able to develop a healthy, secure attachment to another person. Maybe not necessarily romantic, but even just a secure friendship. Because like there's, at least to me, there's very interesting research showing like if you have kind of a secure base in your life, that seems to have like really pretty interesting psychological ramifications in terms of your resilience and your ability to kind of explore and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And so a lot of what we're talking about is like prevention, which is great. The issue is that when it comes to like resilience and grit, especially, we know how to build it preventatively. We don't really know how to build it acutely after like somebody doesn't have grit or somebody doesn't have resilience. It's not clear other than like trying to get them into a supportive community network, but it's like that's every therapist's bane of their existence. I'm sure every therapist is like, if I could get my clients into a supportive, healthy like community, that would be great. Where are they? You know? And a lot of times when people are like mentally unwell, it really can impact their social skills as well, in that like they have a harder time like actually clicking and connecting with people as well, because of various things.
Right. Which kind of brings you back to like one of the topics of why, or one of the topics I put on the table when I reached out to you is like, why does it seem to be that we struggle in forming, healthy relationships? Maybe not just romantic, but even in the friendship sphere. Which is why it's like it doesn't seem like we have kind of the skills anymore to do that.
And it
Now, whether
seems
that's
way worse than it ever used to be. Like I feel like when I look, like there's decent evidence that shows that like when you look back in time, people reported having more close friends than they do now. I think last study I saw like 12% of Americans identify having 0 close friends. And I'm honestly, I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that number is maybe even higher. I can't remember what their sampling populace was. So like when I think about perpetually
yeah.
online people, I think most of them would say that they have 0. I mean, maybe I'll do a poll. It's very pseudoscientific. It's not pseudo. It's very quasi-scientific.
I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, it's not pseudoscience. It's quasi-science. That's the problem. That's what it is. Oh, hold on. My computer's so slow right now. Many close friends. So it's like we have this like mental health boom, and psychologists are trying to meet the need, and we can't. And I don't know if we ever could.
Right, exactly. Which is why, like, I think going back to the lens, I think it's important for people to, at the very least, like, cultivate a healthy, secure friendship. Like that seems to be, or at least to be able to connect with someone. And it seems like we are, despite our technology, we are more disconnected than ever.
Yeah.
And I think that bleeds into kind of the mental health issues in terms of like, since we're no longer connected, not that this is the sole cause, but I think it's a variable in terms of like anxiety, depression,
Oh,
etc.
for sure. I think COVID actually just proves that. Like, as people were more isolated and less able to like make social connections and find those social connections that they might have otherwise. I mean, anxiety and depression were through the roof. Also because of like fear around disease.
Right.
But I imagine isolation. I mean, I was reading a case study the other day. It was a case study of 6 different individuals at an Emerge. Every one of them developed psychosis, like an actual psychotic break. All of them were over 28, which is very strange. They were not doing drugs or anything. So there's no drugs, none of the obvious things. And for those of you who aren't aware, typically when you develop a psychotic episode, if it's going to be like somewhat mental health, like schizoaffective or schizophrenia type disorders, you're going to see that kind of beginning between the ages like 21 to 25. So most of the case studies was like individuals that were like, I think the average age was 36. Were coming in with the exact same situations. They were isolated. They lived alone. They began working from home exclusively. They had way less meetings and even like Zoom interactions. And they basically like seemed to steadily go like kind of crazy from not having social connection.
Right. And I think that's important. And so it was interesting to me, again, maybe tying it into the casual sex conversation, because it's like, based off of what I heard from the panels that you're on with like Katie, it's like, yeah, like I want to be able to have sex in a committed romantic relationship, but since that, not like basically saying I want to connect with someone and have a fulfilling sexual relationship, but since that's kind of off the table, then I'll engage in casual sex. So it's like, well, I mean, well, why settle for that? Like maybe, not that it's easy or an overnight thing, but maybe cultivating a secure connection might be more better or overall more optimal long-term solution. Because it's kind of like, it's almost like they framed it as like, well, I'm settling for this. And well, then maybe no surprise that you might be having not the best experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, then where do we go from here? If just not engaging casual sex is not a realistic piece of advice. And then also like maybe telling someone to learn to connect with another person, which might be more challenging. Like then it seems like
it's terrible advice too, because it's like, how the fuck do you do that, right? Like, okay, like at least like you could argue maybe casual sex is harm reduction for these individuals. They're like, yeah, it isn't the best alternative, but don't tell me not to. Like, I'm fucking human too. Like that's what I hear in like, because I don't want to just like dog on Katie. Like I totally understand where that's coming from, as being like, I'm just human, and like I know it's not best practice, but I'm not saying it's best practice. I'm just saying I'm human. And can I not get like shit on for being human? And to that, I'm like 100%. I don't want to shit on anyone for being human. Like
absolutely.
At all. But like, I mean, my poll, 50% said that they had 0 close friends, right? And so it's like, people are lonely. And so it's like, when we're like diagnosing like depression and anxiety out the door, I'm just like, are they depressed, or does their life just kind of suck because they have no social connections? And it seems, if you believe in evolution, even just like microevolution, it's beyond evident that humans are like fundamentally one of the most gregarious, group oriented species. And so it's like, of course we need other people. And what the fuck's going on that we can't, like, it's like we live in like one of the best societies we live in the best society humanity has created to this point. It's not perfect.
At least in the developed world, absolutely.
Yeah, in the developed world for sure. And yet we're seeing people are increasingly unhappy, and it's like, what the fuck are we getting wrong? Like, how do we figure this out? How do we teach people how to be good friends? Because it's not just like the idea of like, well, just make friendships. Sounds nice, right? But then it's like, okay, well, like, what if I have a lot of like weird attachment stuff? So I fuck up my friendships a lot. What if the people I'm trying to be friends with, I seem to be drawn to people that are also pretty unhealthy, and they lead to like really unhealthy relationships where we're being like kind of toxic, maybe even abusive towards each other. Which is why I'm really big for group therapy, because we really do need to do AOE, like helping people not be fucked up.
AOE healing, as they say, as someone says.
As Dr. K would say, AOE healing. Yeah.
Right. And I would agree with that in terms of we, as a biologist, I hate when people co-opt biology, but like one thing I will stand by is like, we seem to be wired for connection. And, not necessarily romantic, but like connecting with other people seems to be pretty integral and critical to our well-being and flourishing. And kind of in the absence of that, it seems like, it's clearly problematic. And I think we're seeing that, and it seems to be kind of really trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I sort of gravitate towards attachment theory, because it seems like, I've been able to cultivate secure connections just kind of like by accident. As in, I didn't know I was doing this thing. It was just kind of like natural to me, right. In terms of like, I didn't need to necessarily be taught about boundaries. I always kind of just seemed to be a naturally, very boundaried person. As in, I don't seem to generally have a problem of speaking up and being honest and transparent about where I am, what it is that I want. And so, like, I think the secure connections that I have cultivated, and like I get the feedback of like, I didn't even know like a friendship could even be like this, or that you can even talk about these things with friends.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why not? And it's like, well, I just wasn't raised that way. It's like, okay, well, now I see like where the discrepancy lies. And it doesn't seem to be like a gendered thing where, at least in my experience, where like male friendships have to be this way, or that women friendships have to be this way. Like it seems to be just kind of universal. Like you can just cultivate a healthy connection with anybody. It doesn't need to be a particular way, or doesn't need to be gendered, or based on sex.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's happening in our society is that everyone is kind of like LARPing at connection, because we're like so desperate for it. And so then when we say things like, well, maybe casual sex isn't wise, they're like, please don't take this away. Like, please, please don't take something away. Like, it's the best I fucking got. And I know it's not great, but it's the best I fucking got. And like, that's where like my heart just like aches for like everyone, where I'm just like, I don't want to take it away. And I'm so sad that that's like the best you got. Like, not just casual sex. That's just the one we keep talking about, obviously.
Right, exactly.
And in fairness, I think there is a certain movement of like, I think there are actual individuals who engage in casual sex who truly
Absolutely.
just view sex as like a form of activity, and there isn't a lot of emotional connection that forms as a result of it. I think that there is a decent amount of evidence that seems to be the case. I just don't think it's everyone. And I would guess that it's a smaller number of the population than we wish it was. Maybe that'll change. But if casual sex is being engaged in to like fill the need of like, I'm just fucking lonely, I don't know.
Yeah, and
it's better than nothing, but like we gotta figure out something better then, because there's so many risks inherent with it.
Exactly. That's why I would want them to recognize that it might not, like, I'm not, as you say, there's almost certainly a people that can engage in casual sex in a healthy way and have overwhelmingly positive experiences, but it's probably a much lower percentage than is currently engaging in that practice. And so like, yeah, that sort of LARPing terminology that you use in terms of like, yeah, this is my only way, or one of my very few ways of connecting with people. So like, yeah, don't take that away from me. But I mean, sure, fair enough. I don't want to reduce your quality of life, but maybe recognize that this might not be the optimal strategy. Just as like, sure, someone might be managing their anxiety with alcohol, but don't pretend that that is like the healthy or optimal way to go about it. I think, and you should know, like, if you want to do it, go for it, but know the risks.
Yeah.
And maybe don't be surprised if it over the long term you might be having negative experiences and negative repercussions as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to compare casual sex to alcohol because I think alcohol is like
Yeah, no, it's not
demonstrably
a
only
one-to-one.
bad. Yeah. I think it's sort of like it's mostly what I want to say is like maybe we shouldn't be so aggressively publicly educating and like encouraging casual sex. What we should be doing is dog shitting on people who try to shame people for casual sex. I don't think that that's helpful,
Yes,
and I'm all
that
for
is
just
fair.
like shitting on people who are like, oh, you've your body count's high. That's a little gross, and it's like, who fucking asked you, you know? But instead, I think like public advocates, this is my issue, right? Is people who try to like publicly advocate for like improved mental well-being and all these stuff are then actively advocating for practices where we're like, there isn't a lot of evidence that this is good. Like maybe there'll be a study that comes out and it shows casual sex isn't just fucking good for your mental health. It's better than therapy. And I'll be like, fucking go bananas then. Just wear
Right.
condoms. Like just wear condoms and get tested lots to reduce the risk of, like I'm not interested in like jumping in on anyone's fun, but the evidence isn't there yet, and there is some concerning evidence coming out around it that is like causing us to be like, maybe we should just pause and consider, like, is this the best solution? I don't know. And maybe we should be
Yeah.
advocating more strongly for better, healthier solutions.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's sort of kind of like the message that I want to like hopefully get across. Not that I'm the sole responsible person for that, or that even I'm a good messenger.
Yeah.
But it was just interesting seeing those conversations play out. Like I said, in terms of like, this is off the table. Like, I'm gonna do this, so just tell me how to do it in a somewhat decent way. Like,
Yeah. I've noticed somebody in chat keeps bringing this up, and I keep meaning to write it down because it's a really good point, which is that a lot of people might be lonely, but particularly they're like starved for like physical affection and touch, which is what the casual sex can really fill, is just being held by someone is really nice. And so the main one I say is like, if you don't want to do casual sex, but that's something that you need, massages are like actually the number one
yeah.
thing that I recommend. Like just get a massage if you don't want to do
cuddle
casual
buddies
sex.
are a thing as well.
Apparently there's paid cuddle buddies too,
Yeah, exactly.
which I've looked into. My friend does it, and she was like, yeah, it's not as wholesome as it sounds. Like, it sounds like a nice alternative, but usually people are like, cuddle buddies. And she's like, no, not that kind of cuddle. And they're like, yeah. And she's like, no. So, yeah. But yeah.
Well, exactly.
We need an alternative for touch. Absolutely. And a lot of people are filling that need through casual sex. And the reality is they don't have anything fucking better. So I don't clap on anyone for engaging in casual sex.
Yeah, from the harm.
failing of
That's why,
society.
like, yeah, I don't want to necessarily blame anybody or again even stigmatize anybody that engages in these practices or behaviors. But I just want to be informed of the risks.
Yeah.
And yeah, ideally, like as you alluded to in your panels, like hopefully go about it in the safest possible way, where you're at the very least like maximizing your chances of having a positive experiences. And that I think that includes being able to state and reinforce your boundaries, and maybe do a little bit of vetting in terms of what's the likelihood that this other party will respect my boundaries. Like if I would say if you're
don't
doing
shit
those,
test them. Just tell them a legitimate boundary you have. And like the response to that was like, well, I don't know what I feel or what I want in that moment. And I'm like, probably putting yourself in a dangerous situation and your partner then. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe you should figure that out. But I don't know. That just
And
sounded-
yeah, exactly. Like the optics of that don't come across as you want them to, because I would say you're giving largely good, realistic advice that will actually maximize the chances that you have a positive experiences and reduces any sort of harm. But even then, going back to like how this whole situation arose in terms of like the person shared from Destiny's tweet, like I didn't even know that like stealthing was whatever illegal or like a violation of boundaries. Well, I think you're almost communicating that you might not have the adult skills or really approached it with the best strategy of like, if you don't know that stealthing is like absolutely unethical, immoral, like you should maybe reevaluate and reassess from there.
Well, it's just scary, right? It's scary when we like normalize this shit. Like when we try to be like it's normal and like reasonable. And it's like I would never want to tell a 15-year-old that it's normal and reasonable not to know what like some of your like basic rights are before you get into like a rental landlord relationship. Like you should probably just Google it so that you know, right? You should know that your landlord is responsible for taking care of like mechanical stuff, right? If your roof starts leaking, that's on your landlord. That's not on you. And it's like I get that people just don't research these things, but it's like we need to be advocating that they do. Like that you just need to know what are your rights, what are your fallbacks, like just basic legal stuff even. And it's just
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or ideally taught in schools, but even like as I shared, like the sexual assault like prevention training, like I like that one slide to me is just like so problematic and like
and it's all dog shit. I've literally never gone to good sexual consent, sexual assault training. I've never experienced it. If somebody in chat has a really good educator on it, please send me it. I want good education on it, but it's always dog shit. Like it's always like, well, yes means yes and no means no. And then like, except no doesn't mean fucking no. So it's just like, it's not. And like, what do we do for our like ND individuals who are like, yes means yes and no means no. And then she goes, no. And then they're like, wait, I think that means yes, but it is a no. So now I don't like, yeah, you're just, yeah.
And it leads to like this collateral damage that we seem to be just kind of like okay with, because like the actual prescription that we have now that are like maybe evidence based, like well, we just can't hold people to these standards and it's unrealistic. So like let the chips fall where they may. That just seems like a really not good overall solution. Then like overall bad outcomes that are like really frustrating, and like I'm seeing some of these experiences play out and it's like really sad and disheartening for these people. And it's like I want to ideally again maximize the chances and maximize their well-being, but then it's like they're closed off to like the prescription. And also just to there's some questions in my chat that are being asked that they want your perspective on. One person in my chat asked, like, how do you feel about internal family system approach?
Oh,
If you're familiar.
yeah, internal family system approach. It's a theory of treatment that's based on DID, where it kind of looks at how like you have different systems that operate within a person's mind. I think it's really interesting, actually. I think it's really, really helpful for people who have childhood trauma, particularly, and like I think it's a really good option for this like my childhood was fucked up, not necessarily abuse, because that's like the issue we run into for a lot of people. They're like, it wasn't abuse, there's just a lot of like weird shit, like divorce isn't necessarily abuse, but it kind of like messes with people's attachment a lot of the time, right? It seems that interfamily system treatment might be a really good solution for this. That's kind of how I view it. I think it's really interesting.
And another one of my chatters just wanted, I guess, maybe your perspective on something. And feel free to, like, if you don't feel comfortable giving advice, your perspective on this, feel free to reject. But someone's basically saying, I have a girlfriend and we're both bi and poly. Since we are hyper aware of power issues, if we bring in a permanent third person in, we practice casual sex. What would be your points on that?
Ooh, yeah, poly is a very interesting dynamic in that. So every poly relationship looks a lot different from my experience. So it sounds like for you guys, you're thinking about bringing in a perma third, but then also having casual sex outside of the permanent third. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's pretty much how I understand it as well.
Okay. Recommendations for that would mainly be like, especially like once you're, man, relationships are so messy. Power to poly people, because holy shit, managing two people and like all of the complexities and baggage that goes in, because you mentioned the power dynamic, and the main power dynamic that I'm going to be concerned about is if you have somebody who's maybe more anxious, who kind of needs a little bit more as far as like reinforcement to remind them that like they are secure, that they are loved. As soon as you bring in a permanent third, from poly people I've spoken to, that can oftentimes get immediately much more complex, because there's kind of always sometimes it works really well, and there's like married couples that it works super well, but oftentimes that third that comes in can like kind of fully disrupt the system and be like, wait, so now who's the most important, especially if two seem to click a little bit more, even if it's just socially. especially if that one other person is insecure, it can like really grate at them. So I've seen poly relationships, I'm going to be honest, like I'm probably not the best advocate for it because I don't do poly relationships, but in my experience of talking with poly people, they can be really, really difficult to navigate with the permanent third. I know through the grapevine one couple who's worked it out really well, but I don't know them personally. Most poly people I talk to, it's pretty hard to navigate. That's not to say impossible, just like probably maximal communication. And every party is going to have to be willing to be like owning their own stuff, and giving and taking as they need. And so kind of probably talking about what that giving and taking looks like and making sure everyone feels good about it, and then adjusting it as, because the way relationships work when they're permanent is they have to adjust give and take, right? Like if I become super depressed, say I get pregnant and I have really, really bad postpartum or something like that. Okay, the amount of give and take I can give to my husband in that moment is way less. I just have less to give. So in a poly relationship, now you have a third person. So you're just going to have to like navigate what that looks like so nobody feels consistently excluded, and that no single partner is kind of always being the giver for everyone, which would be the main dynamics I'd be concerned about.
So the main message that I'm hearing is like ultra challenging requires at the very least like really exceptional communication skills, and hopefully mature people involved.
Yeah, and making sure there's a lot of people I think that get into polyamory that aren't actually able to do it in a practical lived sense. I feel like I've experienced a lot of people who have been really, really fucked over in a monogamous relationship, and so then they go to poly, which is totally understandable. But I've had a couple of friends that kind of did that transition and then basically realized that they have actually a really hard time sharing a partner, basically, and they kind of wanted to be poly because the monogamy thing was wasn't really working with them. So just making
sort
sure
of
that
as like a compromise, or like they'll settle for this in the hopes of maintaining like the main relationship.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of people that get into poly. I think it's kind of like trending right now, who are like, yeah, I'm really into poly, but then when it push comes to shove, they're not. They just like aren't. Which is why I'm very open. I'm like, I would be a terrible person in polyamory. Like I'm definitely a jealous person. It just wouldn't work. I couldn't do it. It'll never work for me probably. Maybe I could work and grow on that. But I have a monogamous relationship, so I don't really like worry about it at this point. So just like making sure that people that are, if you're going to get a permanent third, that they actually really are comfortable with polyamory, and that's something that doesn't get complicated for them, basically.
Yep, that sounds like solid advice. And also, second. Yeah, so going back, I guess, to kind of mental health, and it's trending in a worse direction. And again, going back to the lens that I analyze it through, like, again, it seems like our society, in addition to, how we've designed our lives, and even though as a result of all of the connections, the electronic connections we have, we are not actually connecting on a one-to-one individual level. And I think a large part of that is just because, our society seems to really emphasize strongly kind of a hyper independence, as in to like rely on another person. That is an inherently negative thing, because
and it's become negative for a lot of people. Like a lot of people don't learn this like as children. They kind of happen upon it as they get fucked over again and again and again.
Yes, exactly.
I think we have an entitled society. I think we have a deeply, deeply entitled, which probably does come from the independent like worldview. But it feels like the boomers came along. Things were actually going really well. They got basically one of like some of the best times to like be young adults and adults in, and then they just fucking ruined everything for everyone. And I don't really know why, but it seems like the boomers were just like some of the most entitled individuals, and they just like kind of didn't have any forethought, and then we're still paying the consequences for it.
Yeah, and I think again, going back to like this hyper independence and why I tend to rely on attachment theory, because again, going back to like that emotional dysregulation, it seems like, at least to my understanding, like once once you kind of like have become emotionally dysregulated, it seems to kind of like occupy sort of your emotional or cognitive bandwidth, and like and it gets like your cognitive resources become kind of lessened or decreased. And it seems like as a result of that, it almost seems like we now no longer have the emotional or cognitive bandwidth to even cultivate any sort of connection. As in, like, since we're kind of like so emotionally, or like many people appear to be emotionally dysregulated, just like the prospect of connecting with another person or cultivating that is just so overwhelming that it like doesn't happen. Like, I, so I come from my biology background, and so I'm more familiar with like neuroscience as opposed to like psychological science at a human level. So I'm more familiar with animal models. But like, as I'm sure you probably know, like the animal models used like for depression or anxiety, like you take a mouse and you subject it to like the open field test, and like the depressed mouse doesn't explore. And it seems like, we are now kind of like, in some respects, maybe not pathologically, but we are no longer like the exploring mouse. And the less we explore, like the less we retreat, the more we retreat into our bubbles. And it's like now we're just like so afraid now to cultivate a connection or to even depend on another person, because to do so goes against like kind of a narrative of being hyper independent, or you have to be, you know, to cultivate a healthy romantic relationship, you have to be like established in your career. You have to have checked off all the boxes. And then before that, if you're not fully independent and a fully cultivated human adult, then you're just not ready for a relationship, it seems.
Yeah, and like here's the thing, like I got into a relationship when I was for sure not a fully cultivated, fully like grounded adult. I think we were both kind of lucky in that like we were grounded enough and like really, really, really willing to try enough that we like made it work. But like my relationship is not without its bumps. It's like not a relationship that I'm like, I would love to like rinse and repeat and do this for everyone else. Like I don't know if every other couple could like manage through it with different levels of like shit going on, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, the emotional regulation is a really interesting one to kind of bring in, because it does seem that we have like a deeply unregulated, but I don't want to tell people you can't get into a relationship unless you're perfect, right? Because you never will be.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I think like a lot of relationships, if people just like tried and like didn't have quite an entitled perspective about it, could probably work out really well. The problem is that like there's a lot of trauma bonding that seems to happen in relationships, where one person's like the sole caretaker of the other, and it usually leads to like really, really unhealthy balances. Like there isn't like this perfect solution, but I do think that like if people can learn like how to have a healthy balance of emotional regulation, because I think what happens in a lot of relationships is when we're dysregulated and we get into it before we can like manage it on our own, is that we can put it on our partner. And that can be really, really, really unhealthy. That's where like trauma dumping. For women, I find that women broadly tend to put their emotions on their partner and kind of want their partner to regulate them with them. Whereas men tend to like stuff, and then their emotions come out sideways through like raging at something, or completely emotionally checking out and stonewalling and stuff like that. And so it's like, how do you navigate? Like you need to emotionally regulate with each other and also independent. And there's no solution other than I would tell people like probably get to the point where you can regulate yourself well enough, but also accept regulation from other people. Like a hug can be a form of regulation. That's a really simple biofeedback. But if hugging doesn't regulate you, you probably need to do some interpersonal, like your own work in yourself.
Yes. Because like touch seems to be very well, as you sort of we've alluded to, in terms of like cuddle buddies and maybe casual sex as a surrogate for human touch. Like it seems like, again, touch. Well, I think, as we all know, like the severe form of punishment for someone in prison is like solitary confinement, just like no connection, no touch, and now you're apparently rehabilitated into society.
Yeah, and like for somebody like I have like child sexual assault histories in my own life, so touch was very distressing. So if you're an individual where like touch is really distressing, I think a lot of people lose sight that like you can be doing individual therapy while you're in a relationship. The biggest trick in like getting into these relationships where you're both like really unwell is that it's so easy to become like kind of like trauma bonded or codependent.
Yeah,
And those are
absolutely.
always really, really messy relationships. You can come back from it. I would say like me and my husband were a little bit like codependent in some ways, and we've really come back from it, but it took a lot of work, and it's not like an experience I would highly recommend to go through. Ideally, I'd like to like see that avoided, but like lots of things can be corrected, but I would say like individual counseling is really, really important. Way more often than I think couples counseling. Some issues are between couples, but almost exclusively, most issues are both individuals are unwell and triggering the fuck out of each other.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because like, and again, that's why I sort of tend to view things from this attachment perspective. Because like that appears to be kind of like a known thing in the attachment space of like the not necessarily the trauma bonding, but like the insecure attachment, like feeding into the insecure attachment, and like it just kind of tends to spiral out of control, and like just high risk of kind of like toxic or abusive relationships.
Yeah.
And which is why it seems like to my eye, like if emotional dysregulation is sort of the underpinning of maybe attachment, insecure attachment, it seems like we just have maybe just overall as a society just have become largely emotionally dysregulated. And it seems like once you become emotionally dysregulated, like it just kind of that'll spiral out of control because now we don't have the tools to connect with each other. uh, and and then it's like it almost seems like it's doomed to get worse.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do think entitlement is actually a bigger issue than I think our culture is giving weight to. I think like Hollywood kind of lied to us, and they like it taught us that like relationships are things that you find, and they're like these magical things that like complete you. And I think most people on the internet have like become nihilistic enough to like not believe that. But there's still kind of this belief that like you need to find the right partner. And I'd say like there's a couple things you definitely need to find, like certain set of values, core values, some non-negotiables. Whether you want to be monogamous or polyamorous, I would say is a huge one. Obviously, like sexual orientation, but I think that one kind of naturally susses itself out as long as you're looking for the orientation that you are. But I think actually a lot of people are like much more entitled in relationship. Like they're constantly looking for like what their partner can give them, and it concerns me. And I think it doesn't come like when I say this, I know what it sounds like. Like I know it sounds like boomers telling young people that they're entitled, and that's not actually the entitlement that I'm talking about. Because usually it's a lot more. It's a lot more like subtle. So for example, like when I realized that I had entitlement in my relationship, it was that I felt that I needed my partner more than I wanted him. And I realized that like even though that was rooted in like insecurity and like sadness and like fear, it also led to an entitlement where I like very regularly didn't engage in gratitude. I was constantly asking because I needed him versus I wanted him. And so I don't mean it in like people are entitled just being like, just give me whatever I want. Because a lot of people are entitled in the midst of their like own self-loathing and like self-disrespect. Like that was my entitlement, was like there was an entitlement that was occurring at the same time that I loathed myself, was super insecure, and had immense social anxiety. Like I didn't look like an entitled person, and I wasn't entitled broadly, but there was an element of like entitlement that I had toward my partner that was damaging our relationship.
Yeah, and which is why I at least from me, from my perspective, I appreciated sort of the dating advice that I've seen you give so far, and also the things that you have called out in terms of it. It seems like dating or our approach to dating seems to be kind of the last place where we're allowed to participate in like very discriminatory type of thinking, as in like it's okay to say all men are like this or all women are like this. But if I qualified of like all black men are like this, like I would understandably get roasted and called out for, as I should be, and understandably so. And like that type of, I think, discriminatory thinking again just like keeps us from like connecting. And I like the way that you kind of call out that discriminatory thinking, of like, well, maybe you should reevaluate kind of maybe your deal breakers or what you're actually looking for in a relationship, and maybe what you're prioritizing now shouldn't be your priorities. But to like to say that and call that out, like that again, that just seems to be like, uh, well, a non-starter. Like, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
And it's like, then where do you go from here? Because like people want to connect, but then like the strategies that they're implementing to connect are clearly not leading to the outcomes that they want, but they don't want to change their strategy. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. We kind of have this issue, right, where it's like pretty obviously societally that like this shit isn't working. And the reality is it's like part of the response of like what people are advocating for comes from the fact that like, yeah, but it wasn't really working in the past because as women got like more and more freedoms, as we got birth control, as we got tampons, like traditional relationships just didn't work as well. And we didn't like it as much, and like there was a lot of dissatisfaction. There's really high divorce rates, right? So it's like it's beyond obvious to me that relationships aren't working, and we just have to figure out like why. And I'm sure the answer, I mean, the answer is obviously multifactorial. We have to figure like why, and then what do we do about it, and not just societally, but like as an individual, how do you just get connected to people, which is like so tricky.
absolutely. Which is why I kind of do, which has kind of led me into the politics space on Twitch because, like, yeah, there's this psychological aspect, but also I think just society at large and our material conditions and just like the stress of the society that we live in the developed world or parts of the developed world. If you're in a certain socioeconomic status, like, yeah, like if your emotional bandwidth and cognitive bandwidth is already like so occupied with other things and you're already like emotionally dysregulated, like, yeah, connecting with people is exceptionally difficult. And then it's like the prospects of what things to come don't look so good. And I don't want to be a doomer. Like I want to be able to empower people to hopefully maximize their well-being and live, have fulfilling relationships and lead a good quality of life, or maybe as you frame, be content. And that's why, like, I was listening to your last conversation, uh, where I think you expressed a sort of not dislike, but you weren't the biggest fan of David Goggins. And that's what I want to kind of also like push back on of like, maybe, your approach to like work and your 80 hours per week, or you're overworking or that grind set, you might be paying a cost to that, or even just society at large might be paying a cost to that, and you might not be perceiving it. Which is why like I tend to emphasize balance overall of like maybe work shouldn't be the main priority in your life, and like maybe connecting with other people because like I know workhorses uh, in academia, in the professional world, to my eye, and maybe this is just people that gravitate towards me. They don't seem the happiest. I can say that.
Yeah, and I will give something to David Goggins. I think people really miss like the most important thing that like David Goggins, like the whole point of his book, which he kind of unfortunately just says briefly at the end, which is basically like he's done all this shit and then at the very last chapter he talks a little bit about contentment. And it's actually like my idea around contentment comes from David Goggins, actually. He was the one that made me be like, holy shit. Like he's been like I think the whole point of the book is like you can push yourself further than you ever know. You can. The upper limits, the ceiling that you think exists for you, it's way higher. You just got to push yourself, right? I'm not some special person. I'm not a freak. I'm just a normal dude, which I don't know if is totally true about him, but like the idea behind it is like if I can do it, other people can do it too. But then at the very end, he talks a fair bit about like contentment and how like he's done all these things. He's like set world records. He's a super marathoner. He like was in the Navy SEALs, all sorts of like incredible physical things. And then he realizes that he's still not fully content. And so like the purpose of him writing this book in the first place and like being really open in this way is he's like, probably I need to start working on myself. Like I need to actually work on being vulnerable, because he's still not content and he never will be. And I think he realizes that at the end, like he realizes like this isn't going to get me to contentment. And I think a lot of people, they're like, happiness is so silly. And I'm like, okay, happiness isn't silly. Like simple contentment is like the thing that everyone is pursuing the most. Like the most. There are other things to happiness. There's purpose. But like we fucking have a lot of that preaching. Like we know all about purpose, right? The problem is that lots of people find their purpose and then they're still not content because contentment
Right.
and purpose are actually separate things, and they seem to actually not necessarily be related. Some people are lucky and their purpose also gives them their contentment, which is like, you fucking won the lottery, mate. Like, that's awesome for you. That's not true for me. What gives me purpose is my academic pursuits, my schooling, my career. What makes me content, I realized after like me and my marriage actually almost ended, was being like, family, like the people I love the most make me content. Like my husband, my like best friends, the people that matter to me, just they make me content. My dog, just like literally going on a walk, or like hanging out and watching a stupid movie with my husband, or like seeing my friend and just like chatting for an hour. Like that's actually what makes me content. And I think we've lost that because we've done this like absolute attack on happiness, which is really sad to me, because when it started, happiness was kind of equated with hedonic, like hedonia, and just being like, fuck bitches and rock and roll, woo, right? And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't seem to lead to happiness or contentment. It just leads to pleasure, right? And pleasure isn't necessarily bad either.
Right.
But we forgot about happiness, and everyone's like, oh, happiness doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, you can't guarantee yourself happiness. Suffering will inevitably happen. But you can do your best to set your life up to try to have it. And what you need to be happy seems to be a lot less than we think it is, because we've been bought into this hustle purpose culture. And I'm not opposed to purpose. I have I'm like a very purpose-driven human.
Absolutely.
But my life improved when I started being concerned about contentment too.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why, like, and I take your point, and this is something that resonates with me in terms of like, I understand why there was maybe this course correction, or maybe this swing the pendulum of like towards more the hedonic aspect, and maybe that ties into sort of the desire for casual sex, of like, because that might, I think it's fair to say that might be in the more hedonic category for many people.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not a Puritan, but maybe the pendulum has swung too far in that direction, and there might be some sort of course correction that maybe it should not be all about the accumulation of material wealth, or just maximizing your material wealth and just maximizing this hedonic aspect. Because like, if you make that argument, I think might be get branded as sort of a conservative, or a right winger, and I'm very much not that. But I do think there's something to be said for not family values, but there's something to be said for connection and the people around you, and like and how that bleeds into your well-being or your contentment. And that's why like I would want people to like have these skills to do that, because I think we're very much moving in that opposite direction.
Yeah, I think like we've switched from like the right being like kind of hustle culture, but in like the Protestant work ethic, and now the left is kind of doing the same shit, but it's more of like hustle culture. And I'm like, we're still missing the point. Like, we're still missing it, guys, which is that like contentment is much more simple. Like it really is. And some people are like, well, you need money to be happy. Unquestionably, to a point, you need money. Like if you can't fucking like feed yourself, your clothes are disgusting. You can't like, if you can't meet like basic, like average standard of living, it seems people are pretty unhappy. But I would argue there's lots of people who figure out how to be happy. I mean, like, I think like, I know people who've grown up exclusively poor their whole life, but they were actually pretty happy their whole life. So it's like money definitely matters to a point, but I think it matters a lot less than we ever give it credit. And with inflation, money is going to matter more, which is super sucky and kill the banks.
Fortunately.
But yeah, I wish people would talk about contentment more, and like actual like being like, I just want to connect with people. But it's almost like when people hear that, they're like, okay, cool, and you want me to like put like a live, laugh, love poster up in the background too? And it's like, I know how it sounds, and I'm not trying to be like this idealistic white woman who's like writing a letter to Putin telling him how if I just like hugged him more, he'd not be a fucking dictator and stuff like that. Like, I'm not advocating for that dumb shit. I ain't trying to say suffering don't happen. I'm just saying hustle culture, it ain't it.
Yeah, I very much put like, and I have even like had some very interesting conversations with people, especially like I push back. I'm not going to get into it, but rather like, yeah, I'm very much against that grind set. And like, again, you might be paying a cost for all that work you're doing in the hopes, because I know many people who make, you know, many-fold the income that I do, it doesn't seem to translate all that well into their happiness and well-being. And it seems to have largely come at a cost, in my experience, at not only just their psychological well-being, but even just their physical well-being. Uh, and it's like, you know, and once they have their career established and they're making the income, and then like they assess the situation around them, it's like, oh, it's not as good as I thought it would be. And now they want to, you know, reassess or course correct. Now they want to, you know, connect. Now they want to prioritize their health. And like, I totally understand if you are in a struggling socioeconomic situation, like it is totally understandable to prioritize your material conditions and your, you know, your material wealth. If you don't have at least some sort of baseline level of material conditions, like, yeah, it's absolutely difficult to maximize your well-being. But like at some point, like you may have course corrected in the wrong direction, and maybe just senseless accumulation of material wealth might not be the healthiest balance, and you might be paying a cost for that. And I think society is paying a cost for that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think it, like, unquestionably, right? Like, yeah, it's just it's sad, but I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. That's like my focus. It's like the Discord community that I have is like actually like pretty exciting to me. And as like the Discord community is growing and there's more people chatting and like actual making actual friendships and like playing board games together and playing video games and watching movies together, I'm like, how do I continue to cultivate this as it grows to be healthy so that the most people who come in, like if I can make my, like, the whole part of like my whole passion in this Twitch streaming is to get people in the Discord, to get them connected to community, because I think that's the best net good I can do with my platform, to be honest, is like
Absolutely.
be funny enough and engaging enough and interesting enough that people want to come in the Discord, and then have really good people for them to talk to and like build connections with. And it's like, man, if at the end of the day, like one person from my Discord messaged me and they're like, just so you know, I've met some of like the closest friends in my life, been in your Discord for like maybe a year now, and it's honestly like, it's not everything, but it's really improved my quality of life, and I have some really, really good friends that I can rely on now. Like, that would be mint. That would be the best. And I just think we need more people doing that. Like, you can improve, like, because I think of this doom that we're feeling is like, how the fuck do I fix society? And it's like, well, maybe fix yourself and fix like your community first, because it's a lot easier to fix your, like, your smaller community than it is to try and fix all of fucking society. That's so complex. But you can start with like yourself, your family, if you're like motivated to fix your family, because some people have really terrible relationships with their family, or building family that's not blood related, right? Or your neighborhood or your online community. Like, there's got to be little small things we can start at.
Yeah. So then I think we're exactly on the same page, because that is the exact message that I kind of want to get across, because like, as much as you know, I can wax poetic of the political situation and whatever the problems, the ills of society at large, but you know, I don't think that really empowers people, and that's not going to translate into their direct day-to-day life. And so it's like, that's why I want to like emphasize, like, connect with other people, maybe learn the skills to connect with other people, which like led me into that sort of vein of casual sex. Like, that seems like for some people, you that might be your strategy for connecting with people. That might not be the best strategy. And like, to foster an actual connection that's healthy, that's fulfilling, that's stable, like, that seems critical, and that might be more empowering for you, and that might bleed into so many other aspects in your life.
Yeah.
But then it's like, again, to get that message across, just maybe I'm just a poor messenger. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would love to see these communities form that aren't just like ooey gooey sticky, because like I find that really gross. Like, I don't ever want to come across like I'm like trying to put up posters of live, laugh, love everywhere, which I know
That's
this
literally what
sounds
someone
like
in my
maybe.
chat has said. Like, I need a live, laugh, love poster in my background.
And I'm not trying to sell people on that shit, because I'm not trying to tell people that suffering doesn't happening. But I'm saying, like, damn, if you've got a community around you, it makes it a whole lot fucking better. But you're still gonna suffer, and that sucks. But like, may as well minimize how much you suffer as much as we probably can. And it's like, how is joining a Discord community going to help? Well, you're going to get social feedback on being like, hey, these are ways to build connections, these are ways to not, right? If you come into a Discord community and you're coming in hot and condescending, and people are like, get the fuck out of here pretty quickly, that might be a cue to you. Hey, a way for me to build connection isn't to come in and to be as condescending as possible, right? Or if you come in and you're like too nervous to speak up, but then you do and they're like, no, that was awesome, I super appreciate you. We can do the opposite of teaching people who are like, don't value themselves enough. Like, I don't know. I just love community and like group networking and group therapy, and yeah. I can go on.
Yeah,
with it.
absolutely. And all like positive communities and like people that's why it's really hard to like have these conversations because again, going back to like maybe your approach to connection, even just friendship, might not be the optimal strategy. Like again, it seems like not even just when it comes to dating, but friendships, where it seems like we're okay with having this sort of discriminatory type thinking, where it's like I just don't trust other people. Well, like if that's like your heuristic when just even comes to friendship, like you might be playing a part in your dynamic of struggling to cultivate friendships. Like I've literally had this conversation with another person of like, well, yes, I understand why you have trust issues due to like an infinite number of betrayals. But that doesn't like if you're going to carry that forward, like maybe that might be you might want to look at that as to maybe why you are struggling to form good friendships.
Yeah.
Because if you come to the table like I'm just not going to trust you, you might be affecting the dynamic that plays out from there, and that seems to be a very difficult conversation to have with people.
Yes.
Not only just in the dating world, but even just in the friendship world. It's like no. It's not me. It's everyone else that's the problem. But there's like a nuanced conversation to be had there.
And it might be like, you're right, it is everyone else, and it's still up to you to figure it out, because what's your other option? Be miserable and have no friends? Like, that's just not an option that I'm willing to, like, support anyone in pursuing. Like, maybe it is fucking everyone else. Like, I've been around normies, they're rough. Like, they could be tough people to be around. They're pretty judgy. But, like, maybe it is everyone around, but, like, can you grow the skills needed so that you can, like I always say, like, how do you render meaning from your suffering? Like, how do you do that? Because what the fuck else is there? It's not because I'm trying to be like, live, laugh, love. I'm trying to be like, the only other option is literally dying. Like, that's it. And, like, that's sometimes what we have to come to with these things is, like, what other option is there? But forward.
Yeah, exactly. That is very much kind of the messaging that when I talk to other people with chronic illness, especially other Crohn's disease patients, where again, they understandably may be suffering from anxiety, depression, and understandably so. And it's like, yeah, like it's good for you to recognize like this sucks. This diagnosis sucks. It's a huge wrench in your life. Almost certainly over the long term, it's just an overall decrease in your quality of life. It's a daily challenge. But that doesn't mean you are absolutely powerless. And there are things you can do. There are skills you can cultivate. And hopefully you can draw on support from the community around you. That's why I sort of, again, go back to attachment theory in terms of like, it seems to be protective against anxiety and depression. How much is that is just like, if you practice secure behaviors, you just might have a good, secure network around you to support you. And it's not the inherently secure personality or whatever psychological state. It's just like, you have secure connections. And as a result of those secure connections, you can now manage your anxiety and depression or your, not so good circumstances.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I want to get out there with the message of, like, maybe try and get out there and connect with people.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to have that conversation, at least up until now.
Yeah, and I think there's a validity of saying, like, there's a space where you need to say, like, hey, that fucking sucks. Full stop. That's horrific. And you just stop there and you like because I think especially for men and women, but there's a lot of need to just like have their experience validated, of being like, yeah, that just sucks. It just sucks. And this is why people get really turned off by the live, laugh, love crowd, is because they don't want to talk about how things suck, right? And it's like there needs to be space to say like, this sucks, and I just hear that, and just like let that person have that space. And then when they're ready, or when I think it's sometimes you get to the point where you say like, now it's time of saying, and what do we want to do about that? Right? It's kind of these two things, and there needs to be a space between the two. I think a really big issue that like live, laugh, love crowd gets into and responsibility crowd gets into is that they say, yeah, it sucks, and what do we want to do about that? And there's no pause in between the two things. But I think there needs to be like, I try to say, like, I want to give as much gravity to somebody's suffering as the size of their suffering is. Like, I want to give it to them. My piece is that something comes after the pause too. I don't just sit there, right? And so how do we navigate that together?
Yeah, exactly. Which again, I don't want to get it across that it's a simple thing, because like when someone, again, I've had this conversation before of like, once someone is kind of like have dug themselves into the hole, or they are in that hole, like how do you get them to pull themselves out of it? Maybe you have experience as an addiction specialist of like, like how do you like get someone to like motivate themselves to like feel empowered, of like, oh yes, there is something that I can do.
I mean, half the work is literally that empathy piece. Sorry, I'm just opening the window. It's getting super hot in here. I think half of it is that I think half the work in any therapy is just validating people's legitimate suffering. Like, just spending time there. Because people need to grieve. And our culture's really bad at grief. Like, we don't know how to fucking do it. And they're like, they just need to feel it. And we don't dwell there forever, but a lot of people, I think, like, want to get to the fixing step. And I'm like, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest. Half the work gets done just by letting them experience their feelings. It seems to be that with younger cultures, there's almost too much of that now happening, which is why you need the next piece afterwards, which is that you let people feel the feelings, you let them cry it out, and as they kind of begin to settle and regulate, you say, and what do we want to do about this? What do you want to do about this? And if they're like, I have no idea, you can be like, can I come alongside you? Can I brainstorm with you? If you're willing to. But in the past, we only had, what are you going to do to fix it? And then we had both for like a second. And then we've kind of snapped to, I think, with younger generations of being like, your feelings are really valid. And then we just sit there. And it's like, I don't want people to dwell in their feelings, but I also don't want people to stuff their feelings. It has to be in between. We have to say, yeah, that sucks. What do you want to do about it?
Right. And at some point, move on from just the it sucks and wallowing there only perpetually.
Yes. I would say if you are super driven to move past it, you probably need to spend more time in it. And anyone who's not motivated to move past it needs to spend more time moving past it, actually.
Okay. So, yeah. Well, basically, do the opposite of what your instincts are telling you.
Yeah, my instinct is to move past it. I just want to problem solve. And so, like, probably, like, the most important thing in, like, my own self-growth has been, like, hold your horses there, fixer. Just let them feel it. And just, like, forcing myself to wait longer has, like, immediately improved all of my therapeutic, like, any counseling session. Just, like, letting them have a little bit more space instantly improved everything. So if your proclivity is to go fix her up, you probably need to pause more. If your proclivity is to sit and dwell on the feelings, which it seems women seem to want to sit and dwell more, men broadly seem to want to fix her up, which is why most traditional advice is men, make more space for feelings. Women, learn how to also fix and solve and move on. So yeah, whatever your proclivity is, do a little bit less of, and you'll probably balance out pretty well. Yeah.
That makes sense. And maybe just kind of switching to a tangent, although, again, somewhat bleeding into attachment theory. So and again, if you don't want to answer this, that's
just
fine.
ask. I'll tell you. I'll just tell you.
What are your thoughts? 'Cause there's a reason why this is kind of like a personal crusade of mine, because I see this as like so damaging. What are your thoughts on spanking children and corporal punishment?
Corporal punishment seems to have literally zero evidence behind it. Corporal punishment is terrible. It makes you just resent the authority and the person doing bad. So it's just corporal punishment shit. Always. I haven't seen any yet. Maybe if you show me some evidence for it. I have never seen evidence for corporal punishment. It's always been demonstrably negative for social milieu, for psychological functioning, for authoritarian respect, authority respect. Spanking, I think if it's being engaged in, I would say overall, I'm pretty much opposed to it. I've seen some neutral evidence, maybe under 3, but it needs to be a spank that is appropriate and non-painful. In general, I'm probably not going to publicly advocate for it. There's a lot of people like, oh, I got spanked and I turned out fine. And then I'm like, well,
actually, if I talk to enough people, like I'll encounter someone said I had fetal alcohol syndrome and I turned out fine. That's not
It's not,
testament.
yeah, it's not evidence. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of good evidence for it. There might be some neutral evidence. It seems to be like somewhat. I see. Here's the thing: is I really want to be careful as like a very white Canadian person to not tell other cultures like what's right just because it's culturally right, right? So Canadians don't express like our anger.
I have no
in
problem
certain
being the
ways.
bad guy. Like based off of the research that I've seen, like it is awful, like so damaging from what I've seen, like to a child. Like you are just priming that child for just emotional dysregulation, and like you are just damaging their like brain development. Which is why it's like a personal, like it seems to have no place. And also, as you said, there doesn't seem to be, we don't have good studies. And one of the reasons, at least from what I understand, we don't have good studies because like no ethics board will approve a good spanking study. Like
No,
no one's gonna take
no,
a
they
random.
won't. But my main hesitation is like everything in me wants to just say no. Obviously, my main hesitation is sometimes I feel that science gets a little bit biased towards more like Western cultural normatives, and I'm friends with enough people from like very very different cultures that get really pissed off when I'm like, well, this is how to express anger healthily, and they're like, that's just your way of expressing anger, and I'm like, is it like is yelling okay if it's not abusive? It's just like shouting, and I'm like, I don't know, like maybe it is a cultural thing. Like I don't want to like put like this stamp of like I am right because like I'm from the Western Hemisphere stamp on it. My proclivity is no. My proclivity is never to spank. I'm never going to advocate for people to spank. But I've also worked with parents who like their kid literally tries to like bolt onto the road. They grab their kid, they give them like a little swat on the wrist, and they say no. And their kid gets super upsetty spaghetti. Is there better ways to manage it? I would say unquestionably, but I'm not willing to like throw the book at that parent in that moment.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'd
But
be more than happy to throw the book at
that's
that
fair.
parent. Because again, just based off of the research, like it just, like yeah, a tap on the wrist, like sure, I can see that as passable. But I think it's fair to, and in the context of like literally saving that child's life, uh, sure, I can see that as whatever, not the worst thing in the world.
Right. If it's an
But like,
aversive enough stimulus to cause it to never happen again, is it worth it in the end? Maybe, but we should also talk about like it's one of those things of like maybe it's okay at best. And I really am being careful of like okay at best. Everything below my proclivity is to say it's bad. I just don't want to like put like Western Hemisphere bias too hardly on this.
yeah, that's fair. But I sort of like view it as, well, not all the evidence, but just like when you're advocating for just like a sprinkle of abuse, and like where's that line then where it becomes like this is like spanking and an actual abuse? Like, because I think it's fair to say that, no abuse or no physical abuse like that's a non-starter. But like then where's that line,
Right.
right?
But I mean, it's a similar question of like slurs. Okay, no racial slurs, no matter what. Right. It's good at a public level to have that. But then people talk about like, well, what about in a private setting where all of your friends have okayed it and everyone's okay with it? In fact, one of your friends even encourages it and is part of that like ethnic group. Is it okay then? And it's like in that private setting, it's hard to say. It's hard to give evidence as to why it's precisely bad. With spanking, I'm willing to be like, maybe it is just wrongfully bad. Like I said, just to be clear, I've never encouraged any of my clients to spank their children. I've never publicly educated for it. And anytime when they've asked me about it, I've encouraged them to find other strategies. Just to make that super, super clear, I'm just trying to have an empirical standpoint right now of being like, is there, yeah, because like the line of like, is it a sprinkle of abuse? And I'm like, is like disciplining your kids a sprinkle of like where do we draw that line, right? Like a little gentle slap on the bum might just be enough to scare the kid, right? Is that abuse? Well, is scaring them by taking away certain privileges abuse? Like is no fear okay? Like I don't know. So it's just like once we get into these parenting conversations, it's like I feel like we're just like I've seen a lot of harm done by pure positive reinforcement, and so I obviously look for other alternatives than spanking. I never encourage spanking, but I also don't want to like take away consequences.
Yeah, but it's like you're in line with the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I think the American Psychological Association of just like this should like there's no place in this in the parenting like whatever book or manual, but it's sort of like again of like the prescription of like just to not engage in spanking, that's unrealistic. Just to like to not engage in casual sex, that's unrealistic. So we have to like kind of maybe live with some collateral damage from these practices. and again, I see it, and I have no problem being the bad person of like, I think this is a very damaging practice to a developing child. Like, I honestly can't, personally, from a philosophical level, I can't think of any other context of a loving relationship where non-consensual striking is okay.
What about
That's sort
non-consensual consequences?
uh non-consensual like timeouts.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, most consequences are not consensual for children. Let's be honest here.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, totally. Just because I think, well, there's no actual harm, either psychologically or physically, being done to the child. At least from my understanding, not to any measurable degree.
right,
That's quantitative.
right. Is there like I guess like is there strong evidence that like a single pap on the bum at 2 does demonstrable psychological harm to a child?
I'd be more than happy to share some of the research that I
Uh,
have.
but it does it deal
Uh,
with like what specifically I'm outlining?
no,
Because
just because it's
like
since we
repeated
don't have.
spanking that's hard, spanking past 3, all those things I'm like, oh, I'm convinced on that, like no question. It's like literally when children are like too young to sometimes to like understand certain things, I still say it's not best practice. Like I feel like I need to make this a caveat. I am not for overall ever spanking your children, but I've worked with a lot of moms that have serious mental health and addiction issues that are genuinely doing their best, and it's hard to just be like when they like swat their like 2-year-old on the bum, not super hard at all, when they like try to burst onto the highway. I'm like, I'm just gonna be honest, I want to call it out. That's my proclivity, but I always hold back, and I'm trying to be like, is the hold back something valuable that I'm holding back from, or is it just I'm being too nice? And maybe I'm just being like too nice.
Yeah, and this is where it's kind of like how I sort of analyze it in terms of like a cycle or repeated patterns. Because like I totally take your point that, for someone, given their background or maybe their struggles with addiction or other circumstances, like it's so hard for them to emotionally regulate when they're put into a frustrating situation with a child. And so in the
What's the
absence
purpose
of
behind throwing the book though? I think that's where I'm holding up, is I'm like, I'm not advocating for it, but I'm willing to throw the book at abuse, at neglect, at over like never allowing your kid to experience stress. I think is actually another form of parenting that is demonstrably really really harmful to children. I'm willing to throw the book at those things, but like in these very niche circumstances, maybe just because I've had clients that I have rapport with, so I like just don't want to be super harsh to my clients because I know where they've come. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I can throw my book at like this precise individual. I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. And like it totally like, can I back up? Like, is it okay? Like, with I don't know, 5 newtons of force against the child, like that's the permissible line.
Which is
Like,
why
obviously,
educationally we might just be better. That's what I'm saying. From an educational lens, I'm behind you. Educationally, I'm just never going to advocate for spanking ever. Yeah.
okay, yeah,
But
fair enough.
empirically, I think I have to pose the question.
Yeah, no, like it is a fair question. Absolutely. Like I definitely cannot say I will not die on the hill like unequivocally, like, with the gentlest of touch, like you're in the realm of damaging a child. But it seems like, yeah, as like a baseline like operating principle, like it should have no place in the, parenting toolkit. And it's almost like I sort of frame it as like, again, I can totally understand if someone has issues dealing with their own frustration and anger, etc., or an out of control situation, that they resort to that. But then you should ask like, hopefully you have the tools to maybe deal with your own sort of emotional dysregulation issues, that you don't take it out on the child, because I think that feeds forward into further emotional dysregulation, where the spiral might continue, because that's where it's like, well, the argument of I turn out fine, but I think people tend to make the assumption like, if you're spanked or abused as a child, you're just going to be like homeless on the streets, addicted to drugs. But that's not
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean,
outcomes
that's not
that
the
were
claim
mentioned.
I'm making at all, right?
I know.
Yeah. I just feel like I'm like feeling nervous about this because I'm like, I don't want anyone to like have their big takeaway be like, wow, Erudite's really for like hitting children. It's like, literally have never said that exclusively. Like, if anyone needs the caveat, spanking bad, right? The question is, are there nuanced things that we need to include within this, right? Rape is bad, obviously, but is there nuance that we need to get in there about like how we talk about like better parenting? How do we talk about better spaces for all these? There's just more that needs to come into this of being and obviously it's different because a 3-year-old running onto the road. Like I said, I'm not for hitting the child. I'm for, to be honest, you should be, as somebody who's nannied, you should be setting up rules that the kid's not running onto the road by the time they're about 6 months old. Like, you should be really starting to educate your kids on, like, your expectations for behavior very young. Kids are still going to burst onto the road potentially sometimes, especially depending on the kids that you have, if you have, like, an ADHD kid and stuff like that. But there's a lot of work that can be done. And, yeah, if you're, like, aggressively and angrily smacking a kid because you're upset, is that a great model that we want to show? No. If you're not doing that, though, if you're doing it out of like, I think that this spank might scare them enough that they'll never do it again because the spank is so much better than them getting hit by the car. That's the main justification I've heard from parents where I'm like, I still disagree, but I don't know if I can throw the book at you.
But it's almost like, they have a child that's like regularly running into the street type of thing. And it's like, well, maybe before that point, something has slightly deviated. But like, I'm not a parent. And for all I know, like everything I say is not from experience. This is all just from what I've gathered from the research that I've done, which may mean absolutely nothing when it comes to real world parenting.
Yeah, I think that's like the gap between science. Is like science is really good at telling us kind of black and white, but like I don't know if you've ever seen my discussions with Mr. Girl. Ethics feel very black and white when it comes to therapy until you start practicing therapy a bunch, especially when you get practicing therapy in like different domains than you ever expected to. Then all of a sudden these like black and white seeming like literally hadoy things all of a sudden get way more fucking confusing. And you're like, wait, how do I actually apply this? And this is like a common critique from clinical practice is being like, I get what the research is saying, but practically the research isn't answering the question of how I apply this in a real world, right? And I think that that's a legitimate gap within psychology particularly.
Yep, that's totally fair. It's just like I've just read so many articles that it's like, ooh, this for like a developing child, like it seems like at the brain level, it doesn't look so good, and like as like a caveat, like it seems like at most, it's like should be reserved for like that very niche scenario of like, yeah, to protect the child's life of like running into the street, maybe, but like outside of that, it doesn't like
Yeah.
the cost benefit analysis like just doesn't seem to be there, and like the argument of like, well, I turned out fine, again, that's not a testament. Like nobody notices, at least from the research I've seen, like you're not going to notice like the reduced paycheck you have each time as a result of maybe you being a C student as opposed to like an A student.
Right.
Nobody notices, or at least you're probably not going to notice all the other like maybe small things. Maybe that might play a part in terms of why you might have struggled in school, or maybe why you struggled in forming friendships or relationships, etc., etc.
Yeah, and I think a really valid question, and I'd be really interested if there's any correlations, is the rate at which parents engage in like even very irregular spanking, and the rate at which they engage in like kind of like like screaming at their children in anger, right? Which is most people would be like, oh well, I would say demonstrably actually a light pap on the bum is almost less sometimes than regularly being screamed at in anger and name called, right? And so I'd be curious to see the correlation between, because this would be my main concern with spanking, right? Is I never want to fuel a parent who's maybe engaging in a lot of unhealthy emotional regulation discharge on their children by saying like, well, maybe in these fringe cases, when actually this behavior is indicative potentially of a cluster of other behaviors that are really, really harmful to children, right? It's like maybe the spanking by itself, we're like, well, maybe not, but it's like, but with spanking seems to come screaming at your children, name calling,
Right.
corporal punishment, right? And if all these things are clustering together all the time, then yeah, I think we just have to take a stance of like, yeah, spanking doesn't seem to be healthy. Because of that would be my main concern when I see the parent lightly pap the bum with the 2 to 3 year old. I'm like, okay, maybe I can understand that circumstance. And so my hesitation is like, I don't want to throw the book at them for just the small thing, especially when I'm dealing with people who have addiction histories and are really, really trying their best to parent at all, and I'm a professional authority, so if I like speak up to them randomly on the street, in the center, right, that is going to mean more to them. But then another part of me, my brain is like, is this potentially indicative of other behaviors that are happening behind closed doors that I'm not comfortable with?
Right,
And then
exactly.
How do we address
What
that?
are you not seeing?
Yes, which is still a heuristic bias. Like it what are you not seeing is still phallic, like fallacious thinking. It's just, I can't believe I said phallic, fallacious thinking. It's not phallic thinking. Only males think this way. It's still fallacious thinking, but it's just the fallacious thinking on the other side, I guess.
Yeah, no. But that's where it's like I come from it at it like, if you want to use any sort of like kind of negative like punishment, like I in place of spanking, I like prefer you like stick a cigarette in the child's mouth and like force them to smoke it. That's probably like less damaging overall than even maybe like a slight tap on the bum, because again, I think, as I don't, like you said, might just be a heuristic, but that might be sort of an indicator of something else going on behind the scenes that, yeah, might bleed into other adverse outcomes over the long term. And it's sort of like, then how do you kind of like balance that? And again, how do you, even if like we can say confidently that like, yeah, a light tap on the bum, not damaging, kind of neutral, but like, how do you package that and message that? Like, this is the line, no crossing it. I don't think anybody's really going to follow that.
Yeah. Another thing that I think is kind of interesting with all of this is like, I think my immediate response was like, is I hear a lot of people who I think have a very dangerous mindset as well around parenting that are basically like, I forget what form of parenting it's called, but it's basically where they're like, they never force the kid to do anything. It's like super high relational. I can't remember the name for it. It has a really nice sounding name and it's terrible, where it's like, if you put the kid in the car seat and they say no, then you're like, okay, I understand, and we'll wait for when you're ready to go in. And it's like, that's not fucking possible. Especially the moment you have 3 kids. That's not happening. You're getting in the car and we're fucking going, right? Like that like, it's unpractical. And we're seeing some pretty strong evidence that part of like this like safetyism and like kind of entitled and somewhat coddled culture that we have is being brought on by parents like not having enough like natural stressors in the house. And a natural healthy consequence is a stressor that's completely manageable, right? And I'm not talking about spanking in this case. I'm talking about like timeouts and grounding. And these people are actually averse to all of these things. They think timing out is abuse. They think grounding is abuse. All these things. And I'm just like, oh, I'm like, it's so much more dangerous and it seemed nice. So like that shit's not good either, you know?
And yeah, it does seem like the parenting style does have, because like going back to like sort of that developmental window, like it seems, again, feel free to correct me if I say anything incorrect, but like it seems like you are sort of for or pro like healthy amounts of stress. Or like healthy amounts of challenge, manageable stress. But I think it's fair to say that you are probably also against like harsh parenting styles.
Oh, for
right?
sure, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like there's that nuanced conversation, but like
toxic stress, no. Manageable stress, needed.
Exactly, but it seems like in order for a child to be able to deal with manageable stress or like a healthy amount of challenge, like they need kind of like that really kind of warm, nurturing, like 0 to 2 years old, like warm parenting, where I think that sort of that messaging doesn't get across enough, because it seems like the mentality of like, you know, harsh parenting from like day 0 leads to like the children who are able to deal with like harsh conditions. Like it seems like, at least to my mind, like
There's
the opposite.
only
Like
one type of
you need
meal.
like the most warm, cultivating environment from like 0 to 2, and then after that, like it seems like the child can deal with a healthy amount of stress.
Yeah. I mean, I think between 0 and 2. So this is something I talk about. So my friend actually has a degree in early developmental childhood work. And her and I talk about this a lot. It's obviously super important in that 0 to 2 to have lots of positive, warm regard. For most parents, it's not super hard because babies are cute and they trigger things in us that make us go ooh woo, and we just want to like cuddle them and be careful. Most parents are in that camp where they're like super gentle. The main thing I see with parents that I talk to when they have really young ones is actually establishing certain like healthy boundaries young. So like by the time a kid is 8 months, I'm talking to them in full sentences and outlining cause and effect of consequences and stuff like that, even if I don't think they'll totally understand it, right? So, for example, if they're going to hit their sibling, right? Even if they're 8 months old, okay, well, I'm not going to put them on a timeout, but I'm going to block it. I'll probably put my hand in between and be like, oh no, Timmy, we don't hit our sister. That's not very kind, right? Something really simple like that, where I'm constantly explaining, and you start setting up these boundaries of like, once they're 1 and they're starting to be mobile a little bit, if they like burst out the door, at 1, I'm usually going to bring them back inside. I might set up a baby gate or close the door and be like, oh no, Timmy, we don't burst outside the door. That can be really dangerous, and mom has to be close by to keep watch on you, right? And so I actually like think that we expect very little of babies because we kind of think that they're like these flopping nothingness humans who just like absorb passively. But babies are like constantly absorbing, and you can do boundaries with really young infants in a really, really safe and healthy way. Like something like picking up a baby and saying, oh no, Timmy, we don't burst out the door. It's dangerous. Gotta stay with mommy. Nobody's going to be like, well, that was fucking abusive. Like nobody thinks that, right? But I don't think like by the time they're like a year old, you should be actually setting up certain boundaries about like how they're allowed to act. And they need to be age appropriate boundaries. But I think we actually expect very little of like really young infants and toddlers because we kind of just see them as these like passive nothingness blobs of cuteness.
Yeah.
And they're more than that. Their brains are literally exploding in development in that time, which is like the best time to be like, oh, sorry, honey, this is the right? Once you start at 1, you're starting to get them onto regular sleep cycles. And so you might be like, sorry, honey, this is the time that we go to bed. And there's lots of different ways that you can teach a baby to sleep. But you have to start doing that. And the kid is going to be a little bit distressed sometimes. The first time you lay them down, they might cry a fair bit. And you can either do kind of the cry it out method, or my preferred is something in between where you go in comfort and then you leave and you go in and comfort, right? So there's lots of ways to do these things that aren't just purely positive, because it seems to be the case that children need a certain level of structure and a certain level of like manageable stress that is tailored to their age, right? The stress you put a 2-year-old under is very different than the stress you put a 14-year-old under. You're not going to ground your 2-year-old, throw them in their room and be like, and don't come out, and close the door, right? That's not reasonable to do with a 2-year-old. You're going to be maybe putting them on a timeout for 30 seconds though. I put 2-year-olds on timeouts all the time, right? You're going to be timed out. And if they get up, I pick them up, set them right back down. Sorry, honey, you're on a timeout for another 30 seconds. And I say super calm. But yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. Well, because I don't know, because like 30 seconds to like a 2-year-old probably feels like, a
forever.
week for a 14-year-old. That's like the equivalent of like grounding a 14-year-old for like a week or a few days. So that totally at least makes sense to me as a non-parent. But like again, based off of like what I've seen and researched, for whatever that's worth, it's like it, as you said, it seems like many parents come to parenting of like from 0 to 2 or like 0 to 3, like, parenting starts at 3 years old. Anything that happened beforehand didn't really matter. And they're, like you said, they're just kind of like this passive kind of sponge that sort of maybe assimilating some information. But like, like it starts from like day 0, or even like, even like the conditions in the womb, not that you have much control over that, but like that obviously also plays an effect. But like in terms of parenting style, like you're walking a fine line of like, you really have to like set it up to like the point where your child can have those healthy challenges, and like an ever evolving amount of healthy challenges. And it's like, then how do you do that? And like, it seems like we're not even really taught these things, because no one gets like the parenting manual that is like evidence-based. Even though the information is there, I don't blame anybody for not seeking it out, or maybe not even having the time to like read all the research behind it. But like, there's stuff that we do know that like the message is just like not getting out. And I've seen many parents who like take this harsh parenting style of like, that at like 8 years old, it's like that's when the harsh parenting comes into like, I'm gonna set you up, and like it doesn't seem to play out as they expect, because like they just weren't set up to be able to handle that sort of harsh parenting. Not that harsh parenting has a place, but it's like they're very puzzled as to why like, oh, this child like is not doing chores when I'm assigning them at 8 years old. Well, you didn't set them up to do that beforehand.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know how you solve these I don't want to be a doomer, but it's interesting to me seeing you come on, going back to beginning, like you going onto these panels and it's like you are clearly well informed, you have experience, and it's like everyone's just kind of like discounting what you are saying, or at least maybe I don't know, maybe you feel differently, but that's the perspective. That's what I experienced when watching you going onto these panels. Like you should be maybe listening to her.
Yeah, I understand that from like an academic standpoint. I actually think that academics don't realize how much we've completely fucking ruined our image to most people, and most people don't give a fuck what academics say anymore. They care to an extent as long as the academic is saying what they believe is true. After that, they don't care anymore. And I think fundamentally it's on the institution. I think it's on academic shoulders that this is kind of the response. I understand there's a certain level of like appeal to authority, because it's not so much appeal to authority; it's appeal to expertise, right? We should probably give experts a little bit more weight, but the issue is in this current culture, academics. You can find a PhD to tell you anything, right? And so people are like,
True.
wait, so what is science? And it's like we're doing, and then like fucking nobody has access to research articles because they're way too expensive, and they don't need to be that expensive. There's really bad scientific education because people don't actually know how to read statistics, because it's actually really complicated. To be honest, this isn't me saying we should teach everyone how to read statistics. This is me saying at this point, maybe later we should do something for teaching people about statistics. But more importantly, we need to teach researchers how to disseminate their information really clearly so that people can just read like an abstract and be like, okay, I understand what was found in this article, which some abstracts get better at doing than others do.
Absolutely.
We need to crack down on scientific journalists that are trash garbage, because most of them are. There are very few. There are a couple of scientific journalism magazines that I read all the time and I really enjoy. But I've also read a ton of really bad science journalism. In fact, in my undergrad and when I was doing my thesis, I was strongly recommended to never talk to a science journalist because they'll always misrepresent your information and your data.
Absolutely.
And there's almost no recourse for it as well. And that's concerning because most people get their science information, if they're not confident with how to read articles and stuff, they get it from science journalists, right? So I actually think it's still in the institution. I don't want to blame the dirty unwashed masses for not understanding us in our ivory tower. Fundamentally, I think if we are willing to kind of elite down and be like, we are the experts, trust us, then it's all on you, and any scientific hesitation is still your fucking fault. That's kind of my view of it. And so I'm hoping on the Twitch sphere I can make more space for academics, and an academic who can say, I understand the hesitations you have. This is why the science is still good. And I'm trying to just increase my statistics knowledge so that I can explain statistics really easily, so that when people don't understand the science, I can just walk them through it. Because that's a whole other skill in and of itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why, again, I reached out to speak to you because you appear to be very much data driven, and I also wanted to reach out, speak to you just because, I read a lot of psychological research, but I also recognize that is not my specialty, and I don't want to and I do cover psychological research on my own streams, but I don't want to come across like just because I am a scientist in a different field that makes me qualified to speak about psychological research, even though I'm confident that I'm more or less able to understand these articles. I will fully admit and concede that I am not an expert in statistics. That's not the type of data that I analyze. I just more or less want to at least kind of test some of the things that I have come to the conclusion to based off psychological research, just to, for my own peace of mind, okay, I might have some greater confidence in being able to interpret and maybe read psychological research, and it's not so bad that I rely on it, that I'm not come to so false conclusions that they have that an actual trained psychological expert. It's just
to be honest, you can probably read it better than most of us. The statistical training within psychology is, depending on where you are in psychology, is very mixed.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not engaging in the type of behavior that I encounter when I have done debates with those who are vaccine hesitant. And I've done debates with anarcho-capitalists who are vaccine hesitant, and they're they're attempting to show me vaccine research and medical journals. You don't know what's going on here. And they have no scientific training whatsoever, but they will say to me I know this better than you. No, you don't. And I just want to make sure that I'm not engaging in the same practice of like, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not any sort of credentialed psychological expert. So yeah, I just want to make sure kind of like I'm not engaging in that type of practice because
Yeah.
I'm big on, scientific, well, hopefully correcting scientific misinformation because I fully take your point that we do a very bad job as academics of like getting the research out there with messaging. And also, yes, as you said, scientific journalists also do a very poor job, but I don't blame them because they are generally not scientifically trained. Like,
And why are they writing
Sure.
about it? Fuck off, basically. Yeah, I don't have any mercy for scientific journalists. I do have mercy for, like I said, I think a lot of people hate scientists because we haven't touched grass. We're usually weirdos who have very weird perspectives on the world that are very distant. Like, for example, when I moved out to a small town and realized that actually, truly, most of the population has never gone to university and is what I call like a blue person. So they like are trades and they like wear like those blue jumpsuits and stuff. I had this moment of being like, holy shit. If I didn't even realize how like small my perspective might be as far as like population wise, what are we getting wrong? Like, it was this moment of like, holy shit, academics aren't touching grass, but in a different way. Like, we are touching grass, but we're not touching like tradesmen's type of like grass and experience. And I think like a lot of
Yeah.
people's hesitations for academia is because we kind of condescend down to them like they're the unwashed masses. And nobody likes being treated that way. And I think that's fair, to be honest. And I will rage against every academic who treats people like this because, to be honest, I would say, I'm going to give you a hot take. I think academics have done worse for science than any anti-vax group ever has. I'm going to be super honest with you.
No, I don't fully disagree with you. Although, if you want to add more details in terms of like what ways or what you perceive as like the most damaging practices that have
No
occurred,
nuance, only hot takes. No, I'm just kidding.
that's fine. If you want to, if this is the mask off stream, go for it.
Yeah, no. Mask off stream is still just mostly nuance. I'm just calling anti-vaxxers ineffective. Maybe. But like most people would assume that anti-vaxxers are going to be worse for science because they peddle a lot of misinformation. And they oftentimes have pretty low scientific literacy. The issue is that I find that most academics, when they try to engage with this, they're not super honest about the fact that there is a big gap between like an empirical researcher on virology and a leading expert for the government. They seem to be very different because, to be honest, the government in 2020 didn't listen to scientific experts. And so like people being like, this is all vaccine hesitance people's fault. I'm like, no, it's the government's fault. It's been the government's fault from the beginning and they've just been scapegoating onto these other people. The problem is that academics are jumping on board with that. And I think academics are like our last bastion of like potential more neutrality towards the government. And we need to be honest about that. Being like, yeah, the reason why we're in this place is because honestly, the government didn't listen to what we recommended, which is a super hard lockdown. They sort of stockpiled. There's a fair bit of evidence that if they stockpiled vaccines, disseminated them all much more quickly, it would have been more effective. There was a lot of like jumping back and forth and like them making really, really firm claims about things that later turned out to be incorrect, which is just like part of the nature of like developing science that people aren't used to seeing. But rather than people being like, yeah, that's the nature of developing science, they were just like, no, we were never wrong. And I've seen like a lot of that rhetoric, and I think it just turns people off. And I think what we've seen with COVID-19 just brings my concern about this to an even higher level because there's just more divisiveness. And I think science can be something that brings people together. I think it's like, while science has been, to be honest, some of the leaders in some of the worst human atrocities we've ever done, it's also led to some of the greatest advances and like alleviations of human suffering. So I think science is really, really, really important. And I think it's on academics that people don't trust it because fundamentally they're like the arbiters of like the sacred text almost. And so like we've got to figure out a way to make it palatable again, and like condescending down to groups isn't going to do it, even if they're fucking wrong. It's just not going to do it. And a lot of I know so many fence sitters on science that have moved way more anti-science because of how COVID-19 conversations have been handled by the academics in their life, which is so frustrating to me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I take your point, and I myself have kind of mixed. Like, I for sure agree with you that government institutions and whatever government people largely mishandled, and there were definitely decisions that were made that were not science based. Not only in my province, but I think it's fair to say also out west, in the western provinces, and it. There's the conversation to be had of like, as you said,
Woman.
and as I said before, like people were seeing science play out kind of in real time, and they were seeing like a situation constantly evolve that was hopefully evidence based. And since like we made clear mistakes, but we attempted to try to course correct, it seems like there were people that interpreted it as like that's science misstepping, as opposed to like that's science working. And I also like have mixed feelings about transparency, as in like, yeah, I agree the government and all these decisions should be made transparent as to like why they're being made, what's the evidence behind it. But then like when I have these debates, well, not that I've had a lot, but I've had like, I don't know, 2 or 3, where like they're using this transparent information that's being made available as like evidence of like, this is why. The example that I use is like, without getting too far into the weeds of like vaccine research, but like the VAERS database and all that stuff, and like using that as like evidence that the vaccines are dangerous. But like that database is like publicly accessible, and it's like a lab notebook that we're putting it out there for the sake of transparency. But then it's backfiring, where people are saying like, look at all these adverse events, and it's like, well, no, we're showing you the data in the hopes that like as a result of us being transparent, we have nothing to hide. But then like, oh look, it's just as we predicted. And it's like, I don't know how you solve this problem of like the transparency that we're attempting to engage in is like backfiring on us, and it's like so hard.
I guess I don't have much sympathy for. So I came from a very fundamentalist Christian world. I used to be a young earther, in fact, and then I basically went to university, and more importantly, my brother came out as gay, and I was like, holy shit, I need to rethink my entire life, right? And so I basically completely flipped, became very, very pro-science, realized, holy shit, I love science, always have, just been the church keeping me down, right? Love evolution, very pro-science, which means I have had tons of conversations with people who are very, very anti-science, and I have been able to move every one of them to being more warm towards science. And the issue is that I hear so many people in the academic sphere being like, my family is just more and more against it. And I'm like, so when you leave a conversation with them, are they more anti-science? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, then you're fucking up. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sorry. But if you think that you are right and you have the information, then all the responsibility of that conversation going well is on you. And yeah, my father-in-law is a flat earther, right? And we have moved him on the vaccines. He used to think the vaccines literally would kill you in like less than a year. Literally, right? He like told my husband that he was probably going to lose his wife, right? Because I got vaccinated sooner. And so I just, yeah, it's like, it's so weird. I feel the frustration when it comes to the vaccine stuff. Like I have a really close friend who has a lot of really, really high, she's very high risk with COVID and stuff like that. So like I'm definitely behind understanding the academic world around this stuff, but I'm basically like, this is our fault. It's our fault. And the transparency thing isn't an issue because we haven't been transparent for a long time. There has been like long histories of people not being able to trust science for very valid reasons, particularly minority groups. And a lot of the same people who are the most opposed to the vaccine are the same people who have been like absolutely taken advantage of by scientific systems in the past. So for example, like in Alberta, with Indigenous people, we were like literally causing people to become infertile, right? Like we were castrating them and stuff against their choice. So I feel like if there was more honesty within the academic setting to openly talk about that and be like, it's so fair that you guys have mistrust towards us. It's that space of, it's so fair. This just sucks. And the pause. And then say, now where do we go from here? I've had so much success in convincing staunch young earthers. I have convinced a staunch young earther that evolution is based, and they're super behind it now. And I just never would have thought that I could have convinced them. But like, I think you can move people. And I think part of it is like, we probably should be careful to not condescend down. Like I never approached from this condescension of like I'm right, even though fundamentally like I do think I'm right. That's why I'm debating and advocating for these ideas. Like of course you think you're right. There's nothing wrong with thinking you're right. There's a problem with treating the other person like they're just a stupid idiot who doesn't know anything. Because it's like you got to find the granule of truth, and the granule of truth in the whole COVID thing is that people don't trust academics, and that's a problem, and we need to figure out why. Sorry, I'll get off my pedestal.
No. Like I wholeheartedly agree, and this sort of brings it back to like maybe the original conversation of like it's like as you sort of touched upon. It looks like you were able to convince a fair number of people around you, at least that now the Earth is not flat, it's a semi-spherical, and it seems like again that in order to be able to like reach someone, you need to be able to connect with them, and it's not just a matter of like the information. It seems like, you really need to come from a place of like, this is a person I trust. This is a connection that I trust. And then now they're open to the information. But like, yeah, if you're an academic and, even if it's a family member, you're not connecting with them, like they're just closed off to the information. And that's why, like, again, I highlight the importance of like connecting with people, because it seems like not only is just connection important for our overall well-being, but it seems like just to be open to information, like we need to be able to connect with people at their level. And then if we don't have the skills to do that, like, well, I think we're paying the price for that, not only in our personal well-being, but also letting these problematic views spread even more and more. Because again, going back to like spanking, there's some super interesting research of like how do you get people to change their views on spanking, and it seems like even when just presented with like all the research and like the scientific experts, like they just reject it. But if it comes from like like a pediatrician who they have a close relationship with, then they're open. And so again, like that connection aspect just seems to be like so pivotal to like just everything.
Yeah, empathetic connection, I think, like bridges a lot of things. I think even somebody you don't know super well could probably be moved a little bit. Might not see even much of the fruits of your labor, but they might. Like I've absolutely also had conversations, even just online, like fighting with people on Facebook and stuff, where I just do my best to engage in really good faith and try to bridge extend as many olive branches as I can, and try to like make space for the feelings. Without necessarily like the bad science. And I've had people like fully be like, you know what, I've actually like totally changed my position. I mean, like they could have been blowing smoke up my ass for all I know. But I think it's like, I don't think I'm like so talented that this can't be replicated, because I don't even think I'm the best at it. Like I'm very passionate about science. I think it matters a lot and I care about it. And when I like even see like people posting in chat or anything with like pretty like ascientific things, I'm like, like I squirm a little bit, but I understand that like me squirming and getting upsetty spaghetti about it isn't going to move them, and it might cause more people to get turned off, because it's just like being condescending and rude is just never a good look. Which I don't think you're doing, by the way. Yeah.
But even I was, you feel free to call me that, which is why like it's been so interesting coming into the Twitch space, and also like again going back to like emotional dysregulation. Like I've come into it, like I've been on Twitch a long time, but mostly from the gaming aspect of just like watching gaming. But then once I realized that it was that whatever chatting and politics, and then I come into it like, why is everybody yelling at each other? Like it makes no sense to me. Like, because clearly, and I know a lot of it is like showmanship and just for the optics of like putting on an entertaining piece of content. But even when it's like a serious debate or like, panels that are, I guess, supposed to be informative, like everybody's just like yelling and like no information is actually being conveyed. And it's like, I come from it like, why is everybody so emotionally dysregulated? Like you don't need to yell. You just need to like connect. People want to be heard, and if you allow them the space to be heard, like that I think that lends a lot to like people being more open and your ideas getting across.
Yeah, I agree. And I think on Twitch, it's in any of these spheres. So here's one thing that I think academics could do better by. I would say of all the academics I've talked to, you've been bar none the best. Like you are the most engaging.
I really appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, you're really engaging. Because academics, we wander talk a lot. Like we take a long time to make our point and people just don't care. Like one of the arts I've been trying to learn on Twitch is how to basically like have the rhetoric. And then when people want to call me to question on it, especially like I'm starting to learn the art of like having a little bit of like spicy kind of like strong rhetoric so that people are like, wait, what the fuck do you mean? And then they're interested in it enough that then I can start disseminating like little drops of information that I have. And then like, well, where do you have that source? And I'm like, ha, right here, bitch, right? So I think academics, honestly, the main thing, like especially well-meaning, because I don't think most academics aren't well-meaning. They just get really frustrated by people being, what they're like, no, you just literally don't understand the science, right? And then they're like, well, I think this like Bayesian statistic's wrong. I just did it in my phone calculator, and you're like, but that's not how Bayesian stuff, like that's not how statistics works. Like you can't just put it in your, like, unless you're using the right formula. Thanks to Dayon. Sorry, I just got some gifts. I
No
appreciate
worries.
that. But yeah, I think academics need to be better at our rhetoric, because I think so most academics engage in like system 2 thinking, or like the slow methodical thinking, right?
Yeah, the
And
system 1, system 2.
we seem to be negotiators who value data, right? So you're not going to convince us on much else except without some data there. The problem is that I don't think most people are like that. I think probably academia selects for those individuals because we find it interesting, right? That's how we enjoy engaging in thinking. And so you actually have to appeal to like more of the fast thinking system first, to get them to curious and to listen, and then appeal to system 2.
Then you
at that
slip
point.
in, yeah, the system 2.
Yeah. And then, of course, like, I hate, like, fucking, what's his name? Ben Shapiro, who's like, facts don't care about your feelings. And I'm like, I'm going to tell you what, feelings don't give a fuck about your facts until feelings have been heard. So, like, just acknowledge the feelings there, right? You can just, like, be like, it's to anti-vaxxer being like, I think it's really understandable to be, like, concerned about, like, the speed at which vaccine testing has been done. And then be like, so that's super valid from a face. Like, I totally understand that. And this is actually why there's less cause for concern than you might have originally thought. And then you just slip in how, like, yes, it's been expedited, but like part of the expedition isn't losing the integrity, and like it's not been corners been cut. It's been actually like processes that usually take 2 years of peer review have been taking like months to like weeks at a time because they're trying to speed this shit up, right? And then just explaining those things while validating the feelings, instantly people are more willing to listen to you because you're not dismissing them outright. Sorry, my dog is a mobile lady.
No worries. But that is something that I, again, have learned as I've dug into not only just the psychological research in relation to myself, but like, and this is the message that I also try to get across, is like, we are not, as much as we like to think of ourselves as rational creatures, like we are not rational creatures. And I say that, and I say that as a scientist in whatever the hard sciences. As a biologist, like we're not rational creatures as much as we like to think we are. We are very much emotionally and intuitively driven, and it behooves us to recognize that and to like appeal to that, and that like your decision making process, mine included, is not like this perfectly rational calculation, and I think that's very often like left out in many of these conversations of like the emotional component, and I think you have threaded that needle to my eye in terms of like when I see you on these panels, like you have that whatever rhetorician style, but then like you have like the facts to back it up, which is like something that I very much appreciate and respect, because like I myself have like done the debate in my mind, like, do I go on these panels? I don't think I'm enough of a rhetorician to like I'm very much just like data driven to the point. I want to show you the studies and let's move on. But I know that's not a good tactic on these debate panels or any debate period. And so it's like you have very much threaded that needle, and I think most people can take something from your playbook in that regard.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, one thing I really value, because I talk to academics all the time, is I just constantly bug them for good studies on things. Because finding really good studies is an art, and it takes a time. And Google Scholar is pretty bad at offering up those studies.
Yes.
Because Google Scholar is just not optimized for because titles on things are always just like terrible. Like you're like, what's the study that like looks like you like remember this study from your class 4 years ago, and you're like, it was talking about these things, but like please just send me studies, things that you want me to read and understand. And if you ever want like rhetoric help, I'd be more than happy to give it to you. I think it's something I'm figuring out right now. Luckily, my history of being a spicy, disagreeable Christian girl child who always just tried to piss off my pastors as much as possible, I think is coming in benefit now. If I know what to say to like get people to be like, "Ma!" like kind of like up mad at me or like intrigued at least. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why, again, it seems like going back to like that 5-factor model, like again, it doesn't seem like we have good explanation as to like what is the underpinning of like what generates openness, and feel free to correct me if I'm saying anything incorrect or BS, but it doesn't seem like we have good explanation as to like what generates like whatever someone's 5-factor model percentages are, like what generates a conscientious person. What generates a neurotic person? As a biologist, I'm pretty sure it's not just like strict biology as far as I could tell. Clearly, it's a variable, but I don't even think it's like the most important one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating that like when it comes to this domain, it is a bit of like a languaged game. It's like whoever has the best rhetoric. I don't think that's entirely true. I think that's like a little bit too nihilistic. But definitely like having people who are like the reason why Destiny convinces so many people is he's really, really, really good at engaging. He's always got the angle to come back at you to like poke holes in your argument, which is just really, really impressive. And he's really deeply consistent, which is something that I actually think academic types can probably, I shouldn't say necessarily, but I think like academic types, data kind of forces you to have a little bit of logical consistencies. And when you get data that challenges your assumption about something, it shows that there's probably something wrong with the way that you're understanding the world. There's not something necessarily wrong with the data. Sometimes there is, though. And so I think that can be a really strong sphere. I just want to see overall like more academics getting in the sphere and just engaging well with people who are like, yeah, but this is the reason why I distrust this institution, and being like, that's super fair. But let me tell you a cool fact about your brain. And then they'll be like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Again, I'm still kind of like on the fence of like, there's a part of me that wants to go on these panels to hopefully be able to disseminate good, accurate information and maybe challenge other people's preconceived notions, even in the psychological space. Mm-hmm. But then it's like, I know that if I encounter someone like kind of aggressive or assertive enough, like I will probably just get, bulldozed over because I don't know for sure, but I'm probably just too agreeable for that, at least based off of like my debates, my like 2-3 debates with anarcho-capitalists. Like, even though I'm confident that I gave the more accurate information, just optic wise, like I know that I don't come across as like the winner,
strong,
quote unquote.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, I've definitely been learning. I've been learning to take like being like, wow, a lot of people say really confidently ideas that are really, really wrong. Like, and I'm used to debating in academic spheres like you probably are, right? Like in seminars, you get an article and you guys tear it to shreds at a usually like a methodological level, right? Yep. You just tear it to shreds, point out all the things are wrong, and then based on everything that you've torn apart about this article, what are the like 2 little implications we can maybe take from the study, right? That's what I'm used to. And then when you're debating major points, it fundamentally comes down to data. And it's like, who has more points to back up their, right? When I make a claim about like, these are the things that predict crime, and somebody says, well, no, I also think that like this predicts crime. And then I'm like, well, here's my millions, at this point, almost potentially billions of data points. And then they're like, yeah. And then that's the end of the academic debate. But in the Twitch sphere, and I would say probably most debate sphere, that's not how it works at all. It's not a data's game. It's a like knowing how to present the argument the best game, which is scary. And I've never had imposter syndrome until I came into Twitch sphere, which is so weird because most people like go into grad school and doing research and they get really bad imposter syndrome. And I never have until I came into Twitch, and then I was like, am I wrong about everything? That's what this article says, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Questioning like has everything that I've learned and assimilated just wrong and incorrect. And And yeah, it's interesting that you bring up imposter syndrome because like as someone in graduate school, like I that's something that at least to my experience I've never like fully experienced, but it seems like that is the common experience among graduate students, among
Mm-hmm.
all the other mental health issues. That's why it sort of like has led me down this rabbit hole of like why is imposter syndrome and all these mental health issues like so rampant in the graduate student population? Like, not that I'm like the most confident person in the world,
Mm-hmm.
but I just never questioned like, do I even belong here? Because like I was accepted and I have the letter of acceptance. Why would I question that? But for some people, like they're questioning that, and I don't know like why. But I'm also not going to tell them like, just don't do that. But like, what's the neural underpinning of that? Of like, what generates self-esteem? What generates like self-worth? And like it seems like this like sort of attachment perspective or like early childhood experiences like can set you up for like good self-esteem or healthy self-esteem. And like it seems like once you don't have healthy self-worth or self-esteem, like it seems exceptionally difficult to like cultivate it afterwards. Because like the advice of like we know that not having healthy self-esteem has a whole bunch of whatever negative outcomes. But just to again going back to like just telling someone to have grit and healthy self-esteem, like nobody can do anything with that information, as far as I can tell. And it's like how do you correct these things, because like these seem to be kind of like pretty integral. um and yeah, that's just a tangent, but that's why again I sort of go back to this attachment lens of like it seems like we need people and connections as like a foundation for so many other things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything? I'm starting to notice. I think I'm starting to get a bit brain tired, but I
Yeah,
don't want to like
no,
not
I
engage
will
more.
not occupy any more of your time. I very much appreciate you talking with me. uh
Send me those
and
studies and your spanking studies because a lot of people want me to do a parenting stream, and I'm going to bring on my friend who's a specialist. So maybe she'll spank me into not saying dumb things.
I will absolutely be more than happy. I'll send them to you personally, and I'll probably, I guess, I assume, I don't know for sure, that you have probably somewhere in your Discord to share scientific research or papers.
Yes.
Then yeah, I will probably like assemble a package of a bunch of scientific research and post it there and send it to you
Oh, they
personally.
just reminded me to ask if you're an incel because I said we would ask at the beginning and the end of our conversation. Oh, okay.
Uh, well, my answer to that is I have a strong disdain for Jordan Peterson, and I do not consider myself an incel. Not that Jordan Peterson is the figurehead of the incel movement, but I do think there are some incels who gravitate towards him, and I very much reject any sort of incel behavior. And I certainly hate, as a biologist, I hate anybody that co-opts biological arguments when I know that they have absolutely no idea about biology. Just as I'm sure you hate people co-opting psychological research or human psychology, just as in your probably last conversation, as justification for their ridiculous beliefs and behaviors.
Yeah. I mostly hate when people come into my chat and they're like, IQ tests are garbage and meaningless. And I'm just like, ah! I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I just need to have a link that people can look at. And then I'll be like, after you read that, then we can chat. Because that's probably my biggest frustration. That's one where I like really have to watch myself because I get very upsetty spaghetti about it. And I don't want to be
Oh,
condescending, but it's hard
yeah,
sometimes.
absolutely. And absolutely know the correlation between, intelligence and academic achievement.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe just as a last question, what are your thoughts on, IQ and any sort of correlation with, conservatism or right-wing ideology?
It's pretty weak. The like almost not there. There's about a 2 point difference in the last minute
I
analysis.
reject any incel behavior, most incels.
Thanks, Death. Death gaze. Yeah, overall, there's not like the meta analysis was about 2 points difference, and I don't even think it was statistically significant, or it might have been, but like 2 points is really, really small. And the major areas where I saw like differences was like on things like block design, but I was like, that could easily be accounted for the fact that like broadly people in the trades and labor tend to be more conservative, and they're naturally going to also be more worked at visual spatial tasks, so they might outperform there. There doesn't seem to be a ton of super strong evidence for it. But man, liberals, if you ever like want to convince liberals that they have more responsibility to like basically educate conservatives, you just tell them that stat and they're like, oh yeah, I believe that. And it just like proves to me like how like even like liberals who like claim to be like really much more scientific friendly are just like engaging in like questionable science themselves. But yeah, it's not super strong. I think they outperform. Conservatives are a bit better on block design, and I think liberals are a bit better on I forget which one. It's my brain is powering down, so I can't remember the name of the task, but it's like an abstract puzzle test where you see like
no
6 items that you just have to guess how they're related, and then you select the 3 items of those 6 to be like, this is why they're related to one another. Abstract reasoning. There we go. I got to it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave it there. I thank you so much for the conversation. I very much enjoyed it. And I'd be more than happy to have any future conversation if you're interested.
Yeah.
And I also thank any of your chat for participating.
They decided you're
listening.
not an incel, so you passed. 78% said you weren't an incel. I'm a little concerned that it was only 78 and not 100%, but
Yeah, I'd be curious as to like what is it they're hearing or
Memes.
what has resonated in their brain.
probably just memes. It's almost exclusively
fair.
going to be memes. Yeah.
I have no problem being a meme.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Take care and be well.
Yeah, you as well. And hit me up if you ever want to chat about science again.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bye. Hi, guys. Just memeing. Thanks for sticking around. For those of you, I don't know if anyone stuck around for the whole stream, but you're impressive. And God bless you. Thank you for all the donos and subs and everything. I just really appreciate that. I think somebody asked for me to have a theological debate sometime. I'd be willing to. I have a hard time sometimes engaging in good faith about like theological stuff. I get kind of pissy about it, and I know that about myself, and I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to be like a bad faith actor. Thanks, Headless. He's too intelligent to be an incel. I don't know if we should say that. Any male on the internet is an incel. Nice. Is any guy that isn't in a relationship and can't get an insect? I mean, maybe, but I think technically we all know what we mean. ASMR when? Right now, guys. I'm just gonna pet this mic. Can you even hear it? Oh, you can. That must be a really annoying noise, though. Yeah. Yeah, that was me. Go theology. I'd love to talk about somebody with theology. Yeah. It's my dream to get called Jezebel by somebody at the end of debating theology with another Christian, because I like identify as a Christian, but I also make it clear that most Christians wouldn't own me. And if I like outline my positions on things, most Christians would probably also agree. They'd be like, yeah, she's not a Christian. So I claim the title, but I don't know if they claim me. Thanks for ruining my sleep schedule. You're welcome. You should talk to Vosh. I'm gonna butter Vosh up, right? Vosh is gonna fucking love me by the end. I believe it. I don't know what we would talk about. Vosh. Incels are entitled to sex, yes.
There's only one type of
Glovebox, 2 months, and founder. Nice. Why not debate Destiny on this? He's an atheist. That's true. I don't like debating for a theological position that I believe in, because it's hard to not come across proselytizing, and I really don't like proselytizing my like religion at all. I think Christians have shot themselves in the foot over and over again with our aggressive conversion tactics, and so if there's another religious person who wants to debate me on religion, I'm so open to it, but I don't want to seem like I'm trying to convince anyone to join my religion. And so debating with atheists mostly runs into like, well, like it's it runs into like a very boring thing pretty quickly, because I basically fundamentally view my faith as like a metaphysical claim. There isn't really science. And so You need to go after a lesser atheist or a weak Christian. I'm not interested in that. I'm just saying, like, it's not interesting to me to debate atheists because I'm not trying to convince them to believe in anything. And I think it's totally understandable from like a logical and scientific standpoint to not believe in any religion. Like, I just think that's a very reasonable claim. I'm just making a metaphysical claim. So it's easier to debate somebody who kind of agrees on the metaphysical claim. Yeah, debating faith is kind of pointless. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, if it was a theology professor, like I saw the one debate between Destiny and the theology, and that was super interesting. Insta-kick. Yeah. Yeah, but I'd be super down to talk to another Christian about theology, because then we're not debating on, like, is this metaphysical claim true? We're, like, debating about, like, the interpretation and, like, application of the faith, which I think is much more interesting. The pickup artist is in voice chat. Come drop some hot takes. The pickup artist has been in voice chat for a long time, Contrast. Faith defies logic. You just have to accept as such. Faith doesn't require a reason. Yeah, I kind of use like William James Appeal. Oh, you can tell I'm getting tired. Will to believe. Whew, as like my basic claim around faith, which is basically like sometimes the like evidence that you need can only be found upon like acting on that belief as being true, and there isn't a way to prove it in any other way. And if a religious idea is not live to somebody, it's never going to be. And that's just something between them and their non-higher power, I guess. Yeah, atheists can totally have that debate. I just don't want to be proselytizing. And I think fundamentally, if you are religious, you always come in sounding proselytizing. I think it's pretty much impossible to avoid, because the rightness of your idea is there is a God, which necessarily implies, and you guys don't believe it, is very wrong. So yeah. It's not something I'm really interested in debating on stream. And I just feel like there's no social will for it, and I am completely in understanding why there's no social will for it. So yeah. Giga Chad take. Okay, guys. I think what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so you guys were interested in a parenting thing. Make sure you guys check out my calendar. So my calendar that's on my About page is the best, because I don't consistently stream because I'm still working. I seem to stream usually in these evening hours at some point. But make sure you just check it out if you're not like really sure. You guys can pick. We can go to Zanya, who's doing a Ukraine relief stream, or Prime Kai's, who's doing Belarus. Everyone I'm seeing is talking about Ukraine. I could send you to infrared so you could get some really bad Ukraine-Russia takes. Just kidding. I'm not going to send you there. I won't do that to you. Where do you guys want to go? Zanya or Prime? Those are your options. Hello, Wicked. Wicked, can I give you VIP because I'm simping for you anyways? Anytime. Nice. VIP. I literally was going to do it without your consent today, and then I was like, I should probably ask Wicked before I just give him VIP, because he might not feel nearly as warm to me as I feel towards him, which is super fair. Belarus, probably more interesting. Okay. I hope you didn't imagine doing it without my consent. I didn't fantasize about it, okay? Just thought, and then I was like, that's a bad idea. All right. I'll leave you guys with really pushy boundaries right before I leave. Just remember to subscribe to Wicked Supreme, my non-consensual victim. All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for turning in. Turning within. I'm a genius. Remember, raid! Trash goblins! Let's go!
Your taxes this year. We're gonna freeze your that are
I
US.
agree. So
That'd
then
be kinda
how do you
weird,
draw
yeah.
the line? Like taxation can get pretty complicated for if you're a large business. You could get you could seem like you're very involved in the government and sort of supporting them, but really you're just sort of going along.
Well, that's why there's like
you're
a
legally obligated
judgment
to
being
do,
used, right? Like, it's like when there's like trials for